Chapter 1 Bad News brought by Kisame the Dried Persimmon. Konoha 48 years. I didn't expect that I could travel through time while doing a metalworking internship. Dingshiu? No, it should be Ueharashiu now, sitting on the rocks by the sea, looking at the endless sea in front of him, the sea breeze blowing in his face, and his mood was very complicated for a moment. He clearly remembered that not long ago, he was doing a metalworking internship, first turning parts and then welding. The result was a flash of sparks. The next moment, he traveled to the world of Naruto and became a blacksmith on the Kirigakure village and Forging Island, responsible for researching and forging ninja swords. It's not Konoha where the protagonist is, nor Iwagakure village and Kumagakure village where the situation is stable, but Kirigakure village. Osamu Uehara shook his head and sighed. Kirigakure village is definitely not a good place. Externally, it lacks strength and may be on par with Sand Hidden Village, which is located in a barren desert land. Internally, there are constant disputes, the policies of the Blood Mist, the persecution of Blood Successor ninjas and their families, the high-level officials who betrayed the village's intelligence, and the dignified Mizukage turned into someone else's puppet. It was a hell of a start. And he is still a blacksmith with little fighting ability. It is difficult to survive. Suddenly, a mechanical sound sounded in Ueharashu's mind. Immediately afterwards, a light blue translucent screen appeared in front of Ueharashu. The great blacksmith system is being bound. Congratulations on becoming a blacksmith. Task 1, as a blacksmith, you must have your own forging site. It is detected that the host is on the Forging Island, and the Forging Island is automatically bound to the host's forging site. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward. 1. Blacksmithing skill bonus. When the host is on the Forging Island, the blacksmithing technology will receive a huge bonus. 2. Official equipment, Tong II text drawings X1. 3. Thug recruitment order X1. Text changes on translucent screen. Name, Osamu Uehara. Comprehensive strength, Genin. Forging technology, good, excellent, Forging Island bonus. Quest items, Tong II text drawing X1, Thug recruitment order X1. Blacksmith reputation, 8. Evaluation, as a blacksmith, my foundation is not bad. Because I have my own forging site, my forging skills are enhanced, and I have a chance to create high-quality ninja tools. As a ninja, his strength is worrying. In a war, he can only be regarded as cannon fodder. Ueharashu had an idea. Immediately, Kirai Kimonji's drawing appeared in Ueharashu's hands. Immediately afterwards, a burst of information poured into Ueharashu's mind. Task drawing. Through this drawing, you can enter the dimensional material copy and obtain materials. After completing the forging of the task ninja tool, the host will receive corresponding rewards based on the quality of the items created. Complete the contract between the task ninja tool and the user. Based on the compatibility between the two parties and the user's talent, the host will be able to obtain corresponding rewards, including but not limited to basic attributes, skills, and items. Only when the compatibility between the mission ninja tool and the user reaches above the standard line can the forger actively guide the contract. The degree of contract is based on the recognition of the client of the blueprint task and the attribute matching of the user and the ninja. The mission ninja tool can only be contracted once. Mission drawings can be obtained through reputation draws. Note: according to the first rule of drawings, ordinary drawings cannot bring back content other than mission harvest. Osamu Uehara's eyes lit up. You can get rewards by building ninja tools, which gives you the confidence to live safely in this world. After that, Osamu Uehara turned his attention to the thug recruitment order. A token-like thing that exuded a primitive atmosphere and was also technological appeared in Chu Uehara's hands, like a steampunk creation. There is a word fight carved on it. A burst of information flooded into Ueharashu's mind. As a noble blacksmith, how can he do such things as fighting and killing himself? Thugs recruitment order. Through this recruitment order, you can sign a contract relationship with the target person. If both parties are willing, the signing of the contract can be completed. When the host enters the dimensional material copy, he can summon thugs to assist him in the battle through the thug recruitment order. Thug recruitment orders can be obtained through reputation draws. Note, according to the sixth principle of thugs, thugs have subconscious confidentiality characteristics regarding the content of their work. Osamu Uehara's eyes flickered. This proves that the difficulty of obtaining materials is not low. But the harder it is to get the material, the better it is to prove the quality of the material. The better the quality of the material, the stronger the ninja tool will be. In that case, the rewards I get will definitely not be too bad. As soon as Uehara-shu had an idea, the mission drawings and thug recruitment orders in his hands disappeared. Osamu Uehara looked at the other side of the screen. The pattern of a lottery machine rotates slowly. Next to it is information about this lottery machine. 100 reputation points 1 draw. The lottery will have 3 results, namely mission drawings and thug recruitment orders. And random attribute points. Osamu Uehara sorted out the situation. Then what I have to do is, use this mission blueprint and the thug recruitment order to enter the dimensional material copy, obtain the materials, and make the ninja tool. By making ninja tools, you can get rewards and increase your reputation. Rely on reputation and conduct a lottery. You can also get new mission blueprints and thug recruitment orders. The cycle goes back and forth. At this moment, a figure came into Uehara-shu's sight from far to near. Wearing the costume of a Kirigakure ninja, he looks very capable. He has a chestnut head and wears a Kirigakure forehead protector on his forehead. His expression looks a bit fierce and ferocious. Like a shark on the hunt. The color of the exposed skin looks a little out of place with ordinary people. A name floated in Uehara-shu's mind. Dried Persimmon Kisame. The relationship between the two is pretty good. Inakigaki Kisame has been obsessed with ninja swords since he was a child, and wants to have a ninja sword of his own. In fact, most of the young ninjas in Kirigakure village are like this. The names of the 7 Kirigakure ninja swordsmen represent strength, fame, power, and status in Kirigakure village. This is an elite ninja who belongs directly to the Mizukage. Even someone who is qualified to succeed the Mizukage. Inikisaki Kisame's family relied on connections and found Uehara-shu's teacher. He hoped that Uehara-shu's teacher could help him build a ninja sword, and Uehara-shu's teacher agreed. After that, Iniki Kisame often came to the forging island. But until Uehara-shu's teacher passed away, he could not build the ninja sword. But Kisame Mikagaki and Osamu Uehara became pretty good friends. Kisame Mikagaki looks fierce, but in fact, he is a fairly upright person with his own principles. Kisame. Shiu, there's bad news. Kisame Kisaki had a serious expression. What's wrong? Just now, the village and the Iron Kingdom reached a very large deal on ninja tools, including kunao, shuriken, senbon, ninja swords, etc. The village's senior officials discussed and decided to ban the forging island. What? Immediately, Osamu Uehara's expression turned ugly. He had just bound to the forging island, but now the village's senior officials wanted to ban the forging island. Then wouldn't the blacksmithing bonus he received be gone as soon as he got it? Chapter 2: The Forge Island Must Survive. They said that the forging island has not built a ninja sword similar to the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords in decades, and I'm afraid there will be no such possibility in the future. And ordinary ninja tools, made by the Kingdom of Iron, are no worse than those on the forging island, and the price is even cheaper. Therefore, there is no need for Forge Island to exist at all. The blacksmith is no longer needed. It just so happens that the village is short of manpower recently, so we can add blacksmiths as mission ninjas. Some people even say that even if a ninja tool like the 7 ninja sword is built, it is meaningless. Speaking of the 7 dignified ninja swordsmen, when they faced a mere genin from Konoha, they were defeated so completely. 4 of them were killed on the spot, and the remaining 3 fled in embarrassment. Even if we create a ninja tool that's comparable to the 7 ninja swords, it's pointless. Mikagaki Kisame said angrily. These people are talking nonsense. Osamu Uehara's face became even more ugly. The village banned the forging island. Not only did Osamu Uehara's blacksmithing skill bonus disappear, but the village also had to add blacksmiths to the mission ninjas. For Osamu Uehara, it was even more of a disaster. As a blacksmith, in addition to basic ninjutsu, you also learn blacksmithing techniques. Not good at fighting at all. In this case, asking the blacksmith to do the mission ninja, considering the danger of the Kirigakure mission and the mortality rate of the mission ninja, what is the difference between this and directly asking the blacksmith to die? The Forge Island cannot be allowed to be outlawed. You can't even become a mission ninja. Osamu Uehara's eyes flashed crazily. The only way may be to create Tong Umanji before the village officially gives the order. Forging Island has value, so it won't be banned. If a blacksmith is valuable, he will not be assigned to be a mission ninja. However, with my strength, entering the dimensional material copy, I am afraid it will be difficult to successfully obtain the materials. I need thugs who are already strong. Osamu Uehara looked at Kisame Kisaki. Kisame Kisaki's strength is pretty good, even if he hasn't gotten the same muscle yet, even if he's not very old yet. However, the chakra absorption technique and water escape are already very good. Moreover, Mikagaki Kisame is Shu Uehara's only friend at the moment. That is, the only existence that Osamu Uehara could possibly recruit. Kisame, you said before that your dream is to own a ninja sword comparable to the 7 ninja swords. Is it still the case now? Inakigaki Kisame was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Shu Uehara to ask this. Now is not the time to talk about his dreams. The current problem is the future of the Blacksmith Island and the blacksmith. But Kisame Kisaki nodded. Certainly. No matter what the cost, is it okay? That's right. Kisame Mikagaki said, my dream since I was a child is to own a ninja sword like that and become a being similar to the 7 ninja swordsmen. No matter how high the price is, I have no problem. Osamu Uehara looked away and looked at the sea. Actually, the teacher told me something before he passed away. Osamu Uehara decided to push the system's power onto his deceased teacher. Everyone is gone, and there is no one to turn to for confirmation. No matter what Osamu Uehara says, others have to believe it. This is the benefit of the dead. Even though the thug recruitment order is confidential. The reason why the Forging Island cannot create a ninja sword comparable to the 7 ninja swords is that the forging masters on the Forging Island are far behind in terms of technology compared to their predecessors. But more importantly, it's a matter of materials. It was at a place called the Blacksmith's Psychic Holy Land that my teacher's teacher obtained the materials and completed the creation of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. But it is very difficult to enter this blacksmith's holy land. First of all, you need to understand the art of forging to a certain extent. Second, it requires a special physique. It's like the blood inheritance limit. Plus, it's very dangerous in there. Kisame's eyes widened slightly as he digested the information Uehara Shu said. Osamu Uehara continued. The teacher gave me a lot of help before he died. So now, in fact, many of the conditions have been met. I have the special physique that the teacher said. Just a few days ago, I had an epiphany and my blacksmithing skills also met the requirements. But there is still a problem, that is, my personal combat strength is not enough. Enter the blacksmith's psychic holy land to obtain forging materials. You need to fight. But I'm not good at fighting. Uehara Shu retracted his gaze and looked at Mikagaki Kisame. Kisame, I need you to help me. Kisame Kisaki came to his senses. Shu, how can I help? Shu Uehara took out the thug recruitment order, handed it to Inikisaki Kisame, and said, "This is the contract at the blacksmith's psychic holy land. If you agree to this contract, Kisame, I can summon you at the blacksmith's psychic holy land. Come out. I need you, Kisame, to help me fight." Osamu Uehara did not directly say that this was a recruitment order for thugs, but changed it in another way. The function is the same, but the way it sounds is different. It's so disrespectful to just say thugs or something like that. As long as I successfully obtain the materials from the blacksmith's psychic holy land, I can create a good ninja sword. Maybe we can solve the crisis on the forging island and the blacksmith. If you like this ninja sword I made, Kisame, how about it as your reward? Inakasaki Kisame waved his hand. There's no reward. There's no need to do this. Shu, you are my friend. I'm helping you. That's what a friend should do. There's no need to talk about reward. It's just fighting. It's totally fine. As he said that, a look of excitement appeared on Mikagaki Kisame's face. Shu, even if I am not helping you, I am still happy to participate in such a battle. I didn't expect that there is such a place as the blacksmith's psychic holy land. Shu, when do we want to take action? Inakigaki Kisame agreed to the contract of the thug recruitment order without any hesitation. A flash of light flashed on the recruitment order. Immediately afterwards, the color of the recruitment order changed slightly. Osamu Uehara looked at Kisame Kisaki and was a little moved. As far as the current situation is concerned, Inagaki Kisame is definitely not here for the reward of the ninja sword. He is not sure that he can make a very good ninja sword, and Inagaki Kisame is even less sure. Therefore, the reason why Inagaki Kisame agreed so simply was because of the friendship between the two. To help you and Shu, not to plot anything. Kisame, are you ready? Kisame Kisaki's brows moved slightly. I'll do it anytime. Osamu Uehara took out Kirai Kimonji's drawings and had an idea. Okay, now. Chapter 3 Dungeon Mission, Kaitong's Regret. The copy of dimensional material is opening. Open successfully. Transmitting. Uehara Shu opened his eyes and found that he had arrived in a completely unfamiliar area. A small town. It has a typical border town style. There is a faint hope in the desolation. It is filled with the atmosphere of savage growth. Call the thugs. Inakigaki Kisame watched Uehara Osamu's figure suddenly disappear, and then he felt an attraction on his body. Kisame Kisaki didn't resist. The next moment, Kisame Mikagaki appeared next to Uehara Osamu. Shu, is this the blacksmith's spiritual holy land? Kisame Kisaki looked around curiously. Osamu Uehara nodded. That's right. A figure walked towards the two of them. There was a woman with long hair, black, and a slightly thin figure. She was wearing a smart combat uniform, with a knife on her waist. She had a beautiful face and looked straight at Xiu Yungzi with her red eyes. A voice sounded in Uehara Shu's mind. Dungeon Mission, Kaitong's Regret. Task Reward, Tong Ai Writing Materials. Do you want to receive the mission? Kisame Mikagaki became alert the moment he saw Kaitong appear. Because Kisaki Kisame could feel that Kaitong's body was filled with a strong killing aura. There are not a few people who died in Chi Tong's hands. Kisame, don't be nervous, she is not our enemy, she is our client. Client. Kisame Kisaki's expression was slightly calmer. Even though he was a little surprised that the blacksmith's psychic holy land was different from what he expected, Inikisaki Kisame understood what the word client meant. For mission ninjas, the client is the employer. In the world of ninjas, there is a saying like this. For a ninja, nothing is more important than the mission, even the ninja's life. The decider of the task is the client. Uehara Osamu muttered something silently in his mind. Receive. Immediately, Kaitong on the opposite side reacted, like a triggered NPC. A picture appeared in front of the two people. A young girl lived on the streets when she was a child, making a living by begging and picking up garbage. She and her sister depended on each other. Suddenly one day, the two were valued by the Imperial Agency, adopted, and trained as killers. After the two girls passed a very cruel selection, they became elite-level killers. But the trial isn't quite over yet. After the two separated, the girl was sent to a small town on the edge of the Empire to continue to undergo further tests. Here, the girl met a person, an enthusiastic female shopkeeper. The two formed a good friendship. But the girl suddenly received an order from the Empire to kill the female shop owner. Under the orders of the Empire, the female shopkeeper's identity is that of a spy for the enemy country. But the girl didn't really believe that her friend was a spy, so she came to the female shopkeeper to test her. After receiving a negative answer, the girl had no intention of taking action. But at this moment, the female shopkeeper suddenly took the initiative and attacked the girl. The girl was forced to fight back and killed the female shopkeeper. But much later, the girl realized that the female shopkeeper was not a spy at all. All these things are trials arranged by the Imperial Agency. The female shopkeeper was forcibly forced by the Empire to become a spy, threatening the lives of the female shop owner's family. The real purpose of the Empire is to allow girls to kill the object of friendship after they have friendship. Only in this way can you pass the test. Only then can he become a qualified killer of the Empire. As the scene ended, Kai Tong's voice sounded. I want you to help me stop my past self, save Martha, and let Martha and her family live well. Osamu Uehara nodded. Good. Kai Tong's figure disappeared. Osamu Uehara looked at the shop opposite. At this time, there were two people, two women, inside the shop. A woman was older, slightly plump, and dressed plainly, but she could not hide the advantages of her figure. She was trembling when she walked, making people unable to take their eyes away. On the opposite side was the younger Kai Tong. The two of them got along like friends, laughing and talking. Sudden. The female shopkeeper's expression changed. She was not very willing, her face showed struggle, but she still took out a dagger from behind and rushed towards Kai Tong, forcing herself to be fierce. Kisame. Clear. At the moment when Kaitamae was about to fight back, Kisame Mikagaki was about to strike back. Water escape, water mist technique. Quickly print. In an instant, a large amount of water mist appeared, covering the entire nearby area, including the small shop. Kai Tong's vision was disturbed. This is especially true for female shopkeepers. Osamu Uehara's figure came to the side of the female shopkeeper. Don't be afraid, we are the Revolutionary Army and we are here to save you. Osamu Uehara made up an identity for himself to make it easier for the female shop owner to trust him. After that, Osamu Uehara picked up the female shopkeeper and rushed out of the shop. Kisame Inagangaki was fighting against Akahim. Osamu Uehara led the female shopkeeper out of the mist, and then put the female shopkeeper down. While leading the female shopkeeper to continue running away from Chi Tong, he said, with your current situation, you can no longer survive in the Empire, so you can only cross the border. Where is your family? The female shopkeeper said, in the underground prison in the center of the town. Okay, I will send you out of the town first, and then send your family here to wait for me. The female shopkeeper stared blankly at Uehara Shu's back as he left. The moment she was approached by the Imperial Agency, the female shopkeeper was already prepared to die. The rest of the time, she was just waiting for death to come, never expecting that someone would save her. Revolutionary Army. When Osamu Uehara returned to the town, Inikisaki Kisame had gotten rid of Akahami. I used the water separation technique to attract it to another direction. Shu, what do we do next? Let's go to the center of the town and rescue the female shopkeeper's family. If anyone stands in the way, we'll kill them. Good. The underground prison in the center of the town is indeed guarded. But the strength of these people is far inferior to Kaitong. After all, their job content is just to look after ordinary people. Not to mention dried persimmon Kisame. Even Osamu Kamehara, a genin who was not good at fighting, was above them. Enemy attack. A young man was so frightened that he picked up a weapon and wanted to fight back. But before that, the kunao thrown by Kisame Kisaki had already hit his throat. Crack! The door to the underground prison was opened. Osamu Uehara's voice sounded. Everyone, come with me. I am a revolutionary army and I am here to save you. Chapter 4 will be the choice they regret most. Thank you all. After Osamu Uehara and Kisame Mikagaki sent the female shop owner and her family to a safe area, Kaitami's figure did not appear again, but a voice rang in Osamu Uehara's ears. Immediately afterwards. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Would you like to leave the dimensional material copy? Yes. Next moment. The figures of Osamu Uehara and Kisame Mikagaki returned to the forging island. A pile of materials appeared in front of Uehara Osamu. Kisame Mikagaki looked over. Shiu, is this the material for making ninja tools? Osamu Uehara nodded. Good. With this, Shiu, you can create a ninja sword as good as the 7 ninja sword. If everything goes well, it should be okay. Shu Uehara said, Kisame, you have to do me a favor. I plan to forge the ninja tools now, but the current situation on the forging island may be a bit chaotic. I need you, Kisame, to help me guard the outside so that I won't be disturbed. Kisame Kisaki agreed. No problem, leave it to me. The forge island is not very big, but it is not small either. Because there is magma and steam inside the cave here, it becomes a suitable place for forging. In the era when the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords were created, this was the holy land of Kirigakure village. Countless Kirigakure ninjas yearn for this place. I hope to get a ninja sword on the forging island. But as time went by, no ninja sword at the level of the 7 Kirigakure ninja swords was born. In addition, the 7 people in Kirigakure village suffered a disastrous defeat when facing Mat Dai. The influence of Forging Island in Kirigakure village gradually declined. The words spoken by the village's senior officials as dictated by Mikagaki Kisame are indeed the current thoughts of some people in the village. There are actually not many blacksmiths on the Forging Island now. Together with the original cultivator, there are only a dozen. After this incident, I'm afraid the number will decrease. Kisame Inagaki sat down at the door of the forging room and looked back. Compared to Uehara Osamu, Inagaki Kisame was more excited. I didn't expect the Kirigakure 7 ninja sword to hide such a secret. I didn't expect there to be a place like the blacksmith's psychic holy land. Not only does it require blacksmithing skills, but it also requires physical fitness. No wonder no new ninja tool comparable to the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords has been built for so many years. But now, Shiu meets all the conditions. The era of the ninja sword is about to come again. It's really exciting. Inikisaki Kisame couldn't help but imagine how he would look like holding a ninja sword and fighting enemies in the future. As for whether Osamu Uehara can successfully build a ninja tool this time, Inikisaki Kisame is not worried. One is that Mikagaki Kisame believes in Uehara Osamu. Since Uehara Osamu said it should be possible, then it should be okay. Even if it failed this time, Mikagaki Kisame felt that since Osamu Uehara had found the right path, he would definitely succeed if he tried a few more times. As for the village high-level officials' plan to ban the forging island and make the forging masters become mission ninjas, Inikisaki Kisame felt that he had no influence on the forging island. But it is still possible for Osamu Uehara to get a relatively leisurely ninja job instead of working as a mission ninja. After all, the Mikagaki family he belongs to is also a ninja family. I hope Shiu can help Kirigakure village and restore the glory of the ninja sword style. There was movement not far away. Some blacksmiths seemed to be packing their things and preparing to leave the forging island. Obviously, the decision of the village's top management has been spread. These blacksmiths feel that rather than waiting until then and letting the village make arrangements for them, it is better to prepare in advance, so that at least they will have more choices. Kisame Kisaki shook his head. What these people won't know now is that this would be the worst choice they could ever make. Once Shuma Uehara builds a ninja tool as high as the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords, then the blacksmith's status in Kirigakure village will definitely be greatly improved. The first person to bear the brunt is undoubtedly Uehara Osamu. But other blacksmiths can also take advantage of the original cultivator. But it's hard to say whether these blacksmiths who left the forging island on their own initiative can come back. And even if you can come back, your status will definitely be inferior to those who stayed and didn't leave. But Kisame Mikasaki didn't remind him. First, the other party may not believe it. Secondly, Osamu Uehara has not yet completed the construction of the ninja tool, and Inikisaki Kisame does not want to cause any trouble to Osamu Uehara. As these blacksmiths left, the surroundings became quiet. Kisame Inakigaki sat at the door, and in his mind, he couldn't help but recall the previous scene at the blacksmith's psychic Holy Land. The whole process is similar to the ninja mission. However, in Kitami's experience, Mikagaki Kisame saw a very obvious sense of familiarity. It can be said that the Imperial Institution's training of killers is actually very similar to the Kirigakure village's training of ninjas. They are all very strict and demanding training. The former deliberately lets the killer make friends and then kill the friend. The latter also made the original partners kill each other. This is how the dried persimmon Kisame came to be. The same goes for Zabuza and others. In addition, Konoha's route selection method is also very similar. Danzo arranged the cannibalism between Yakushi Kabuto and Yakushi Nono, and the cannibalism between Sa and Nobu. Kisame Kisaki was concerned about another point. That's Kaitong's regret for killing her friend. Regret means that Kaitong believes that what he did was wrong. What about yourself? Iniki Keiki Kisame recalled the faces of those competitors he had killed before, who were also his partners. A familiar face. Even though many years have passed now, Inikisaki Kisame still remembers it. Remember the look on their faces when they died. For a long time, Inigaki Kisame had no doubts about Kirigakure village's blood mist policy. Like everyone else, they all believe that such harsh policies are needed to cultivate strong enough and excellent ninjas. The ninjas trained in this way are the foundation of Kirigakure village. It can guarantee Kirigakure's status as a great ninja village. It can make Kirigakure village stronger and stronger. But now, after seeing Kaitong's regret, there was a slight fluctuation in Mikagaki Kisame's heart. Not to mention questioning the policy of blood mist, but I do have some different thoughts on whether I should be so determined to kill those former partners. Osamu Uehara entered the forging room and immediately locked the door. Then he took out the drawings and the materials obtained from the dimensional material copies. Tong Yumonji is just a servant in the red-eyed world. But compared to Kirigakure village's 7 ninja swords, it's not bad. Chapter 5 Forging begins, Kirii Kimonji. Osamu Uehara looked at the drawings. At this time, Kirii Kimonji's drawings no longer allowed Osamu Uehara to go to the dimensional material copy again. If you say one chance, there is really only one chance. Osamu Uehara was lucky that he still had a friend like Inikisaki Kisame. Otherwise, even facing the young Kaitong, Shu Uehara would not be sure he could complete the task. The current drawing is a simple forging drawing. But the various steps of forging and the amount of materials are marked in detail above. However, considering the complexity of the content of the drawing, even if it is marked in such detail, not everyone can understand it, because even the original repairman is a little confused when he looks at it. Even without the bonus, Osamu Uehara's forging skills are still at a good level. On the forging island, it is already among the best. Forge Island has experienced a severe decline in the past few decades. Osamu Uehara looked very carefully. There is only one copy of the material. Once you fail, there is no chance to try again. Must succeed. If it weren't for the bad news brought by Kisame Kisaki, Osamu Uehara would still have the possibility of making mistakes. But after learning that the village's senior officials had decided to ban Forging Island, Osamu Uehara knew that he could not fail. Once the Forging Island is banned, your forging bonus will disappear. In addition, he will be forced to become a mission ninja. As a mission ninja in Kirigakure village, it would be better to just defect. However, defecting is not a good option without strength. This is a result that Uehara Shu absolutely does not want to see. Can't fail. In half a day, Shosai Uehara read through the contents of the drawings and memorized them. But there was no forging immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and performed the deduction in his mind. This is a process that all blacksmiths will go through. Without talent in this area, you are not qualified to become a blacksmith. After rehearsing it several times, Uehara Shokei opened his eyes. However, there is still no formal forging. Instead, other materials were taken and simulated forging. Because the materials are different and have different properties, the forging results will definitely be different. However, by taking the same steps and methods, you can still provide a certain reference. There was a sound of metal being knocked. It wasn't until a whole day passed that Shokei Uehara came out of the forging room. "Shiu, how about it? It's almost tested." Osamu Uehara said, "After I have a good rest, I can start the formal forging." "Kisame, is there anything to eat?" "Have." When Kisame Kisaki saw Uehara Shu staying in the forging room for so long without coming out, he went to prepare the food. He didn't need to leave and let Mizugo prepare it by himself. This is the convenience of the clone technique. Especially in areas where there is no similar intelligence, you can have a larger operating space. In the previous copy of the dimensional material, Inagaki Kisame also relied on this to divert the attention of the young Akahumi and the attention of the Imperial Agency personnel, and successfully brought the female shop owner and her family to a safe area. Osamu Uehara asked while eating. "Kisame, how is the situation on Forging Island now?" "The formal order hasn't been issued yet, but many blacksmiths have left, and there are only a few left. People outside feel that the Forging Island is already in name only," Kisame Mikagaki said. "But as long as Shiu is here, we can definitely bring the reputation of Forging Island back to its past. Those who leave now, they will definitely regret it." Kisame Kisaki looks down on the blacksmiths who are leaving now. Osamu Uehara entered the forging room again. Metal obtained from copies of dimensional materials. Melt at high temperature. Part of this high temperature comes from magma, and the other part comes from chakra. That is fire attribute chakra. This is actually a ninjutsu in a sense, but it is not suitable for use in combat, so it is not called a ninjutsu. It continuously consumes chakra and creates continuous high temperatures. Gradually, the metal softened. Shu Uehara picked up a hammer and placed the metal on the forging table. Ding! When the hammer falls, the metal deforms. This process is called hammering. Through continuous hammering and forging, the toughness of the metal is improved. This is the foundation of the blacksmith. But it's not simple. It tests a blacksmith's skills. On the Forging Island, there is a special corresponding method for hammering, which can also be called a technique. With breathing, chakra, and rhythm, you can produce different hammering effects. The hammering technique taught to Uehara Shu by his teacher is called lava forging. Can greatly increase the toughness of metal. Ding! 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 After repeating it hundreds of times, Osamu Uehara stopped. This is the limit of lava forging. If you continue forging, there will be no additional improvement effect on the metal. Next, Osamu Uehara began shaping. The forged metal is shaped into the shape of a sword. This process is relatively simple. But then comes the main event. Enchantment. This is Osamu Uehara's title. In the world of Naruto, on Forge Island, there is no such name. But these two words are just right. Among the copies of dimensional materials, Osamu Uehara obtained 3 types of materials. One is the basic metal, and the other 2 are additional materials that improve toughness and sharpness, and the other is a material that allows Kiryu-Kimonji to have special abilities. During the forging process, the first and second materials are used. But the third material should be used after the shaping is completed. A green crystal-like object was held in Uehara Shu's hand. This is the key to Tong Yi's writing. Whether it succeeds or fails depends on this. Without this green crystal, the ninja sword created would just be tougher and sharper than ordinary ninja swords. But it's just an ordinary ninja sword. But if green crystal could be incorporated into it, the ninja sword created would be completely different. It can definitely reach the level of Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. Osamu Uehara closed his eyes and recalled the process of his previous deduction. Once, twice, 3 times. Crack! With a crisp sound, Osamu Uehara opened his eyes and crushed the green crystal in his hand. The light green liquid flowed out and fell on the blade. Osamu Uehara placed his hands on the blade, and chakra condensed in his hands. Under the control of Osamu Uehara, the green liquid slowly blended into the blade embryo. Penetrate little by little. The color of the blade seems to be slowly changing during this process. Time passed little by little. This process is slow. And the control of Uehara Shu's chakra is very demanding. One mistake or omission may lead to failure. A figure led the team to the forging island. Kisame Kisaki's eyes flickered when he saw the person coming. Chapter 6 Kisame vs Zabuza. Zabuza was obviously surprised when he saw the dried persimmon Kisame. Degree. Kisame senpai. Both of them are outstanding ninjas of the younger generation in Kirigakure village, and they both know the other's existence. Kisame the dried persimmon is older. Therefore, Zabuza calls Gigangaki Kisame his senior. Is Master Mizuki's order coming? Asked Kisame in Akazaki. Zabuza did not answer, but asked a question. What are you doing here, Kisame senpai? Kisame Kisaki was silent for a while. You should go elsewhere first. Someone is forging here and cannot be disturbed. Forging. Zabuza narrowed his eyes slightly. Lord Mizuki's order has been issued. From now on, there will be no forging island or blacksmith in Kirigakure village. So. Kisame's eyes narrowed. Zabuza shrugged and said, so, the people inside should stop, leave the forging island, follow Lord Mizuki's orders to the Mizukage building, and register as mission ninjas. Kid, are you sure? Kisame Kisaki stood up. A burst of murderous intent emitted from the body of Kisame Kisaki. Several ninjas behind Zabuza subconsciously took a few steps back. But Zabuza didn't. There was even excitement in his eyes. Kisaki Kisame, disobey Mizuki-sama's orders, do you know the consequences? I have the right to kill you here on the spot. Both of them are geniuses of Kirigakure village. Kisame Kisaki was a few years older than Zabuza. Therefore, in terms of reputation, Kisame Kisaki will now be much better than Zabuza. But Zabuza was not convinced by Kisame Kisaki. From Zabuza's perspective, now was an opportunity to prove himself. A legitimate fight with Kisame and Igangakeki. Opportunities like this don't come around all the time. Zabuza's hand pressed to the handle of the knife at his waist. Kisame Kisaki noticed Zabuza's movements, and his eyes became sharp. Then it depends on you, whether you have the ability or not. Just at this time. Crack! The door of the forging room opened from the inside. Kisame, it's done. Osamu Uehara walked out of it and was stunned for a moment after seeing what was happening outside. The atmosphere was very solemn. Iniki Keiki Kisame was confronting a young ninja. Behind the young ninja, several ninjas stood at a loss, not knowing whether to help Zabuza or stop the two. Until Uehara Osamu walked out. Hearing Uehara Shu's voice, Inikisaki Kisame's face suddenly became happy. "That's great, Shu, I knew you would succeed." Zabuza frowned and looked at the ninja sword in Kamehara Shu's hand. In terms of ninja swords, Zabuza is actually the same as Gigangaki Kisame. They all long to have a ninja sword of their own and become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. When looking at the ninja sword in Uehara Shu's hand, Zabuza immediately felt that the ninja sword in Uehara's hand seemed different from the ordinary ninja sword. Think back to what Inikisaki Kisame said before. A guess emerged in Zabuza's mind. The next moment, when he looked at the ninja sword in Kamehara Shu's hand, Zabuza's eyes showed a burning look. Uehara Osamu looked at Zabuza. "Kisame, what is this?" Mamakai Zabuza, under the order of Lord Mizukage, came to carry out the order of the Forging Island, ban the Forging Island, and bring all the stranded blacksmiths to the Mizukage building. Kisame Kisaki grinned. "But now, Forging Island will definitely not be able to ban it. Shu, let's go to the Mizukage building together. Let's go together and tell Master Mizukage this good news." Osamu Uehara hesitated for a moment and nodded. The reason for the hesitation was that Shu Uehara made some calculations and felt that the current third-generation Mizukage was most likely already under the control of Uchiha Madara and had become Uchiha Madara's puppet. However, Osamu Uehara thought about it seriously. If you want to keep the Forging Island and keep your identity as a blacksmith, then it is inevitable to expose Kiryu-Kimonji. The third Mizukage would definitely know. Now whether you go to the Mizukage building or not, the result is the same. In addition, with Uchiha Madara's strength, he shouldn't care much about a mere ninja sword. This is an existence that even tailed beasts don't look down upon. Osamu Uehara is somewhat fortunate that the current Kirigakure village is not the era when Yagura was controlled by Uchiha Obito. Compared to Uchiha Madara's use of Kirigakure village, Uchiha Obito truly hates Kirigakure village. Even if Kirigakure village has the slightest sign of rising, with Uchiha Obito's character, he will definitely find a way to annihilate it in the seed stage and will not give Kirigakure village any chance. Inakigaki Kisame and Uehara Osamu left the Forging Island and headed towards the direction of Mizukage Island. "Captain Zabuza, us. Follow them. Kiryu-Kimonji. Congratulations to the host for completing the forging. Tong Yuan successfully forged. Completion level, average. Congratulations to the host for gaining swordsmanship experience X300. This is the feedback reward Osamu Uehara received when he completed the forging of Kiryu-Kimonji. At this moment, the information that poured into Uehara Shu's mind was information about Kiryu-Kimonji. Tong Yuan. Type, Tai sword. Quality, ordinary. Ability, unhealable wounds. The wounds caused by Kiryu-Kimonji cannot be healed, but due to the ordinary quality, the effect is weakened and the duration of the effect is reduced to 10 days. Note, according to the third code of the blacksmith, this ninja sword cannot harm the forger. It was just an ordinary quality, which made Osamu Uehara feel a little regretful. However, Osamu Uehara was basically satisfied that he could successfully produce Kiryu-Ichi's script for the first time. This is at least a successful start. And the ordinary quality Kiryu-Kimonji is already a very good ninja sword compared to the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. Long swords, blunt swords, and even beheading swords were inferior to this Kiryu-Kimonji in Osamu Uehara's opinion. In addition, Osamu Uehara was even more surprised by the fact that he could not harm the forger. At least there is no possibility of being backstabbed. Osamu Uehara looked at the translucent screen in front of him. Name, Osamu Uehara. Comprehensive Strength, Genin. Swordsmanship, Introduction, 300. Forging Technology, Good, Excellent, Forging Island Bonus. Task Items, None. Blacksmith reputation, 39. Evaluation, as a blacksmith, my foundation is not bad. Because I have my own forging site, my forging skills are enhanced, and I have a chance to create high-quality ninja tools. As a ninja, his strength is worrying. In a war, he can only be regarded as cannon fodder. The two came to the door of Mizukage building. We need to meet Mizukage-sama, there is something very important. Kisame Inokeki said to the ninja guarding the door. The guarding ninja glanced at Inikisaki Kisame calmly. Mizukage-sama is busy. Chapter 7. The third Mizukage was shocked. Please inform me. Mizukage-sama said that no one can disturb him when he is busy. We have something very important. The guarding ninja narrowed his eyes slightly. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Osamu Uehara was a little surprised by the hostility of the Kirigakure village ninjas. But then I thought about it, isn't it the characteristic of Kirigakure ninjas to be aggressive? It's just that the situation on Forging Island is slightly different. The guarding ninja's eyes fell on Inikisaki Kisame. Kisame Kisaki showed no intention of retreating. For a long time. I'm going to report to Mizukage-sama. Just wait here and don't come in without permission. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences of offending Mizukage-sama. After saying that, the guarding ninja turned and entered the Mizukage building. A figure quietly left the Mizukage building without anyone seeing it. Not long after, the guarding ninja returned. Mizukage-sama lets you in. Osamu Uehara and Kisame Mikagaki walked into the Mizukage building. Zabuza followed behind calmly. Osamu Uehara looked at the third Mizukage sitting opposite. With long hair and slender eyes, he looks like a very calm and gentle person. Even speaking is slow. There was no hint of impatience on his body. However, the blood mist began precisely from the period of the third Mizukage. Osamu Uehara was not sure whether it was Madara Uchiha who controlled the third Mizukage from the beginning and created the policy of blood mist, or whether the third Mizukage himself had such an idea. But whether it's the former or the latter, it proves that the current third-generation Mizukage is not what he appears to be. Sit. The third Mizukage closed the document in his hand and rubbed his temples. Then, he forced a smile and looked at Kamehara and Shu. Matsumoto told me that you have something very important. What is it? Osamu Uehara presented the Kiri-Ikemonji in his hand. Mizukage-sama, this is the ninja sword I just made, named Kiri-Ikemonji. Ninja sword. The third Mizukage took it and looked at it. It's very good. The shape, sharpness, and toughness of the knife are all top-notch among the ninja swords. The third Mizukage commented and looked at Kamehara Shu. May I have your name? Lord Huishukage, my name is Uehara Shu, and I am a disciple of teacher Sanmu. Sangmu. The third Mizukage showed a surprised expression. Sanmu also made me a ninja sword back then. It was very good. It is second only to the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. Among the many blacksmiths on the Forging Island, Sangmu's skills are considered to be among the best. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, Sangmu's disciples are already so big. You can create a ninja sword of such quality. If Sangmu is still alive, he will definitely feel very happy. With young people like you on Forging Island, there is no need to worry. But suddenly, the third Mizukage's expression froze slightly. Because the third Mizukage remembered. Not long ago, he officially issued the order to ban the Forging Island, cancel the status of all blacksmiths, and convert the blacksmiths into ordinary task ninjas. The third Mizukage looked at Uehara Shu and then at Zabuza. It was Zabuza who carried out the mission of clearing out the Forging Island. The third Mizukage immediately understood Uehara Osamu's intention. Shu, this ninja sword you made is really good. The third Mizukage said. However, on the battlefield, such a ninja sword is not much different from the ninja sword of the Iron Country. The village must consider the interests of the entire village. The existence of Forging Island has a negative effect on the village. The consumption of a blacksmith is huge. In times of peace, the village can support us. But now the war is going strong. I know this is a very cruel thing for you. But, Shiu, for the sake of the village, I had to make that decision. The third Mizukage said it tactfully, but it was actually very clear. In other words, the existence of the blacksmith and the existence of the Forging Island is a burden to Kirigakure village. This is indeed a fact. A blacksmith consumes a lot of resources. Just like the puppet master of Sand Hidden Village. In addition to talent, resource consumption is also a huge problem faced by puppet masters. Otherwise, why are there so few puppet masters in Sand Hidden Village? Can't you really find someone who has achieved the talent? Impossible. The real key lies in resources. Most ninjas are actually not rich. He didn't even dare to buy 2 more detonating charms. Many of the ninja tools in the hands of ninjas have been recycled and repaired many times. The blacksmith's consumption of resources is not as terrible as the puppet master's, and the things produced can be used after all, but the cost is much higher than the ninja tools of the Iron Kingdom. But facing Kirigakure village in a war period, the third Mizukage did not want to invest this resource. Not just the third Mizukage. The same goes for senior officials in other villages. Unless you can create a ninja sword of the same level as the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords, but that should be unlikely. The third Mizukage said. The Kirigakure 7 ninja swords are all forged by the same forger. It is precisely because of this blacksmith that there is a blacksmith island and there are so many blacksmiths behind it. But after this blacksmith, there has never been a ninja sword that can reach this level. Therefore, there is a saying circulating in Kirigakure village. The strong one is not the forging technique of Kirigakure village, but the strong one is just the great blacksmith. The third Mizukage also agrees with this point of view. And that blacksmith had already passed away. The third Mizukage didn't think there would be a second blacksmith like this. Mizukage-sama. Osamu Uehara said, I think Kiri-Ikemonji should be comparable to the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. Look, Shiu, you also know that this is impossible. Suddenly, the third Mizukage's expression froze, and the first half of the sentence blurted out. Only then did the third Mizukage realize that what Uehara Shu said was not that Kiriichi's writing was inferior to the Kirigakure 7 ninja swordsman. What is being said is that Kiri-Ikemonji has reached the level of Kirigakure 7 ninja swordsman. The third Mizukage looked at Kamehara Shu, his expression became serious. Shu, you said this ninja sword has reached the level of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swords. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Osamu Uehara said, the 7 Kirigakure ninja swords are all very excellent ninja swords, including the double sword ninja sword, the broken sword beheading, the long sword sewing needles, the dull sword cutting pockets, the lightning fangs, the exploding sword spray, and the large sword samehata. Floor can increase chakra. Decapitation heals itself. The stitches are very penetrating. Kabutaru can cut through anything. The teeth are equipped with extremely powerful lightning escape. The droplets are additionally damaged by detonating symbols. Same muscle absorbs chakra. The 7 Kirigakure ninja swords all have their own special abilities. Kiriichi also has the text. The wound caused by Tong Umonji will be affected by a special effect. It will not heal within 10 days. The effect on the wound will disappear after 10 days. Chapter 8 Tong Umonji's ability. The third Mizukage looked at Uehara Osamu, and then at the Kiriichi Monji in his hand. Does this ninja sword have such a special effect? Not healing. Duration 10 days. This ability may not sound very powerful, but in actual combat, it is very practical. For ninjas, injuries are actually a very common thing. Once injured, the condition will be affected. With the loss of blood and the emergence of pain, the ninja's reaction and concentration will not be so concentrated, and physical strength and endurance will also be affected to a certain extent. Normally, ninjas would provide emergency treatment to their injuries. Control the contraction of muscles to reduce the size of the wound. Use a bandage to wrap around the wound. And the use of trauma medications. Medical ninjas can also use medical ninjutsu. Two ninjas who were evenly matched were both seriously injured. In this case, one side's injury could be alleviated through treatment, but the other side could not heal. So obviously, the former will get a huge advantage. Yes. Uehara Shu finished speaking. Pfft. The third Mizukage pulled Kiryu out of the scabbard, then stretched out his hand, rolled up his sleeves, and stabbed his arm. Immediately, an inch-long wound appeared. Blood flowed. Osamu Uehara. When Kisame and Zabuza saw this scene, they were also a little surprised. Osamu Uehara looked at the third Mizukage, and suddenly felt that it was not surprising at all that the third Mizukage proposed such a policy as the blood mist. The third Mizukage's personality and appearance were really completely different. Appearance looks elegant and easygoing. But his character is so crazy. In order to test the effect of Tong Yuan's words, he directly stabbed his own hand. It is completely impossible for a normal person to do such a thing. Even Kirigakure village, which is represented by a very violent atmosphere. It didn't matter whether there were other deadly toxins on Kiryu-Kimonji's blade besides the effects Uehara Shu said. The third Mizukage concentrated chakra towards the wound. Hey! The third Mizukage raised his eyebrows slightly. It really is. The wounds caused by this ninja sword are wrapped with special power, which is completely different from ordinary wounds. Immediately, the third Mizukage tore his own clothes and pulled off a few pieces of cloth to use as bandages. Circles wrapped around the wound. But there was still blood flowing out, just because the blood vessels were compressed and slowed down, but the blood in the capillaries near the wound was not blocked, and the bandage was soon wet. Tick! Blood dripped on the table. The third Mizukage didn't show any worried expression on his face, and his eyes even lit up with excitement. Go and find a medical ninja. The third Mizukage motioned to the ANBU ninja outside the window. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The ANBU ninja left. Soon, a medical ninja hurriedly entered the Mizukage's office. Mizukage-sama. The third Mizukage exposed the wound and showed it to the medical ninja. Use medical ninjutsu on this wound. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The medical ninja raised his hands, concentrated chakra on his hands, and aimed them at the third Mizukage's wounds. A faint green fluorescent light appeared. However, what surprised the medical ninja was that normally, such a wound would heal quickly under the influence of his own medical ninjutsu. However, now the third Mizukage's wound shows no sign of healing at all. For a moment, the medical ninja became a little anxious. Mizukage-sama, The third Mizukage waved his hand. It's not your problem, you go down first. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The medical ninja left uneasily. The third Mizukage looked at Kamihara Shu, his eyes bright. Shu, you really gave me a big surprise. This Kiryu-Kimonji has completely reached the level of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. Whether it's toughness or sharpness, more importantly, this special ability can definitely play a very good role in battle. Shu, what are you going to do with your Kiryu-Kimonji? Is there anything you want? The appearance of Kiryu-Kimonji surprised the third Mizukage. Even though not long ago, the Kirigakure 7 experienced a disastrous defeat when facing Mat Dai. Many people in Kirigakure village are dissatisfied with the Kirigakure 7 because of this. It felt like a shame that the 7 dignified Kirigakure were defeated by a genin. Under this circumstance, everyone's evaluation of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords also dropped a lot. But the third Mizukage knew very well that it was not that the 7 Kirigakure were too weak. All 7 of Kirigakure have reached elite Jounin status, at least to the level of Jounin. But the genin of Konoha suddenly broke out. It broke out very bizarrely. In the eyes of the third Mizukage, Kiryu is no worse than the Kirigakure 7 ninja swordsman. And more importantly, Osamu Uehara's age. Now Shu Uehara is only 15 or 16 years old, and he can create a ninja sword like Kiryu. So, what about the future? Don't ask for more. As long as Osamu Uehara can build more than 3 ninja swords of this level, then in the eyes of the third Mizukage, Osamu Uehara's value to Kirigakure village is already very high. Osamu Uehara stated his request. Mizukage-sama, I hope that Forging Island will not be banned. For Forging Island is the most suitable place. Furthermore, regarding Kiryu, I hope that Kisame can be given a try. Kisame Kisaki was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up. But he was also worried that Osamu Uehara would offend the third Mizukage because of this. The previous performance of the third Mizukage made Kisame Mikagaki a little worried and felt that the third Mizukage was not normal. Next to him, Zabuza looked at Gigangaki Kisame with envy. The third Mizukage said, "Since you have built a ninja sword like Kiryu, Shiyu, there is no need to ban the Forging Island. From today on, the Forging Island will be in your charge. However, other blacksmiths are different from Shiyu. Most of them are just dawdling. Shiyu, you can watch over and keep a few of them as assistants. In addition, I can arrange a team of guards to be permanently stationed on the Forging Island." Saying that, the third Mizukage glanced at the dried persimmon Kisame next to him. "You hope you can give Kiryu to Kisame?" Osamu Uehara nodded. "Yes, Mizukage-sama. Kisame gave me a lot of help when I was forging Kiryu. Moreover, Kisame and I are friends. I know Kisame very well. He has very good attainments in swordsmanship. I think Kisame would be a very good ninja sword user." Uehara Osamu did not say the specific details. The third Mizukage thought that the help Uehara Shu said was referring to the fact that during the forging process of Uehara Shu, Kisame Ingaki was guarding outside, so that the forging was not disturbed by Zabuza who was sent by him. "We'll talk about it later. Let's go to the Forging Island first." Chapter 9 Rewards for the third Mizukage. Is this what the Forging Island looks like now? The third Mizukage felt a little sad. The third Mizukage issued the order to ban the Forging Island and change all the blacksmiths into mission ninjas. After discussing with many senior officials in the village, the third Mizukage felt that the Forging Island and the blacksmiths had no value. With the current situation of Kirigakure village, it cannot continue to support the Forging Island. However, the third Mizukage did not expect that the Forging Island had already become so decadent and dilapidated before his order was officially issued. Compared with the last time the third Mizukage came here, it was like a world in the sky and a world below. Osamu Uehara explained. "There used to be more blacksmiths on the Forging Island. Because I heard the news that the village was going to ban the Forging Island, I left the Forging Island early and found other jobs." The third Mizukage nodded. "Shiu, I will leave the Forging Island to you." The next moment, the third-generation Mizukage's expression became serious. Uehara Osamu obeys the order. "Yes, Mizukage-sama." The third Mizukage said. "You have made great contributions to the creation of Kiryu. I hereby appoint you as the Forging Department, the Minister. You will be fully responsible for the affairs of the Forging Island. You will enjoy the regular ministerial treatment and have 2 teams under you. A small team is the forging team. It is recruited by you personally and enjoys the official establishment treatment. The quota is limited to 4 people. A small group is the Forge Island Guards, personally assigned by me to follow your orders and be responsible for the security of the Forge Island." Shu Uehara, are you willing? Osamu Uehara quickly agreed. "Mizukage-sama, I do." This result has far exceeded Uehara Osamu's expectations. Osamu Uehara originally just wanted to keep the Forging Island. This is related to Uehara Shu's blacksmithing bonus ability. Once this blacksmithing bonus is lost, it will be much more difficult for Osamu Uehara to successfully build the tools on the drawing. The difference between a good level of blacksmithing technique and an excellent level of blacksmithing technique is not the slightest bit. But now, not only has the forging island been saved, Osamu Uehara has also obtained the position of head of the forging department. Even if it is said that this blacksmithing department is a bit weak now, it may be the smallest among the many departments in Kirigakure village, and is smaller than the teams in some departments. For example, the ANBU team. However, the treatment at the ministerial level is genuine. The establishment at the ministerial level is justified. In a sense, Osamu Uehara can be regarded as a senior official of Kirigakure village. There is a guard team dedicated to protecting Forge Island. You can also independently recruit 4 established blacksmiths. All of a sudden, position, status, power, are all there. It can be said that if Kirigakure village can remain stable and the ninja world can remain stable in the future, then what Uehara Shu has now will be enough. It can be said that he is a winner in life. Osamu Uehara did not expect that the third Mizukage would give so much. After all, what Uehara Shu has brought out now is just a handful of tongue trees and a single letter. Still of ordinary quality. Moreover, Kirigakure village already has the 7 ninja swords. Coupled with the previous disastrous defeat of the 7 Kirigakure people when facing Mat Dai, everyone in Kirigakure village's evaluation of the 7 ninja swords has dropped. Naturally, they will not have too strong opinions on the newly emerged ninja swords. It can be said that the third Mizukage gave Uehara a lot more training than he should have given the current situation in Kirigakure village. Uehara Osamu was a little surprised. Good. The third Mizukage patted Uehara Shu on the shoulder and said, "Shu, I leave everything to you here. I hope you can lead the forging island back to its peak. However, the current situation in the village is not very good. So in terms of resources, it won't be able to give the forging island a lot of help. I hope you can understand this, Shu." Osamu Uehara nodded. "Mizukage-sama, I know. I will try my best to make more and better ninja swords to live up to your expectations, Mizukage-sama. As for resources, I am actually not too short at the moment. In fact, the current result is already very satisfying to Osamu Uehara. In terms of resources, Osamu Uehara is indeed not lacking. After all, the drawings produced by the system require materials that are not ordinary materials in the ninja world. Instead, materials need to be obtained from copies of dimensional materials. Most likely because they value my potential. In addition to the forging aspect, there is no one else in Kirigakure village besides me. That's why these incentives are being given." The image of the third Mizukage in Chiyu Uehara's heart gradually became fuller. Appearance is elegant and easygoing. But deep down, his character can be described as crazy. The scene where the third Mizukage stabbed himself with Kiryu-Kimonji without hesitation really shocked Uehara Osamu. Those that are useless to the village can be banned and eliminated without hesitation. But those who have potential, hope, and promising parts can be generously rewarded. However, after receiving these rewards, Osamu Uehara has no idea of sitting back and relaxing. Because Osamu Uehara knew very well that the Kirigakure village in the future would still be full of crises. Uchiha Madara's design. The fight within Kirigakure village. The persecution of blood successor ninja. The persecution of the ninja family. Uchiha Obito's control over Yagura. The defection of the Jinkraki. Not to mention the disaster that will sweep through the entire ninja world in the future. Uchiha Obito's Moon Eye Project. An Akatsuki organization that likes to make others feel pain. Otsutsuki Kagaya's resurrection plan. Otsutsuki Tonari from the moon. There is also the Otsutsuki clan outside the sky. Jonin? Not enough. Film level? Not enough. Only by reaching the 6 paths, or even above, can we truly say that in this world, only by having enough self-preservation power can we ensure that we can survive. Therefore, instead of having any idea of standing still, Osamu Uehara had a strong sense of urgency. Gain more reputation. Create more ninja swords. Complete more system tasks. Get more rewards. Make yourself stronger. Osamu Uehara will not make any move to slow down until he has enough power. That's good. The third generation Mizukage showed a smile. Shiu, I will send you here. The forging island will be yours from today on. As for the user. The third Mizukage looked at Kisame Kisaki. Kisame, come and try it now. Kisame Kisaki stepped forward, a little excited. Previously, Inikisaki Kisame told Uehara Shu not to repay him. That was because from the standpoint of being a friend, Inikisaki Kisame believed that as a friend, he should not ask for anything in return for helping his friends. But Kisame Mikagaki was extremely eager for the ninja sword in his heart. Inakigaki Kisame has longed to have his own ninja sword since he was a child, and to become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now I finally have this opportunity. Kiryu has been personally tested by the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage personally confirmed that this was indeed a ninja sword at the level of the Kirigaku 7 ninja swords. And judging from the effect, it is not weak at all compared to the Kirigaku 7 ninja sword. Catch it! With that said, the third Mizukage threw Kiryu to Inikisaki Kisame. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Chapter 10 Excellent level of water escape talent. Kisame Mikagaki quickly caught Kiryu, held the handle of the knife, and felt it carefully. The next moment, looked towards the sea. Water escape, water prison technique. A huge water prison ball appears. And in the water prison, there is a fish, a big fish. Kisame Kisaki lifted up Kiryu and stabbed straight at the big fish. Pfft! The knife fell. Immediately, a wound appeared on the big fish's back, and blood continued to flow out, with no intention of slowing down, even though a long time had passed. Suddenly, Mikagaki Kisame felt a slight vibration, and Kiryu appeared. An inexplicable feeling of closeness came over me. Kisame Kisaki was a little surprised. This is... A voice sounded in Uehara Shu's mind. The appearance of a contractor who matches Kiryu has been detected. Red eye recognition level, high, attribute matching level, mid to upper, the level of compatibility is excellent. Do you want to guide the contract? Osamu Uehara's brows moved slightly. The contract prompt will only appear when a certain degree of compatibility is reached. When the third Mizukage used the Kiryu just now, there was no such prompt, which proves that the degree of compatibility between the Kiryu and the third Mizukage is not enough. And Kisame and Kiryu not only fit together, but their level of compatibility has also reached an excellent level. Osamu Uehara did not hesitate. Yes. Tong Yuan's contract was successful. The matching degree is excellent. Tong Yumanji has gained a certain degree of increase, the duration of the non-healable wound effect has been increased to 15 days, and the contractor's consumption has been reduced to a certain extent when using it. After completing the contract, can I still get an increase? This is an unexpected surprise. But it's reasonable. If there is no change after the contract is made, then the contract is meaningless. Ninja tools are not only usable by contractors. Kiryu, Kisaki Kisame can use it, the third Mizukage can also use it, and even Zabuza can use it. But with this effect, Kiryu is completely different in the hands of the third Mizukage and in the hands of Kisame. Another voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent water escape ninjutsu talent. Osamu Uehara felt happy and quickly looked at the translucent screen in front of him. This was what Osamu Uehara was really looking forward to. Once forged, twice rewarded. After completing the forging, you can get a reward. Guide the contract and get another reward. These rewards are the key to Uehara Shu becoming stronger. Name, Osamu Uehara. Comprehensive Strength, Genin. Swordsmanship, Introduction, 300. Water Escape Ninjutsu Talent, Excellent. Forging Technology, Good, Excellent, Forging Island Bonus. Task Items, None. Blacksmith Reputation, 169. Evaluation, as a blacksmith, my foundation is not bad. Because I have my own forging site, my forging skills are enhanced, and I have a chance to create high-quality ninja tools. As a ninja, his strength is worrying. In a war, he can only be regarded as cannon fodder. Osamu Uehara's eyes lit up. Osamu Uehara looked at Kisame Kisaki. He asked the third Mizukage to let Kisame Kisaki try Kiraikimanji. Harashu had hesitated on this point. Because Osamu Uehara felt that Kiraichi's writing was not good enough. I am confident that I will be able to build a better ninja sword in the future, and Kisame Inagangaki deserves a better ninja sword. First of all, Kisame Inikisaki is Osamu Uehara's only friend at the moment. Secondly, before Uehara Shu forged Kiraikimanji, Mikagaki Kisame also helped a lot. Enter the dimensional material copy, help the original repairman complete the task, and obtain materials. Then he stood guard at the door of the forging room. For this reason, he also faced off with Zabuza, who came with the order of the third Mizukage for a while. This is a very dangerous thing. Just like Zabuza said, for those who disobey the orders of the third Mizukage, according to the rules of Kirigakure village, Zabuza can kill Inakasaki Kisame on the spot. Of course, whether it can be killed is another matter. However, Osamu Uehara thought twice before making this request to the third Mizukage. First, Uehara Osamu had promised before. Second, Osamu Uehara knew that he could build a better ninja sword in the future, but Kisame Inikisaki didn't know that. Kiraichi's writing is a little bad, but no one stipulates that a ninja sword user can only use one ninja sword. The Santo Ryu next door is a typical example. Third, Osamu Uehara felt that Inagaki Kisame would be an excellent ninja sword contractor. If Tong Umanji contracted with Inagaki Kisame, he would definitely get a good reward. After all, Inagaki Kisame's talent can be considered very strong. The result was the same as Uehara Osamu expected. Mikagaki Kisame felt that the Kiraikimanji in his hand was obviously the first time he used it, but it felt very familiar as if he had used it countless times. The third Mizukage could also see the expression on Kisame's face. At the same time, I also felt the changes in Kiraikimanji's hands in the hands of Inikisaki Kisame. The third Mizukage remembered that there was no such situation when Kiraikimanji was in his hands before. Shiu, what is this? Osamu Uehara said. Mizukage-sama, this proves that Kiraikimanji and Kisame are very compatible. Kiraikimanji recognizes Kisame. The third Mizukage raised his eyebrows slightly. Tong Yuan still has such an effect? What will happen after you recognize it? Only Kisame will know the details. Kisame Kisaki stabbed the big fish trapped by the water prison jutsu again. This time, Kisame clearly felt that the dried persimmon felt different from last time. The duration of the effect of the non-healable wound has been extended, and Kisame Kisaki cannot feel it for the time being. But Kisame Kisaki could feel that the consumption of using Kiraikimanji became less. This surprised Kisame Makagaki. The effect of Kiraichi's words already satisfied Inikisaki Kisame. Now, the reduction in usage consumption means that Kisame Kisaki can fight for a longer time, or that this part of chakra can be used in other ways. The overall strength has been improved. Mizukage-sama, when I use Kiraikimanji this time, I consume less chakra. Is it? The third Mizukage looked at the Kiraikimanji in Mikagaki Kisame's hand. Since Kiraikimanji has chosen you, then Kisame, you should use it first. However, don't let down Tong Umanji. Don't betray Shiu's trust in you. Mikagaki Kisame controlled his excitement and looked serious. Yes, Mizuki-sama. Zabuza looked at the dried persimmon Kisame, the look of envy in his eyes became even stronger. I hope you can let everyone in the ninja world know the name of Kirigakuru's eighth sword soon. Kisame Kisaki nodded heavily. I will definitely live up to Mizuki-sama's expectations. Inakigaki Kisame knew very well that if he wanted to become a ninja sword owner like the Kirigakure 7, in addition to the necessary strength, he also needed to have high enough merit for the village. But now, I do not meet this condition. The reason why the third Mizukage agreed. One is that he and Kiriichi really fit together. The other one is just for Uehara Osamu's sake. However, this will definitely cause people to gossip. Therefore, what I have to do is to match Shangtong Yumanji as soon as possible. To improve strength. To make more contributions to the village. Zabuza withdrew his scorching eyes from Kiriikimanji, could no longer hold back, and stepped forward. Mizuki-sama. Zabuza. Lord Mizukage, I would like to apply to join the Forge Island Guard. Chapter 11 Kisame, this kid is so shameless. Tong Yuan, Zabuza knew that he had no chance. But Zabuza felt that since Osamu Uehara could create Kiriikimanji, he might be able to create another ninja sword of the same level in the future. If he becomes a member of the Forging Island Guards, he can be close to the water. The third Mizukage looked at Zabuza and shook his head. I have already thought about the candidates for the guards of Forging Island. There happens to be a task here that requires you and Kisame to complete. Come to the Mizukage building tomorrow morning. After saying that, the third Mizukage turned and left. Zabuza glanced at Inikisaki Kisame with envy, and then shifted his gaze to Uehara Shu. Senior Shu, I'll take my leave now. Osamu Uehara nodded. Looking at Zabuza's back, Kisame snorted coldly. This kid is really shameless. My attitude was so tough before, and I even said that I would be headed here. Now that I know that Shiu can create a ninja sword as good as the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords, my attitude has completely changed. Osamu Uehara recalled the information about Zabuza. Uehara Shu didn't understand Zabuza when he was a boy. All I know is that Zabuza, like Inakaki Kisame, is also a genius in Kirigakure village. He has passed an extremely harsh and cruel elimination process to stand out from the crowd. In the future, he failed to assassinate the fourth Mizukage and became a rebel ninja. Cruel, cold-blooded, murderous, and ambitious. But it also has a warm part, that is, the friendship with Shiro. Shu Uehara's impression of Zabuza was not as bad as that of Kisame Inikisaki. And in Shu Uehara's view, with Zabuza's talent, he would be a very good candidate for a ninja sword contractor in the future. The better the talent of the ninja sword contractor, the better the rewards he will get after Uehara Osamu guides him to make the contract. Shu, thank you. Mikagaki Kisame looked away and pinned Kiriikimanji to his waist. Osamu Uehara smiled. You're welcome. You helped me complete Kaitong's commission, obtained the materials, and stayed at the door of the forging room for so long while I was forging. This is what I promised before. Besides, we are friends, and there is no need to say thank you between friends. Kisame Mikagaki nodded. Next time, Shu, you go to the blacksmith's spiritual holy land. If you need help, call me at any time. Good. Enter the Forge Island. Compared with the previous 2 days, the mood of the two people was completely different. The news brought by Mikagaki Kisame made Osamu Uehara very worried. Coming to such a dangerous village, the system had just been activated and the Forging Island had just been bound. As a result, the Forging Island was about to be banned. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Osamu Uehara. But fortunately, Osamu Uehara successfully completed the forging of Kiriichi-manji. Not only the Forge Island was saved. The problem that troubled Shu Uehara was solved at once. Osamu Uehara also got the position of head of the blacksmithing department. Control of Forge Island. The protection of a convoy. Establishment quota for 4 subordinate blacksmiths. As for Inokaki Kisame, he was worried about Osamu Uehara 2 days ago and planned to use the family's resources to arrange a relatively easy and safe position for Osamu Uehara. Now there is no need for these worries. Inikisaki Kisame has also obtained the ninja sword of his dreams. It's not the Kirigakure 7, but Kisame Mikagaki feels that with Kiriichi Manji in hand, he will definitely become the 8th member of the Kirigakure 7 in the future. Iniki Keiki Kisame can't wait to fight the enemy and prove himself in Kiriichi Manji. But the atmosphere of Forging Island has become more desolate. The few remaining blacksmiths seem to have moved away from the Forging Island. It perfectly reflects a sentence, the hosens scatter when the tree falls. Kisame Kisaki raised his fist. Shiu, with you here, Forging Island will return to its previous prosperity sooner or later. Uehara Osamu nodded and bumped fists with Mikagaki Kisame. At this moment, a figure entered the line of sight of the two of them. A young man. The young man closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. There was a small table next to him. On the table was a knife. His upper body was naked. He heard the footsteps of Osamu Uehara and Kisame Kisaki and raised his head. But he didn't open his eyes. Come yet. I will not leave Forge Island. I was born to be a blacksmith. If you want to ban the Forging Island and remove me as a blacksmith, this is something I absolutely cannot accept. Or give up. Or, just kill me. The young man opened his hands. Bring it on. Kisame Kisaki showed a strange expression. Osamu Uehara knew the young man. Like Uehara Shu, he is also a blacksmith. Their situations are somewhat similar. They were both orphans in Kirigakure village, and their teachers have both passed away. The name is Arafune too. There wasn't much communication between the two. Osamu Uehara did not expect that the last blacksmith left on the Forging Island would be Arafuneji, and not one of the senior blacksmiths who had been working on forging for decades. Arafune's persistence in forging is commendable. He would rather live and die with the Forging Island. And I really need an assistant. Osamu Uehara made a decision. Arafuneji, it's me, Osamu Uehara. Arafuneji opened his eyes, looked at Kamehara Shu, and glanced at Mikagaki Kisame, but he didn't care. Uehara Osamu, you're not leaving either. There's no need to leave to repair it. Inokigaki Kisame said proudly to Uehara Shu, just now, Master Mizukage has appointed Shu as the head of the forging department, who is fully responsible for the affairs of the Forging Island. Arafune was stunned. Head of the blacksmithing department. Aren't you going to ban the Forging Island? Aren't we going to cancel the forging department? Isn't this the order Mizukage-sama has given? Are you telling the truth? Kisame raised his chin slightly. Of course it is true. Lord Mizukage's order is true, and Shiyu's appointment is also true, because before Lord Mizukage's order was officially executed, Shiyu created a ninja sword at the level of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. That's why Mizukage-sama gave the order to cancel the order to ban Forge Island. In addition, the Forging Island will be fully managed by Shiyu. Arafune's eyes suddenly widened. A ninja sword at the level of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. This is it. Mikagaki Kisame grasped Kiriichi Manji's sword handle and pulled out the sword. The Kiriichi Manji created by Shiyu himself. Arafuneji's eyes immediately fell on Kiriichi's text. He stepped forward with a lunge. This sudden burst of speed surprised Inikisaki Kisame. Arafuneji looked at Kiriichi Manji intently, as if he were looking at a piece of art. Obsessed eyes. Like a crazy person. Mikagaki Kisame couldn't help but become vigilant. Arafuneji, Kiriichi Manji, I can show it to you, but don't do it, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 12 Arafuneji, Minister Uehara, I do. Exquisitely forged, beaten in every possible way, the blade is sharp, and the blade returns to its original state. This is the best of the best. C. Arafuneji looked at Kamehara Shu with burning eyes. Uehara Osamu, did you make this ninja sword? But this ninja sword is indeed good, but if it's just this level, you can't convince Mizukage-sama to keep the forging island, right? Kisame Kisaki took the opportunity to quickly put Kiri Ikemanji back into the scabbard. Of course it's more than that. Tong Umanji and the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swordsmen both have special abilities. Tong Umanji will bring irreparable effects to the wounds created. Arafune's eyes brightened even more, wanting to see Kiriichi Manji again. But Kisame no longer showed the dried persimmon. Protect it firmly. Osamu Uehara added, Mizukage-sama appointed me as the head of the forging department and responsible for the forging island. However, compared to before, the scale of the forging department and the forging island will be much smaller. Mizukage-sama only gave me the establishment of 4 blacksmith assistants. This means that, apart from me, there can only be 4 more blacksmiths on the entire forging island. However, Lord Mizukage will also assign an elite team to be responsible for the security of Forging Island. This means that in the future, the Forging Island can only take the high-quality route. Indeed, most of the ninja tools made before we forged the island have no advantage over those produced in the Kingdom of Iron. This is the difference in industry scale. Kirigakuer village's main energy is still focused on completing mission commissions and confronting other ninja villages. Blacksmithing is only a very small industry in Kirigakuer village. Appeared because of the great blacksmith back then. As time goes by and no results appear, the scale of the industry becomes smaller and smaller. But the Iron Kingdom is different. The forging industry is the pillar industry of the Iron Kingdom. Therefore, the Iron Kingdom invested a lot of resources in this area. Manpower, materials. On such a huge scale, talents continue to emerge and technology continues to innovate, which leads to the Iron country's forging technology getting better and better. When it comes to manufacturing ordinary ninja tools, no one can compete with the Kingdom of Iron. Arafuneji looked at Kamehara Osamu again. Uehara, no, Shu, no, Director Uehara, can I be your forging assistant? Arafuneji didn't know much about Osamu Uehara before. However, Arafuneji had just seen Kiriichi Manji. Even if Arafuneji didn't see the incurable special effect mentioned by Kisame Inagaki. But just the content expressed in Kiriichi's words can make Arafuneji certain that Osamu Uehara's forging technology is much better than his own. Even his own teacher is not as good as Kamehara Shu. Moreover, Arafuneji did not think that what Inikisaki Kisame said was false. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Mizukage to take back his order to ban Forge Island. An ordinary ninja tool without special abilities, no matter how excellent it is forged, cannot achieve this. Osamu Uehara felt that Arafune would be a good assistant. Osamu Uehara needs an assistant. Arafuneji's current performance is exactly what Osamu Uehara expected. But Osamu Uehara did not agree immediately, but said, Arafuneji, you know, Mizukage-sama only gave me 4 assistant positions, so I must be cautious. Arafuneji looked disappointed. But Osamu Uehara changed the subject. I think Arafuneji is a very good blacksmith. Faced with tremendous pressure, you are unwilling to give up your identity as a blacksmith. Instead, you plan to live and die with the Forging Island. Therefore, I am willing to give you this opportunity. 1 month. As long as you meet my requirements within the next month, I will officially prepare it for you. Are you willing? Arafuneji's originally disappointed expression suddenly turned into surprise. I do. Osamu Uehara smiled and stretched out his hand. Arafuneji, welcome to join us. Arafuneji has met Minister Uehara. Osamu Uehara returned to the hut where he lived. There were some people nearby, but now, they have all left. There were only 3 people left on the entire Forging Island. Uehara Osamu, Arafu Neji, and Inigaki Kisame. And Kisame Inakazaki will be leaving soon. Kisame Inagaki is not a member of Forging Island, but a mission ninja, an elite and genius among mission ninjas. With the current situation in Kirigakure village, Kisame Inagaki will be very busy. In fact, this is also true. The third Mizukage has already said that tomorrow morning, Kisame Inagaki and Zabuza will go to the Mizukage building to arrange tasks. Osamu Uehara glanced at the sky. Kisame, please go back first. You have a mission tomorrow. Kisame Kisaki hesitated for a moment and nodded. Good. As a mission ninja, it is Kisaki Kisame's instinct to put mission first. Arafu Neji, go and choose a small house nearby as your future residence, and then move your things here. Yes, Minister Uehara. The two left one after another, and Osamu Uehara turned around and entered the room. Water escape, the art of water body transformation. A burst of chakras surged out of Uehara Shu's body. The next moment, a figure appeared next to Uehara Shu. Ichi has the exact same figure as Shu Uehara. It is Shu Uehara's water body. The clone series of ninjutsu is very popular in the ninja world. In addition to the most basic clone technique that creates illusory projections, almost every ninja village has its own unique clone technique. The water clone of Kirigakure village. Konoha's shadow clones and multiple shadow clones. The earth clone of Uegakure village. The sand clone of Sand Hidden village. There are also paper clones, snake clones, wood clones, crow clones, dog clones. As a genin and a blacksmith, Osamu Uehara didn't know many ninjutsu. In addition to basic taijutsu and the use of ninja tools, there are only two ninjutsu. One is the art of water separation. The other one is Kirigakure no Jutsu. Both of these ninjutsu tend to be auxiliary types. In most cases, a blacksmith does not need to fight. Even if you encounter danger, running will be more appropriate than fighting. The two water escape ninjutsus practiced by Uehara can bring a lot of help to running. Uehara Shu recalled the process of using the water body just now, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Uehara Shu stretched out his hand, looked at his palm, and concentrated the water escape chakra on his hand. It's a completely different feeling than before. Smoother. Consume less chakra. The time for connecting the seal has become shorter. And there's the possibility of continued improvement. To put it in anthropomorphic terms, before, water attribute chakra was like an acquaintance to me. And now, they have become my most beloved relatives and friends. Is this an excellent level of water escape talent? Chapter 13. One person is a guard. Osamu Uehara showed a smile. It's much better than my previous water escape talent. According to this situation, if I specialize in water escape next, I will definitely become a very good water escape ninja. Promoting to Jonin may not be impossible. This gave Osamu Uehara a little more confidence to face this cruel Kirigakure. If Shu Uehara had this water escape talent before, he would definitely try every means to improve his water escape attainments. But now, the blacksmith system undoubtedly has greater prospects. But you still have to learn water escape. The blacksmith system can give Osamu Uehara a greater future. But it is absolutely right to learn some water escape to improve your self-protection ability. Especially for the current Shu Uehara. Osamu Uehara's current strength is not enough yet. Moreover, with an excellent level of water escape talent, once you learn water escape, your efficiency should be high. Osamu Uehara remembers that in the original plot, when Uchiha Itachi first learned the fire release Go Fireball, he just listened to Uchiha Fugaku narrate it once and learned it. For some ninjas, it takes dozens of days or even longer to learn a ninjutsu. But Shu Uehara was not sure whether Uchiha Itachi's fire escape talent was excellent or more than excellent. Boom! 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 There was a knock on the door. Osamu Uehara opened the door. A figure stood at the door. Middle-aged. He looks fierce. A criss-cross scar fell on the right side of his face. Wearing a smart ninja uniform. One hand holds the hilt of a ninja sword. The blade was huge and was held on the shoulder. It has serrated teeth similar to those of the dried persimmon Kisame. A violent aura came from the middle-aged man. A name appeared in Uehara Shu's mind. 10 possessions of loquats. Oshu Uehara. Jozu Senpai. Loquat Jozang put down his beheading sword. Because it was too heavy, it pierced the ground directly. A piece of the knife tip was submerged. Master Mizukage asked me to serve as the guard of Forging Island. From today on, I will be responsible for your safety and the safety of Forging Island. Nothing will happen to you until I die. This was a bit beyond Uehara Osamu's expectations. The third Mizukage said before that he would arrange for a convoy to come over. Osamu Uehara thought that he would just transfer 1 or 2 ninjas from the ANBU, plus a few other ninjas. Unexpectedly, it was Loquat Jozang who came. Uehara Shu had a pretty good impression of Loquat Jozo. This person is somewhat similar to an Akasaki Kisame. The fate of the two is somewhat similar. As a survivor who failed in the face of Mat Dai, Loquat Jozo received a lot of criticism after returning to Kirigakure village. Many people regard those Kirigakure 7 as a shame to Kirigakure village. The 4 people who died were already dead, so they didn't care anymore. But those who are alive have to bear those rumors. In this situation, Loquat Jozo and others are actually somewhat similar to Konoha's Hitaki Sakumo. The specific events are different, but the results are similar. One is the failure of the mission. One is a defeat on the battlefield. One brought huge negative impact to the village. The other one also had a huge negative impact on the village. One was criticized by everyone in the village. Rumors spread. The other one was also criticized by the village. Rumors also spread. Osamu Uehara remembered that when Kisame Inokeki talked about the Forging Island, he also mentioned the situation of the 7 blades. Kisame Kisaki was very dissatisfied with this and thought they were talking nonsense. In the original plot, Loquat Jozo was disappointed with the village, left Kirigakure village, and joined the Akatsuki organization. Became teammates with Uchiha Itachi. In order to protect Uchiha Itachi, Loquat Jozo fought against Yagura and died under the tailed beast Jade of Yagura, who turned into a tailed beast. Use the beheading sword to fight against the tailed beast Jade. It can be called one of the famous scenes. Compared with Danzo's Kunao Thorn Susanu, the blade broke into 2 pieces. As for Loquat Jozang, it was the blade of a beheading sword that penetrated his abdomen, injuring his vitals, and he died. Osamu Uehara's negative opinion of the decapitating sword plays a large role in this matter. After Loquat Jozo died, Uchiha Itachi's next teammate was Inagaki Kisame. Senior Jozang, please come in and take a seat. Uehara Shu sat down opposite Loquat Jozo. Senior Jozang, I didn't expect Master Mizukage to arrange for you to be the captain of this escort team. Now I'm going to trouble you, Senior. I wonder when the other team members will come over. There are no other team members. Osamu Uehara was stunned for a moment. No. Yes, no. Loquat Jozang said, I am the Forging Island Guard, and the Forging Island Guard is me. I am the only one who is enough. If so many people come, it will not be of any use. Osamu Uehara thought for a while. What Loquat Jozo said is true. Just at the beginning, the third Mizukage said to arrange a escort team. Osamu Uehara subconsciously thought that they were a small team. But one Loquat Jozo is far stronger than an ordinary ninja team. Especially for Osamu Uehara. Osamu Uehara needs a goon. Kisame Inagaki needs to go out to perform tasks, and there is too much uncertainty in time. Osamu Uehara goes to the dimensional material copy and can only rely on Kisame Inagaki, which is undoubtedly a waste of time. Now that Loquat Jozo has arrived, it is just right for Uehara Shu. Using white lies to deceive, Lo Kuat Zhozang becomes his thug. As a member of the Forging Island Guards, Zhozang Lo Kuat can cooperate with him at any time. Shu Uehara didn't need to think about this issue at all. Moreover, judging from the performance in the original plot, Kisame's upper limit is higher than that of Lo Kuat Zhozo. But for now, Lo Kuat Zhozo is definitely stronger than Kisame. Dried persimmon Kisame is still in the growing stage. Lo Kuat Zhozang has reached his peak. What Uehara Shu needs is immediate combat power. Zhozang Senpai is right. Saying that, Uehara Shu had an idea. A translucent screen appeared in front of Uehara Osamu. Osamu Uehara looked at his figure. To be precise, the reputation column. 378. This means that compared to before, more people know about Osamu Uehara's successful creation of a ninja sword at the level of the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords, such as Arafune 2 and Lo Kuat Zhozo. At this moment, the number on the reputation column suddenly jumped. It jumped directly from 378 to more than 900. And it's still increasing. It didn't stop until I was in my early 1000s. Is this someone helping me spread my reputation? Who? Kisame? The third Mizukage? Or Zabuza? Uehara Osamu's eyes suddenly lit up. After that, he turned his attention to the lottery machine. Lottery. 10 draws in a row. Chapter 14. Who said the ninja sword is useless? In Uehara Osamu's sight, the lottery machine started spinning rapidly. Once, twice, 3 times. Physique +1. Spirit +1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Blue Rose Sword Blueprint X1. Physique +1. Physique +1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thug Recruitment Order. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thug Recruitment Order. 1 Blueprint, 2 Thug Recruitment Orders, 7 Random Attribute Points. Not bad. Osamu Uehara was overjoyed as he felt the physical changes brought about by the random attribute points. Even a stream of heat appeared out of thin air in his body and slowly spread throughout his body. Uehara Osamu felt that his body seemed to have been strengthened a little, and his spirit had become stronger. Then his eyes turned to higher level prizes. 2 Thugs Recruitment Orders. This means that there is a medium for Osamu Uehara to fool Lo Kuat Zhozo to fight for him. A drawing of the Blue Rose Sword. Osamu Uehara thought about it. The Sword of Blue Rose comes from the world of sword art online. A piece of ice standing on the top of the highest mountain in the north. The temperature there is so cold that it remains freezing even in summer. One spring, a blue rose seed was blown near the ice. The fates of the two beings are slowly intertwined. The ice melts itself and waters the blue rose. In order to accompany the ice cube, Blue Rose allowed herself to be frozen before she withered. Gradually, the ice cube melted into the shape of a sword. And inside the sword, there is a blue rose permanently frozen. Has the power of ice. Osamu Uehara calmly turned his attention back to Lo Kuat Zhozo. Senior Zhozang, have you seen the great blacksmith back then? Lo Kuat Zhozang seemed to be recalling. I saw it once from a distance when I was a kid. Osamu Uehara's brows moved slightly. From this point of view, Lo Kuat Zhozang probably didn't know much about the great blacksmith back then. In other words, he could use the same rhetoric he used against Inakasaki Kisame to Lo Kuat Zhozo. Senior Zhozang, do you know why, after the death of the great blacksmith, no one can make a ninja sword of the same level? Why? This is also where Lo Kuat Zhozang is curious. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Lo Kuat Zhozang had obtained the beheading sword for a long time, and had many interactions with the other 7 blades. Compared with other ninja swords made on the Forging Island, the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords are much stronger. And there are special abilities. Lo Kuat Zhozang feels that this should be more than just a difference in forging techniques. Otherwise, the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords should not have different handle styles and special abilities. Before my teacher passed away, he told me a secret. If you want to forge a ninja sword at the Kirigakure 7 ninja sword level, in addition to having an extremely strong forging level, you must also have a special physique, just like the blood inheritance limit of ordinary ninjas. Only blacksmiths with special physiques can go to the blacksmith's spiritual holy land, where they can obtain the materials needed to create special ninja swords. Loquat Jozo showed a surprised expression. That's it, no wonder. Uehara Shu's statement corroborated the previous speculation of Loquat Jozo. Loquat Jozang looked up at Yuan Shu. The non-healing blade that Mizukage-sama mentioned, Kiraikimonji, was created by Uehara Shu when you went to the blacksmith's spiritual holy land and obtained the materials. Good. Suddenly, Loquat Jozang looked at Yuan Shu, his eyes becoming a little complicated. Shu, you shouldn't tell me this information. Even though I am also a ninja from Kirigakure village, after all, you and I just met for the first time. I just came here under the order of Lord Mizukage to serve as the escort of Forging Island. You shouldn't tell such precious information secrets. Unknowingly, Jozo Pagoda's name for Uehara Osamu had changed. Osamu Uehara shook his head. I don't know why the great blacksmith hid the information. Only my teacher discovered this secret in the records. However, I don't think this is a secret worth hiding. Senior Jozang, you are my senior, one of the Kirigakure 7. You have made great contributions to the village, and you are now responsible for protecting my safety. I think you are worthy of trust. And I need your help too. Osamu Uehara said, it is not an easy task to go to the blacksmith's psychic holy land to obtain materials. I have no way to go to the blacksmith's psychic holy land on my own. This is different from other psychic holy lands. I need to receive a commission to do it. It's like a commission from a mission ninja. The commission appears. If I choose to accept it, I can go to the blacksmith's spiritual holy land. However, entrustment is difficult and often dangerous. My strength is not enough. That's why I need your help, Jozang Senpai. Loquat Jozang reacted quickly. Shu, do you need me to be your team member and go with you to the blacksmith's spiritual holy land to complete the commission? Right. No problem. Loquat Jozang agreed without hesitation. Not only was there no problem, Loquat Jozo was still very interested. Ever since the disastrous defeat in the battle against Mat Dai, the Kirigakure 7 suffered a huge blow. Not to mention the 4 ninjas who died on the spot, the remaining 3 also fell into decadence. Loquat Jozo has self-doubt. Black Holeya stayed behind closed doors. The Ziguashan Hetun ghost had a strange idea. However, the 3 of them survived by luck, but after a while, there was no way to continue to the battlefield. That's why the 3rd Mizukage assigned Loquat Jozo to the Forging Island to serve as Uehara Shu's bodyguard. There is no way to go to the battlefield, but after all, the strength of the Kirigakure 7 is still here. Serving as the guard of Forging Island is no problem at all. After Loquat Jozo came to the Mizukage building, he heard the news about Kiraikimonji that the 3rd Mizukage said, and he became interested to a certain extent, but not much. When the rumors about the uselessness of the ninja sword broke out, Loquat Jozo himself couldn't help but have similar thoughts. Loquat Jozo began to doubt the beheading sword. Start doubting yourself. After hearing Kiraikimonji's message, Loquat Jozo did not doubt the 3rd Mizukage, nor did he doubt Uehara Osamu. But when all 7 members of Kirigakure suffered a disastrous defeat, how much use could a new ninja sword do? Will it surpass the previous Kirigakure 7 ninja swords? Will Kisame Kisaki, who possesses the Kiraikimonji, be stronger than the Kirigakure 7? The appearance of a new ninja sword at the level of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swords is something to be happy about. But Loquat Jozang doesn't think this will be of any substantial help to the war in Kirigakure village. However, after hearing the information from Uehara Shu, Loquat Jozo changed his mind. Because according to what Osamu Uehara said, it is not impossible that Osamu Uehara will forge more than 2 or 3 ninja swords in the future, and may even surpass those of the great blacksmith of the year. A Kirigakure team of 7 people is no match for Matt Dai. What about those 2? Chapter 15 Loquat Jozang, I'll protect you. I didn't expect that there was such a secret hidden behind the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. The materials come from the blacksmith's psychic holy land. In this place, there will be commissions provided to the outside world. Only blacksmiths with special physiques can enter the blacksmith's spiritual sanctuary. Complete the commission and you can obtain special forging materials. Shiu, does this commission appear frequently? Osamu Uehara shook his head. I don't know. So far, only 2 commissions have appeared. 1, Kisame and I have completed it, obtained the materials, and created Kiriichi Manji. The other one has not been completed yet. Loquat Jozang made a calculation in his mind. The first is Shu Kamihara's age. Loquat Jozang knew a little bit about Shang Yuanxiu's information. But he is still 15 years old. At this age, there have been 2 commissions. Moreover, going to the blacksmith's spiritual holy land is definitely not something you can do right after you are born. Just like the ninja's blood succession limit, it does not mean that you can use it as soon as you are born, but it takes time to grow and practice before you can reach the conditions for using the blood succession limit. A typical example is the Byakugan and Sharingan. It takes practice to open your eyes. Some people who are not talented enough may not be able to open their eyes even after practicing. According to Loquat Jozo's guess, Uehara Osamu may have only become qualified to go to the blacksmith's spiritual holy land in recent years. Suddenly, Loquat Jozo's breathing became rapid. Because Loquat Jozo thought that in such a short period of time, Uehara Osamu had obtained 2 commissions. Uehara Shu will definitely receive more than 7 commissions in the future. So how many such ninja tools can Osamu Uehara create in the future? 10? Dozens? Or more? My estimate just now was still conservative. The 7 Kirigakure people may soon become history. What will appear instead will be an entire genre. In that case, how powerful will the genre be? At that time, how powerful will Kirigakure village be? A figure appeared in Loquat Jozang's mind. Mate Day. Previously, the reason why Jozo Loquat told Uehara Shu was that numbers are useless. One is that Loquat Jozo really thinks so. The other one is Loquat Jozo's complaints about himself. It was clear that the 7 Kirigakure people faced Matt Dai and had an absolute numerical advantage. However, Metaday defeated all 7 members of Kirigakure alone. It was a fiasco. Loquat Jozo was discouraged by this. However, now in Uehara Shu, Loquat Jozo sees hope. Even if another Matt Dai comes, so what? In the depths of Loquat Jozang's mind, the nightmare-like scene faded a little. The great blacksmith hid this information very well. It is estimated that no one except himself and a few people close to him knows about it. I don't want to leak this news. This is normal. That's human nature. But Shiu. Loquat Jozo looked at Uehara Shu. Shiu can only say that he is very selfless. He told such a secret directly to a person like me who was meeting for the first time. However, it is indeed too simple. Such precious information should not be spoken out so casually. Loquat Jozang looked at Kamehara Shiu seriously. Shiu, this information is very important and precious. I am very grateful for your trust. In return, I will guarantee your safety. Regardless of Mizukage-sama's orders. What Loquat Jozo didn't know was that Osamu Uehara was not that naive. The reason why he told Kisame Inikisaki that information was because Kisame Inikisaki was Osamu Uehara's only friend. Osamu Uehara also knows about dried persimmon Kisame. A very principled person. In the original plot, after learning that his superior had betrayed the village's information, he killed his superior. In order to protect the village's intelligence, he killed the woman who had a crush on him, and he also chose to jump off the cliff. In order to protect the intelligence of the Akatsuki organization, he used an extremely cruel method of suicide on himself. Create a water escape shark and eat your own body. Not just cruelty, but tragic cruelty. And Osamu Uehara needs Kisame Kisaki to help him complete the task. Now for Loquat Zhang, it is similar. Uehara Shu understands Loquat Jozo. After joining the Akatsuki organization, just because he became a teammate with Uchiha Itachi, he could sacrifice his life to protect this teammate. Another member of the Akatsuki organization, Kakuzu, killed his teammates and enemies in order to quickly complete the mission. In contrast, Loquat Zhang is simply a very good person. Moreover, Osamu Uehara now needs Loquat Jozo to help him complete his mission. Obtain the materials to create the blue rose sword. Loquat Zhang continued, but you, remember, you really can't share this information with other people casually, otherwise you will fall into a very dangerous situation. There are too many bad people in this world. And there are so many hostile villages in our Kirigakure village. Fights almost broke out between ninja villages and ninja villages. Between Kirigakure and Konoha, represented by the Nohara-rin incident. Between Kirigakure and Sand Hidden village, represented by the Yekura incident. Between Kirigakure village and Uegakure village, the incident where the second-generation Mizukage and the second-generation Tsuchikage died together is represented. Osamu Uehara nodded. I understand, Zhang senpai, thank you for the reminder. Loquat Zhang hesitated. Shiu, even if you don't expose this information, in the future, as you build more and more ninja swords, the situations you face will become more and more dangerous, and more people will be targeting you. Not just any other ninja village. Even within the village, it is unstable. By the way, Shiu, how is your ninja strength? Osamu Uehara replied. My overall strength is only that of a genin. I know basic taijutsu, ordinary ninjutsu throwing, and as for water release ninjutsu, I only know two, one is the water body technique, and the other is the Kirigakure technique. That's not okay. Loquat Zhang said, I need stronger strength to repair you. You cannot rely entirely on others for your safety. I must also be strong enough. Creating ninja tools is indeed a very important thing. But this is more important to the village. It is more important to you to repair your own safety. Well, how about I give you special training when I have free time? This is exactly what Osamu Uehara wants. Having just received the excellent water escape talent, Osamu Uehara wanted to turn this talent into strength. Unfortunately, there are no corresponding resources. Loquat Jozo's suggestion was just right for Uehara Shu. Then I'll trouble you, Zhang senpai. Chapter 16. What does it mean to learn it instantly? Shu, you have already created Kiraikimanji. Lord Mizukage's order has been issued. The forging island will not be banned, and your identity as a blacksmith can be retained. Right now, I'm not in a hurry to build a second ninja sword. I'll check Shu's strength first and conduct some targeted special training. It must be dangerous in the blacksmith's psychic holy land, right? With such special materials, the difficulty of entrusting them will certainly not be low. Even if Shu can recruit team members, you still need to have at least a certain ability to protect yourself. Loquat Jozo's words surprised Uehara Shu. Uehara Shu could hear that Jozo was not just following the orders of the third Mizukage, but was considering Uehara Shu, and Uehara Shu's interests were the main priority. Zhang senpai, thank you. No need. Loquat Zhang waved his hand. Shu, I actually have my own selfish motives. I don't know if you have heard of that incident. We, the 7 Kirigakure, faced a mere genin in Konoha and ended up in a disastrous defeat. 4 people died at the scene. The 3 of us are the only ones left alive. That thing was like a nightmare to me. As long as I close my eyes now, I will recall the scene at that time. As Loquat Zhozang spoke, his fists clenched subconsciously, and veins popped out on his arms. I'm too weak. I think having the title of the Kirigakur 7 makes me invincible. But facing that person, I have no power to resist at all. I cannot be reconciled. After returning to the village, I kept thinking whether I was no longer suitable to continue being a ninja, whether I was not qualified to continue being a ninja, but you gave me new hope. There is an extravagant hope in my heart. If Shiu can create a ninja sword that is more suitable for me, a ninja sword that is stronger than the beheading sword, then I might be able to have the strength to avenge my shame. Kill that Konoha genin. Uehara Shu's heart moved slightly. It can be seen from the words of Loquat Zhozang that Loquat Zhozang also seems to feel that the beheading sword is not strong enough. It only has the ability to absorb blood and repair itself automatically. Apart from this, there is nothing special about it. Compared with ordinary ninja swords, there is really not much difference. Tong Yumanji, no matter what, still has an incurable characteristic. Even if what Uehara Shu created was only of ordinary quality. But it can still maintain the effect for 10 days. After making the contract with Inokaki Kisame, this time was increased to 15 days. No matter how you look at it, Kiri Ikemonji is a stronger ninja sword than the beheading sword. It is completely understandable that Loquat Zhozo would have such expectations. The first ninja sword that Osamu Uehara made was Kiri Ikemonji. With the blacksmith's psychic holy land, Osamu Uehara can forge more ninja swords. The next ninja sword to be built will probably be stronger than Tong Yumanji's. After a person suffers a huge blow and loses his goal, he will become decadent, confused, and at a loss. But when he regains his goal, his mentality will change. Now Loquat Zhozang has found his goal, which is to take revenge on Mat Dai. But Loquat Zhozang doesn't seem to know that Mat Dai is dead. Metade defeated the 7 blades using the method of dying together. But Osamu Uehara didn't say anything. As a person who had never been out of Forge Island, but could know information about Konoha that even the 7 ninja swordsmen didn't know, Uehara Shuko had no way to explain the source of the information. Senior Zhozang, there will be a day. Then I'll thank you in advance. Loquat Zhozo showed a smile. Let's go out. Is there any suitable place here? Osamu Uehara shrugged. All suitable. There are only 3 people on the entire forging island right now, me, my blacksmith assistant, Arafuneji, and you, Zhozang Senpai. The 2 came outside. Loquat Zhozo looked towards an open space. Shiu, just stay here, use your 2 water escape ninjutsu, and let me take a look. Uehara Shiu stepped forward and formed the seal. Water escape, water body. The next moment, a figure exactly like Uehara's appeared next to him. Loquat Zhozang was slightly startled, and then his eyes lit up. Water release, Kirigaku's technique. A large amount of water mist spread, covering the entire nearby area. Loquat Zhozang's eyes lit up even more. Zhozang Senpai, how are you? Loquat Zhozang looked at Xiang Yuangziu, sighed for a long time. Shiu, if I hadn't known that you had created such a powerful ninja sword as Kiri Ikemonji, I would have thought that it would be such a waste for you to become a forger instead of a ninja. Your talent in water escape is very good. Not averagely good. Completely comparable to those geniuses in the village. In this case, as long as you study hard, it won't take long for you to have very good strength. Loquat Zhozang thought for a while. You have already learned the water body technique and the Kirigakur technique. Then I will teach you the water escape technique. This ninjutsu can be combined with the 2 ninjutsu you already know. Osamu Uehara remembered. When Kakashi and Zabuza were fighting against each other, Zabuza used this ninjutsu to cause considerable trouble to Kakashi. If Naruto hadn't exploded, it's very likely that Kakashi would have suffered a big loss. It can have such an effect on an elite jounin. Even if the water prison jutsu is only a sea-level ninjutsu in terms of rating, it is enough to prove the value of this ninjutsu. Okay, Jozang senpai. Watch it. Loquat Jozang first explained the details of the water prison technique to Uehara Shu, and then gave a demonstration. Deliberately slowing down the speed of forming seals. Water escape, water prison technique. A spherical water prison appeared in front of Loquat Jozang. The water moves. Can trap objects in water prisons. Shu, come and try. Yes. Osamu Uehara nodded. First, he closed his eyes and recalled what Loquat Jozang had just said, as well as the seals made by Loquat Jozang. After a while, he opened his eyes and formed the same seals as Loquat Jozang. Water escape, water prison technique. The next moment, a water ball exactly like the one in front of Loquat Jozo appeared. Osamu Uehara raised his eyebrows slightly. You can learn it instantly? Have I reached this level? Like Uchiha Itachi. However, I am 15 years old now, and Uchiha Itachi was only a few years old back then. Loquat Jozo showed an expression of surprise. Shu, you really surprised me. Chapter 17 Sir, of course I want them all. Now I want to persuade you more and more to become a water escape ninja. Just by watching it once and listening to my explanation once, you were able to use the water prison technique with such a high level of completion. Such a talent would be really wasted if not used as a water escape ninja. But, you can create a ninja sword like Kiriichi Manji. Osamu Uehara smiled. Osamu Uehara will never give up his identity as a blacksmith. The existence of the system is Osamu Uehara's real confidence. However, Uehara Shu will not give up on water escape. Children make choices, of course adults want them all. However, Loquat Jozang definitely did not think like this. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. Loquat Jozang's idea should be to specialize in a certain direction. This is what most ninjas in this world think. A ninja can learn many ninjutsu if he really wants to. However, most ninjas don't learn much. Because when a ninja actually fights, he relies on the ninjutsu that he is better at. The more you specialize, the stronger you will be. A person's energy is limited. If you want to do everything well, you will often do nothing well. However, Uehara's situation is different. Uehara's practice is systematic. The next day, Inakigaki Kisame and Zabuza arrived at the Mizukage building early. Mizukage-sama. Here you go, sit down. The third Mizukage pointed to the chair in front of him. I have asked you to come here this time because I have a very important task for you. I believe you all already know the disastrous defeat of the Kirigakure 7 on the battlefield. This has caused huge losses to our Kirigakure village. It's not just a defeat. More importantly, it made everyone in the village lose confidence. I need you to help the village and win back this confidence. Now, our Kirigakure village is indeed at a huge disadvantage. These current ninjas are no match for Konoha's ninjas. But at least we have to give ourselves some confidence in the future. If there is not even this, then our Kirigakure village will fall into darkness in the next few decades, and our Kirigakure village will usher in our worst era. Therefore, I need you to defeat the genius of Konoha. You are the geniuses of my Kirigakure village. If you can defeat the geniuses of Konoha, everyone in the village will feel that we have a future and can become the light of the village. Immediately, Kisame and Zabuza became excited. For a young ninja, how can one not be excited about such a mission with a sense of mission? Mizukage-sama, what should we do? Kisame Kisaki asked impatiently. Not only because of the sense of mission of this mission, but also because Kisame Mikagakeke had just obtained Kiryu-Kimonji, and he couldn't wait to show the power of Kiryu-Kimonji. There are some very good geniuses in Konoha. One is Kakashi, the disciple of Yellow Flash. The other one is Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Hokage. In the future, the two of them are likely to become the strongest ninjas in Konoha. I need you to defeat them. Kisame, Zabuza, do you two have confidence? Kisame puffed up his chest. Mizukichi-sama, please rest assured, I will not lose to anyone. Zabuza stood up. Mizukichi-sama, the same goes for me. The third Mizukage nodded. Okay, without further ado, you go now. I will ask the ANBU ninjas to pass on the information about Kakashi and Asuma to you, so as to create an opportunity for you to fight. Yes, Mizukichi-sama. The two left the Kirigakure village at extremely fast speeds. On the other side, the Forging Island. Loquat Zhozang looked up at Yuan Shiu. Shiu, today I will teach you two more ninjutsus, one is the Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu, and the other is the Water Release Water Fang Bullet Jutsu. Both of these are attack-type ninjutsu. When you master these two ninjutsu, you will basically be a qualified water escape ninja with attack, defense, control, and concealment. Moreover, there is no need to rush to learn new ninjutsu for the time being. Instead, you need to spend time and energy to practice these ninjutsu well and master them proficiently. Only then can you truly show your strength in battle. Just like yesterday, Loquat Zhozang first told the details of the two ninjutsu, then slowed down the speed of forming seals and showed them to Xiang Yuanxiu. Shiu, try it. Yes. Both of these are B-level ninjutsu, which are a bit more difficult. In addition, the requirements for the amount of chakra are also higher. However, Loquat Zhozo could see that Shu Uehara's basic attributes actually reached the Chuunin level. So it's not a big problem. Moreover, Shu Uehara's water escape talent is very good. Having a good water release talent not only means that you can learn the water release ninjutsu faster, but when using water release, you will consume less chakra than a ninja with poor talent. There is a problem of conversion efficiency. Osamu Uehara's first attempt failed. This made Osamu Uehara a little disappointed. Osamu Uehara is looking forward to this time, and he will be able to learn it in one go. Now it seems that excellent level water escape talent is not the limit of this world. However, I wasn't too disappointed. Because Osamu Uehara has found the feeling. This means that Osamu Uehara can learn it just by trying it a few times. Moreover, Osamu Uehara knew that having an excellent level of water escape talent was just the beginning for him. This reward was obtained through the contract between Kirai Kimonji and Inikisaki Kisame. The reward is related to the contractor of the ninja sword. The meaning is very simple. This excellent level of water escape talent is most likely copied by the system from the body of Ingekeki Kisame. Then when making other ninja sword contracts in the future, he can also get similar rewards. Fire escape talent, thunder escape talent, earth escape talent, wind escape talent. Not even just at the elite level. Don't be discouraged, you are already doing very well. Don't worry, Zhozang Senpai, I don't have any. Osamu Uehara continued to try. The second time, the third time. Finally, when Uehara was performing the seal for the sixth time, the water above the sea turned into the shape of a dragon and rushed towards the stone not far away. Fierce and ferocious. Boom! The boulder shattered under the impact of the water dragon. Not far away, Arafune looked at Shang Yuanxiu and felt that it was very strange. Before, Arafuneji didn't know much about Osamu Uehara, but he knew of Osamu Uehara's existence and always thought that Osamu Uehara was similar to him, almost the same existence. But now, Arafuneji realized that he was so wrong. Osamu Uehara was not only much better than himself in the art of forging, but he also created a ninja sword at the level of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords like Kiriichi Manji, which was recognized by the Mizukage. In terms of water escape, he is also so powerful. In comparison, I can't do anything. Is the gap between people so big? In the past, Arafuneji felt that he was pretty good among his peers. But now, Arafuneji is plunged into deep self-doubt. 10 days later, Osamu Uehara took out the thug recruitment order. Chapter 18. Much worse than that. Konoha Genin. Senior Juzang, this is a contract with the blacksmith's spiritual holy land. If you agree to this contract, I can summon you from the blacksmith's spiritual holy land. Loquat Jozo took it and agreed directly. A flash of light flashed on the recruitment order. Immediately afterwards, the color of the recruitment order changed slightly. This means that Loquat Jozo has become Shu Uehara's thug. Jozang Senpai, are you ready? Kin. Uehara Shu had an idea. The copy of dimensional material is opening. Open successfully. Transmitting. Shu Uehara opened his eyes, and what he saw was a forest with steep terrain. It should be somewhere in a mountain range. Call the thugs. Two options appeared in Uehara Osamu's sight. One is dried persimmon Kisame, and the other is Loquat Jozo. Osamu Uehara raised his eyebrows slightly. Now that Kisame is on a mission and heading to the battlefield, he has left the scope of the Kingdom of Water. Can he be directly summoned as a thug at such a long distance? Osamu Uehara immediately thought of a new way to use the summoned thugs. That is, when the thug is in danger of life, you can directly summon the thug into the dimensional material copy by using the ability to summon the thug. I just don't know where the thugs will appear after leaving the dimensional material copy. Osamu Uehara chose Loquat Jozo. Loquat Jozang felt a sense of attraction, and it fell on him. Loquat Jozang did not resist. Next moment, the figure of Loquat Jozo appeared next to Uehara Shu. Shu, is this the blacksmith's spiritual holy land? Right. A figure walked towards the two of them. He is a man with short blonde hair and wearing armor, somewhat similar to a medieval knight. His face looks a little childish, but his eyes are very determined. A voice sounded in Uehara Shu's mind. Dungeon mission, Yu-Gi-Oh's regret. Task reward, materials for the blue rose sword. Do you want to receive the mission? Loquat Jozo's eyes fell on the young man. Receive. Uehara Shu looked at Loquat Jozo and said, Senior Jozo, this is our client. Loquat Jozo nodded. Immediately, a scene appeared in front of Uehara Shu and Loquat Jozo. Three figures, heading to the end of the mountain range for adventure. When she came back, the girl touched the taboos of the church in order to save a knight who was knocked down. After that, he was taken away by the integrity knights sent by the church, and his life and death are unknown from now on. This made the boy blame himself very much. This is an eternal regret in the young heart. Only later did the boy realize that the girl had been taken away and transformed into an integrity knight under the brainwashing of the church. The young man finally understood the truth about the integrity knights. The screen disappeared. I want you to help me stop the integrity knights and prevent Alice from being taken away by the integrity knights. Good. The boy's figure disappeared. Not far away, the figure of a girl came into their sight. Then, there was a sound of armor moving. Uehara Shu and Loquat Jozo immediately looked over. Jozang Senpai, here we come. Loquat Jozang nodded and his expression became serious. Soon, two fully armored figures appeared. Shu, you go first with the target. I will stop them. Our mission is just to ensure that the target is not taken away. There is no need to fight with them. Clear. As a ninja, the fundamental goal of performing tasks is to make money. This is a job. So as much as you get paid, you can do as much work as you want. This is the view of most ninjas. Because the task is a very dangerous thing, it is not easy to complete the task. In this regard, the death rate of ninjas has always been high. Doing anything extra makes it even more dangerous. The sudden appearance of the integrity knight made Alice panic. However, before Alice could react, Osamu Uehara had already arrived next to Alice. He grabbed Alice's hand and left in the opposite direction of the integrity knight. I'm Yu-Gi-Oh's friend. Osamu Uehara randomly made up an identity for himself. Alice was stunned for a moment. While being pulled away by Uehara Shu, he looked at Uehara Shu, a little surprised that his brother had a friend that he had never met before. But with the current situation, Alice couldn't help but doubt it. Alice could feel that the Integrity Knight was coming for her. Osamu Uehara came to save himself. Loquat Jozo stopped in front of the Integrity Knight and picked up the beheading sword. "Your opponent is me." The two Integrity Knights looked at each other. I was a little surprised by the sudden appearance of Loquat Jozo. However, their mission is to bring Alice back, and no one can stop them. "Kill him." A knight held a big sword and rushed towards Loquat Jozang. Loquat Jozang swung his beheading sword. Ding! Their weapons collided. Loquat Jozo felt the force of the shock coming from his arm and grinned. "Is that all?" Compared to that Konoha Genin, there is a huge difference. Another Integrity Knight came to the side of Loquat Jozo. Just when the Integrity Knight thought that Loquat Jozo was being restrained by his companions and unable to resist or dodge his attack, Loquat Jozo suddenly formed a seal with one hand. Water Escape, Water Fang Blade Technique. A ball of water, transformed into the shape of a sharp blade, appeared in the hand of Loquat Jozo. The Integrity Knight's pupils shrank. Loquat Jozo fought against two Integrity Knights 1-against-2 with ease. However, what Loquat Jozo didn't know was that there were not just two Integrity Knights, but three. The other Integrity Knight didn't come over after seeing his two companions being restrained by Loquat Jozo. Instead, they chased in the direction of Uehara Shu and Alice. Osamu Uehara heard the footsteps approaching. Water Release, Kirigakure's technique. A large amount of water mist overflowed violently, covering the nearby area. This mist blocked the Integrity Knight's sight to a certain extent. But Osamu Uehara knew that this wouldn't be able to stop the Integrity Knights for long. "Alice, let's go faster." Shu Uehara held Alice's hand tighter. Sudden. Alice hit a stone, staggered, and was about to fall forward involuntarily. Osamu Uehara reacted and hugged Alice before she fell. "Hold me." Alice quickly put her arms around Uehara Osamu's neck. Osamu Uehara concentrated chakra on his legs to increase his speed. Alice felt the bump in Uehara's arms and looked up at Uehara's face. She didn't know what she thought of, but her face gradually turned red, and there was a faint heat coming out of her head. Chapter 19 I and number 039, am waiting for time, what are you waiting for? The figure of the Integrity Knight rushed out of the mist. At this time, Osamu Uehara had already run far away with Alice in his arms. The Integrity Knight's face darkened. "The means are difficult, but the strength is not enough. Do you really think you can run away? Anyone who dares to interfere with the Church's actions must be punished." A strange power surged out of the Integrity Knight's body, and the next moment, the Integrity Knight's speed increased sharply. Osamu Uehara looked back, his eyes flickering. Water Body Technique. A figure exactly like Uehara Osamu appeared. The water body carried Alice forward. Uehara Osamu, on the other hand, stopped and stood in front of the Integrity Knight. Water Escape, Water Mist Technique. Shu Uehara once again used the water mist technique to block the Integrity Knight's sight. The water avatar can take advantage of this opportunity and bring Alice far enough away that the Integrity Knights cannot catch up. Next, Osamu Uehara just needs to buy time. This trick again? It's useless. The Integrity Knight snorted coldly. He raised the sword in his hand, concentrated his power on his arm, and then slashed forward fiercely. Huge power burst out instantly. A wave of air suddenly appeared. The mist was abruptly cut in half. Uehara turned around and ran in the opposite direction to the water body. In addition, in front, there is another water body of Shang Yuanqiu. The Integrity Knights undoubtedly have him. After confirming that there were two figures in front of them, I didn't feel that Alice was not among them. You can't run away. The Integrity Knight is obviously stronger than Osamu Uehara. Even though Uehara Shu had already gone through special training from Loquat Jozo. Learn 3 new water escape ninjutsu. Water escape, water prison technique. A huge water ball appeared, trapping the Integrity Knights inside. But the time of being trapped was not short. The Integrity Knights are getting closer and closer to Shu Uehara. Boom! Accompanied by a fierce metal collision, Loquat Zhozang withdrew his beheading sword. The head of an Integrity Knight rolled to the ground, his eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Loquat Zhozang looked at the beheading sword in his hand. There was a fierce battle above, and a large number of gaps appeared. The entire knife looks shaky and could break at any time. The beheading sword is indeed a bit off. In the past, as one of the 7 blades, the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords were sacred in the heart of Loquat Jozo. But after experiencing the disastrous defeat against Mat Dai, after hearing the information about the blacksmith's psychic holy land told by Osamu Uehara, Loquat Zhozang realized something. Back then, the great blacksmith could have made more and better ninja swords, but it was because of his selfishness that he limited the number of Kirigakuer's 7 ninja swords to 7. Regarding the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords, Loquat Jozo's attitude changed. The sacred feeling of the Kirigakuer 7 ninja sword in Loquat Jozo's heart disappeared. Loquat Jozo stabbed the decapitating sword into the Integrity Knight's body. A burst of attraction fell, and the blood on the corpse was absorbed by the beheading knife. The blade of the beheading sword was slowly being repaired. It just absorbs blood for repair. This ability is actually meaningless. A broken knife only needs to be repaired, but wouldn't it be nice if it kept going? The Kiri-Ikemonji created by Shiu has an incurable ability, which is much more effective than the decapitation sword. If the beheading sword in my hand was not Kiri-Ikemonji, these 2 people would have been defeated long ago. Loquat Zhozang looked in the direction where Shang Yuanxiu left. I wonder what's going on over there with Shiu. After the beheading sword was repaired, Loquat Zhozang immediately chased Shang Yuanxiu in the direction he left. By this time, the Integrity Knights had already caught up with Osamu Uehara. Little devil, where did you hide that girl? Tell me and I will spare your life. The Integrity Knight spoke calmly. Because they were sure that there were 2 figures in front of them, the Integrity Knight chased after him without hesitation. However, after catching up, the Integrity Knight discovered that the other figure was not Alice, but a clone of Osamu Uehara. This made the Integrity Knight feel extremely bad. The Integrity Knight felt that he had been tricked by Uehara. But more importantly, if the task is not completed, the goal is lost, and the punishment he will receive after returning to the church. This is absolutely unacceptable to the Integrity Knights. The one who answered the Integrity Knight was a ninjutsu taught by Uehara. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. A large amount of water condensed from all around, and under the influence of Osamu Uehara's chakra, it turned into the shape of a water dragon, and ferociously rushed towards the Integrity Knight. The Integrity Knight snorted coldly. Stubborn. A sword was struck towards the water dragon. Boom! A huge collision sounded. The water dragon was chopped in half, but the Integrity Knight also took a few steps back. Osamu Uehara's eyes lit up. The water escape ninjutsu I am using now seems to be more powerful than before. Does this mean that I have made progress? Is this an excellent level of water escape talent? Progress through battle. The speed of improvement is faster than when I did special training before. This made Osamu Uehara, who had originally planned to use the water body technique again and escape separately to interfere with the Integrity Knight's judgment and delay, suddenly come up with another idea. Osamu Uehara looked at the Integrity Knight opposite with burning eyes. Then, come again. Uehara Shu formed the seal again. Water escape, water fang bullet technique. Different from the water dragon bullet technique, the water fang bullet technique is to create multiple spears formed by the condensation of water and fire them at the opponent. The power of a single water fang bullet is not as good as the water dragon bullet. But the water yad bombs are better in quantity. One after another, water escape spears were fired at the Integrity Knights. The strength of the Integrity Knight is indeed much stronger than Shu Uehara's. However, facing an attack like Osamu Uehara's, he couldn't completely ignore it. Instead, you need to block and dodge. For a moment, the situation was deadlocked. Osamu Uehara is not strong enough, but he has a good foundation, and without considering consumption, he can explode into more strength than he can exert under normal circumstances. The Integrity Knights also noticed this. So there was no rush. Instead, he planned to wait until Osamu Uehara was almost exhausted before taking action and give Osamu Uehara a fatal blow. The Integrity Knight did not believe that Osamu Uehara could escape from his grasp. But what the Integrity Knights didn't know was that Osamu Uehara had his own reasons for making such a choice. Calculating the time, it should be almost done. A voice sounded in Uehara Shu's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Would you like to leave the dimensional material copy? Chapter 20. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious yet. Osamu Uehara showed a smile. Thank you for being a sparring partner. Goodbye. The Integrity Knight's heart skipped a beat and he felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, under the gaze of the Integrity Knight, Osamu Uehara's figure disappeared in a very strange way, disappearing out of thin air. No trace at all. It's like it's never happened before. Uehara Osamu's words before disappearing made the Integrity Knight feel that he had been severely ridiculed. Kid. Osamu Uehara returned to the forging island. The figure of Loquat Jozo appeared next to Uehara Shu. What was in front of Uehara Shu was the material used to forge the blue rose sword. Shu, is this the material for making a ninja sword? Osamu Uehara nodded. Jozang Senpai, thank you very much. You're welcome. Loquat Jozang couldn't help but ask when he saw Osamu Uehara walking toward the forging room with materials. Shu, are you going to forge now? No. Osamu Uehara shook his head. Let's prepare first. When I'm sure, I will officially start the forging. After all, there is only this one material. Once it fails, there will be no chance to try again. I must ensure success. A refuneji followed. Mr. Uehara, is there anything I can do? Osamu Uehara assigned some preparation work to a refuneji. Next, Osamu Uehara took out the drawings of the blue rose sword, analyzed, recorded, and deduced the above contents. After completing these, he started to try. Just like the last time I made Kiriichi Manji, I used other materials to preview. Soon Uehara Shu entered the state. The whole person was immersed in forging. A refuneji could clearly see that Osamu Uehara's forging skills were far superior to his own, not even a little bit better. As expected of a blacksmith who can create Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords. In terms of forging, Minister Uehara is a genius. I'm far inferior. No, not even my teacher. 3 days later, Osamu Uehara walked out of the forging room and fell asleep. The next day, early in the morning, Uehara Osamu came to the forging room again. Senior Jozang, I'm going to officially start forging. I can't be disturbed from now on. Loquat Jozo nodded. Shu, don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can disturb you. I promise, even if Mr. Mizukage comes in person, I will stop him. Then please leave it to Jozang Senpai. A refuneji looked at the door of the forging room, with both reverence and envy in his eyes. In the past few days, even though Osamu Uehara has not officially started forging the blue rose sword, a refuneji has seen with his own eyes Osamu Uehara's processing of various materials. Osamu Uehara's skills completely impressed a refuneji. Previously, a refuneji believed in the judgment of the third Mizukage, but after all, he had not seen it with his own eyes. Therefore, there is still a trace of doubt in Arafunegi's heart. But now, after seeing it with his own eyes, Arafunegi no longer had any doubts in his heart. When will I be able to achieve the forging skills of Director Uehara? Loquat Jozo stood guard at the door of the forging room, and beside him, the beheading sword was stuck on the ground. I wonder what kind of ninja sword the cult will create this time. Bamboo takes the station. A middle-aged man slammed the cup in his hand to the ground. What does this water shadow mean? We agreed to ban the forging island, why aren't we banning it now? Opposite him was an old man, who was the contemporary patriarch of the Take Torai clan. Light, calm down. Zudarigong looked at the old man. Master clan leader, why do you want me to calm down? We agreed that when the forging island is vacant, it will be handed over to us, the Take Torai clan. The forging island will be of great use to us. But now, when Mizukage says he regrets it. Don't forget that the reason why he can succeed the Mizukage is entirely dependent on the support of our Take Torai clan. The old man picked up the teacup and took a sip. According to the news from Mizukage, a young blacksmith on the forging island suddenly forged a ninja sword at the level of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swords. That's why Mizukage stopped banning the forging island. Tekatoragwang snorted coldly. Do you believe this, Patriarch? I don't believe it anyway. A ninja sword of the Kirigakure 7 ninja sword level is so easy to forge. If it were that easy, we wouldn't have only those 7 ninja swords for so many years. We all know who the blacksmiths on the forging island are. They are a group of liars who defraud the village of resources. They are still young blacksmiths. The old ones can't do it, but the young ones can. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, there is no reason why Mizukage would convey such news. Light, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious yet. We can send people to the forging island to investigate the situation. Zudiaiguang stood up immediately. Master Patriarch, let me go then. The old man was about to speak to stop him, but Take Torai Hikaru had already rushed out. The old man could only give up. Soon, Tekatoragwang arrived near the forging island. 2 figures followed behind Zudarigong. He is not only a member of Tekatoragwang's tribe, but also a subordinate of Tekatoragwang. Loquat Zhozang immediately sensed the coming person's aura and quickly stood up. At the same time, one hand had already touched the handle of the beheading knife, and he looked ahead with vigilant eyes. Tekatoragwang and 3 others approached. The moment he saw Loquat Zhozo, Take Torai Hikaru was slightly surprised. I don't quite understand why Loquat Zhozo is here. Bamboo takes light. Loquat Zhozang, why are you here? I am serving as the Forge Island guard under the orders of Lord Mizukage. Take Torai Hikari, what are you doing here? After seeing Take Torai Hikari, Loquat Zhozang became even more vigilant. Because Loquat Zhozo understands the Take Torai clan. If Kirigakure is the representative of hostility among several major ninja villages, then the Take Torai clan is the representative of hostility in Kirigakure. The members of this ninja family are quite violent. Loquat Zhozo could feel that Take Torai Hikaru seemed to be looking for trouble. You? The blacksmith's escort? Did Lord Mizukage personally give the order? Tekatora's eyes flickered. This made Tekatoragwang a little confused. One of the 7 dignified Kirigakure actually came to Forge Island to serve as a guard? Could it be that the ninja sword thing is true? Good. Where is that young blacksmith? Where is he? I heard that he built a ninja sword that is as good as the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. I am very interested in it. Let him come out and let me take a look. Shiu is forging, no one can disturb it. Tekatoragwang suddenly laughed. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Chapter 21 The Sword of Blue Rose, completed. Forging? Can't disturb? Loquat Zhozo, are you saying that the young forger is currently making the 2nd ninja sword at the level of Kirigakure 7 ninja swords? Loquat Zhozo clenched the handle of the beheading sword, That's right. Now Loquat Jozo can be sure that Take Torai Hikaru is here to cause trouble. Loquat Jozang doesn't know the reason why Take Torai shines. However, Loquat Jozo knew that the Take Torai clan were all madmen, and madmen could do anything. If he had said that Osamu Uehara was just forging ordinary ninja tools, Take Torai Hikaru would have definitely rushed into the forging room. There were 3 people in Take Torai Hikaru, and Jozang Loquat couldn't guarantee that Shu Uehara would not be disturbed. Therefore, Loquat Jozang can only tell the truth. Just now, Zudaragang was still a little confused. Now Take Torai doesn't believe it at all. Loquat Jozang, do you know what you are talking about? As far as I know, that young forger just made a ninja sword of the Kirigakuer 7 ninja sword level not long ago. Now you tell me, he is already making a second Kirigakuer 7 ninja sword level. Can you bear the sword? Do you think I will believe it? Do you believe it yourself? When did it become so easy to build a ninja sword of the level of the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords? A handful in half a month. Are you saying that the great blacksmith in our Kirigakuer village back then was too incompetent? Or is this young blacksmith too powerful now? Tekatora Wang's face darkened. Loquat Jozo, I don't know what kind of plan you and Mizukage have, but the forging island belongs to our Take Torai clan, and this is what Mizukage promised. Now that you said that a young forger has forged a ninja sword that is as high as the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords, well, I believe you, but I need you to prove it to me. Let that young blacksmith come out. Loquat Jozang looked back. Loquat Jozang knew what Uehara Shu was doing inside, and he knew very well that Uehara Shu could never be disturbed at this time. Once interrupted, all previous efforts are likely to be wasted. With materials that are difficult to obtain, nothing can be done. A ninja sword that is about to appear at the level of the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords will be stillborn because of failure to build it. After Tekatora Guang gave his reasons, Loquat Jozo only felt that things were getting more difficult to handle. If Take Torai is just looking for trouble, Jozang Loquat feels that with the qualifications of the Kirigakuer 7 and his own strength, he might be able to intimidate Take Torai. Stop Tekatora Guang's random behavior. However, there is a reason for taking the light. The Take Torai clan will go crazy without any reason. And the Take Torai clan, who have a reason, will only become more crazy. Now Loquat Jozo has no confidence that he can control the situation. Take Torai Hikaru, everything I said is true. Shiu is inside, forging the second Kirigakuer 7 ninja sword level ninja sword. You cannot be disturbed. If you insist on disturbing me, then I will have to be rude. If you want to go inside, you can. Step over my corpse. Loquat Jozang raised his beheading sword with one hand and pointed it at Bamboo. Arafuneji on the side was very scared, but he did not leave. Instead, he also took a hammer and stood next to Loquat Jozo. Okay. 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 Substantial anger appeared on Tekatora Guang's face, and his whole person seemed to have been controlled by anger. In order to prevent us, the Take Torai clan, from getting the forging island, you made up such a poor excuse and still had such an attitude. Do you really think that we, the Take Torai clan, are easy to bully? Loquat Jozang, you don't think that I will be afraid of you, do you? There are 7 Kirigakuer people, so what? Even a mere Konoha Genin is no match for you, so you only dare to show off your power in the village. You have become a joke in the ninja world. It also affects our entire Kirigakuer village. It's a disgrace to the village. The Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords are in your hands, what a waste. The Konoha Genin can kill you, I, Take Torai Hikari, can kill you too. Since you want us to step over your corpse, fine, let's just step over your corpse. This beheading sword should be used by me, Zhu Taiguang. In my hands, it will definitely be stronger than in your hands. Bamboo takes the light and steps forward. The atmosphere between the two was tense to the extreme and could explode at any time. Sudden. Crunch! The door to the forging room opened. Osamu Uehara walked out of the forging room, and in his hands was a sword that had just been forged. Silver hilt. The whistle is carved with a delicate blue rose. The hilt is wrapped in leather. The handguard is decorated with plant branches. A burst of cold chill overflowed from the blade of the blue rose sword. The air nearby seemed to be frozen. Everyone looked over. It's different from Kiriichi's writing. From the outside, there is nothing special about Tong Yuan. Only by using it can you see the special effect of Tong I's words. But just by looking at the blue rose sword, you can tell that it is not an ordinary ninja sword, but a ninja sword with special abilities, just like the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. This rich icy aura is like the Ice Escape Blood Successor limit. Among the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords, the Thunder Sword allows ninjas who do not know how to use Thunder Escape to use it. And this Blue Rose Sword, in everyone's opinion, is very likely to allow ninjas who don't know Ice Escape to use Ice Escape. In this case, the value of the Blue Rose Sword is still higher than that of the Thunder Sword. Thunder Release is just a basic attribute ninjutsu. But Ice Escape is the limit of blood inheritance. This is equivalent to permanently providing Kirigakure with a ninja with the limit of Ice Escape and blood succession. Lo Kuat Zhang looked happy. Shiu, did you succeed? Osamu Uehara nodded. Then his eyes turned to take Torai Hikaru and others. Zhang Senpai, what is this? At this moment, a group of ANBU ninjas came over at extremely fast speeds. The ANBU leader breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the two sides had not really taken action yet. He immediately turned to take Torai Hikari and said in a deep voice. Take Torai Hikaru, Lord Mizukage has an order for you to come over immediately. Take Torai Hikaru finally came back to his senses and looked deeply at Shu Uehara. No. Arafuneji looked at Kamihara Shu, with even more admiration in his eyes. As Take Torai Hikaru walked towards the Mizukage building, he forced himself to calm down and digest his previous shock. I didn't expect it to be true. A blacksmith like this has really appeared again. Another ninja sword at the level of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swords was created. Chapter 22 Take Torai is the Uchiha of Kirigakure village. It seems that the Mizukage side will definitely not give the Forging Island to the Take Torai clan. However, our Take Torai clan's advantages are not so easy to take advantage of. That ninja sword just now looked pretty good. Without the Forging Island, we, the Take Torai clan, must be given at least one ninja sword as compensation. Take Torai Hikari arrived at the Mizukage building. Mizukage-sama. The third Mizukage looked at Take Torai Hikari, his expression still calm, but the anger in his eyes almost turned into substance. Take Torai Hikaru, do you know what you did? Take Torai looked at the third Mizukage calmly. Mizukage-sama, I just want to see what the young blacksmith who can create the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords looks like. In addition, I also want to see the Forging Island of our Take Torai clan. Lord Mizukage, since the Forging Island belongs to our Take Torai clan, logically speaking, this young blacksmith should also be a member of our Take Torai clan, right? The third Mizukage interrupted Take Torai Hikari. This is impossible. Then at least give us the Take Torai clan a ninja sword. We don't want much, just the ninja sword just made by the young blacksmith. Mizukage-sama, is this okay? Upon hearing the news, the third Mizukage was stunned for a moment, and then he was pleasantly surprised. I was pleasantly surprised by Uehara Osamu's efficiency. Not long after Kiriichi Monji finished building it, Osamu Uehara has now built a second ninja sword. This was much faster than the third Mizukage had expected. The third Mizukage didn't know what kind of ninja sword Uehara Osamu had built. But the third Mizukage knew the Take Torai clan. Take Torai Hikaru did not ask for the Kirigakure 7 ninja sword, but directly asked for the ninja sword that Uehara Shu had just built, which proved that this ninja sword was probably superior to the Kirigakure 7 ninja sword. No. Therefore, the third Mizukage rejected Take Torai Hikari's request. Tekatora Guang's face darkened. Mizukage-sama, forget it. If Forging Island doesn't give us the Take Torai clan, it won't give us a ninja sword to the Take Torai clan. Mizukage-sama, have you forgotten your promise to our Take Torai clan? You are in this position only because of the support of our Take Torai clan. The third Mizukage's expression changed for the first time. This is the pain point of the third Mizukage. Back then, the third generation of Mizukage did rely on the support of the Take Torai clan to obtain the position of Mizukage. However, the Take Torai clan took this into account and continued to demand, and even threaten the third Mizukage. What the Take Torai clan gained already exceeded what they paid. This matter, to the third Mizukage, is like a rope, tied to the third Mizukage forever. It was like a thorn, piercing the third Mizukage's heart. I can't give you the Forging Island, nor can I give you the ninja sword I cultivated, but I will fulfill my promise, and I can compensate you in other ways. I can give you another island. You can also choose one of the 3 ninja swords, Stitch, Pocket Cutter, Splash, and so on. Compared with the promise I made to you before, it's not bad at all. Tekatora Guang said, dissatisfied. Other islands are useless to our Take Torai clan. Those 3 ninja swords are not suitable for us, the Take Torai clan, and we cannot use them. If, Mizukage-sama, you have to choose one of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords for our Take Torai clan, then, we will only accept one of the Flounder, the Thunder Knife, and the Shark Muscle. Take Torai Hikaru can feel the power of the Blue Rose Sword. However, Take Torai Hikaru had never seen the attack of the Blue Rose Sword with his own eyes. Therefore, Take Torai Hikaru only judged that the Blue Rose Sword was most likely better than many of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. But what if the Take Torai clan could get one of the Flathead, Thunder Blade, and Samehada? Bamboo is also acceptable. After all, the strength of the Blue Rose Sword is unknown. As for Tsutomu, Raito, and Samehada, Take Torai Hikaru knew that these 3 ninja swords were all very strong. Compared with the other 4 Kirigakure 7 ninja swords, it is a higher level. There is a saying circulating within Kirigakure village. That is, the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords are divided into upper 3 swords and lower 4 swords. The upper 3 swords are much stronger than the lower 4 swords. The third Mizukage was silent for a while. Good. I will give you one of the Take Torai clan. But, Take Torai Hikaru, I have already repaired it for Uehara on the Forging Island. The ninja sword forged by Uehara also belongs to him. No one is allowed to break into the Forging Island without my order. Take Torai Hikaru shrugged, turned, and left. I understand, Mizukage-sama. Boom. The door closes. After a long time, a deep voice came from the throat of the third Mizukage. The Take Torai clan. I am the Mizukage. Returning to the Take Torai clan, Take Torai Light reported the news to the chief of the Take Torai clan. The old man was silent for a while after hearing Zudarigong's report. Guang, thank you for your hard work. You can go back and rest first. Yes, Mr. Patriarch. After Zudarigong left, the old man sighed deeply. Short-sighted and self-righteous. The current Take Torai clan has completely changed its appearance, and the people in the family are becoming more and more out of control. If this continues, they will become like the Uchiha clan of Konoha. The Uchiha clan is obviously one of the founders of Konoha, but the current situation in Konoha is extremely embarrassing. The conflict with the top management of Konoha is getting bigger and bigger. The relationship with Konoha is getting worse and worse. Not even half of the friendly ninja families. If things continue like this, Uchiha's fate will not be good. The Take Torai clan and the Hyuga clan are family friends, so they are very well informed about some information inside Konoha. The current situation of the Take Torai clan reminded the old man of Uchiha. The people of the Take Torai clan are as extreme as the people of the Uchiha clan. No, he is more extreme, more violent, and out of control. And he has no brains. In the opinion of the old man, the method of taking light from bamboo was very unwise. The benefits gained were not enough, and people were offended. Simply the worst choice. However, the old man could not change Zodiac. Even if one Take Torai light was changed, there would still be more such people in the Take Torai clan. The Take Torai clan did give great support to the third Mizukage's rise to power. However, the Take Torai clan has asked a lot from the third Mizukage, but they have no intention of holding back. If this continues, kindness will turn into hatred. The Take Torai clan will become just like the Uchiha of Konoha, suffering hostility, hatred, and alienation from the entire village. The situation will even be worse than the Uchiha of Konoha. After all, the Take Torai clan does not have the strength of Uchiha. The Take Torai clan has not awakened to the realm of blood inheritance for a long time. But the Uchiha clan has a lot of Sharingans. There was a look of remorse in the old man's eyes. As the patriarch, I can't do anything. I am not worthy of the position of patriarch. Chapter 23 The Perfect Level of Water Escape Talent. After the third Mizukage finished handling the matters at hand, he immediately headed to the Forging Island. The news that Osamu Uehara had created the second ninja sword at the Kirigakure 7 ninja sword level was such a surprise to the third Mizukage. What the third Mizukage thought before was that as long as Osamu Uehara could build 3 ninja swords at the level of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords, then he would be satisfied and could bring many changes to Kirigakure village. 7 Kirigakure people can become Kirigakure 10 people. The comprehensive strength of Kirigakure village can be improved a lot. More importantly, it can enhance the confidence of villagers. The third Mizukage did not expect that Osamu Uehara would have created a second ninja sword so quickly. At this time, Loquat Jozo and Arakuneji were both observing the blue rose sword carefully. Congratulations to the host for completing the forging. The sword of blue rose was forged successfully. Completeness, good. Congratulations to the host for gaining swordsmanship experience X1000. The moment the forging was completed, the system's voice sounded in Uehara Shu's mind. The next thing that poured into Uehara Shu's mind was the information about the blue rose sword. The sword of blue rose. Type, long sword. Quality, good. Ability, armed complete control, bloom, blue rose. It can create ice cubes and ice roses, which can attack and restrain enemies. The strength depends on the user. Note, according to the third principle of the blacksmith, this ninja sword cannot harm the forger. Osamu Uehara looked at the translucent panel in front of him. Name, Osamu Uehara. Comprehensive strength, Chuyunin. Swordsmanship, familiar, 1300. Forging technology, good, excellent, Forging Island bonus. Task items, none. Blacksmith reputation, 265. Evaluation, as a blacksmith, my foundation is not bad. Because I have my own forging site, my forging skills are enhanced, and I have a chance to create high-quality ninja tools. As a ninja, his strength is worrying. In war, he can only be regarded as high-level cannon fodder. Forging at a good level allowed me to gain 1000 points of swordsmanship experience. The reward is much higher than forging at an ordinary level. However, the truly better reward is the guidance contract. Therefore, we must find a good enough and suitable user for the blue rose sword. The same applies to future ninja tools. Osamu Uehara looked away. Now my overall strength has reached the Chuyunin level. Compared to before, the strength has improved a lot. In the system's evaluation, he is still cannon fodder, but at least he is a high-level cannon fodder. Osamu Uehara showed a smile. Loquat Jozang looked up at Yuan Shu. Shu? Can I try? Certainly. Loquat Jozo stretched out his hand towards the blue rose sword. Come to the hilt of the sword and hold it. A burst of cold air swept over him immediately, making Loquat Zhozang's hand tremble subconsciously, but he did not let go of the hand holding the sword hilt, but held it tighter. Loquat Zhozang looked forward and swung his sword. A strong cold wind immediately moved towards the tree trunk in front, and a layer of frost immediately condensed on the tree trunk. Loquat Zhozang's eyes lit up. Good. I can create such an effect with just a casual blow. If I use more chakra, I'm afraid I won't be far behind even if I'm compared to a real Ice Escape Blood successor limited ninja. Loquat Zhozang sent more chakra into the blue rose sword. Go. Next moment, a large number of ice blocks appeared, covering the nearby ground. Sharp icicles stood upright, and more than a dozen thick tree trunks collapsed under the influence of the ice blocks. Vines formed by blue roses wrap around the tree trunk. The appearance of a contractor who is suitable for the blue rose sword has been detected. Yu-Gi-Oh's recognition level, extremely high, attribute compatibility level, middle to lower, overall level of compatibility, excellent. Do you want to guide the contract? Osamu Uehara was a little surprised. The Sword of Blue Rose and Senior Zhozang are actually compatible? The degree of compatibility has reached an excellent level. This was a bit beyond Uehara Osamu's expectations. The first time he saw Blue Rose's blueprint, Osamu Uehara made a preconception and judged it based on its attributes. He felt that it was very likely that the Blue Rose sword would recognize an Ice Break Blood successor ninja because the two had the same attributes. Just like Tong Yumanji's ability, it is suitable for assassination and long-lasting combat. And Kisame Kisaki is also good at long-term combat. Apart from water release, what Kisame is best at is the chakra absorption technique. In fact, Kisame's chakra absorption technique is even more powerful than water release. Many ninjas can achieve water release at the level of Kisame. However, there are only a few ninjas in the entire ninja world who can achieve the chakra absorption technique of Inokeki Kisame. Suddenly, Osamu Uehara noticed a few words inside the brackets. Yu-Gi-Oh's recognition, extremely high. No wonder. Yu-Gi-Oh's recognition has reached an extremely high level, forcibly increasing the degree of compatibility. In terms of attribute compatibility, it's only average. But taken together, it has reached an excellent level. Last time, I remember that Akahitami's recognition of Inikisaki Kisame was only high. Seeing this, Uehara Shu suddenly understood. Hearing the system prompt, Osamu Uehara did not hesitate. Guide. In terms of talent, Loquat Zhozang may not be as good as Kisame Kisaki, but in Kirigakure village, Loquat Zhozang's talent is already at the forefront. Otherwise, there is no way to become one of the 7 blades. Next moment, the Blue Rose sword contract is successful. The matching degree is excellent. The Sword of Blue Rose has been increased to a certain extent, and its power will be enhanced to a certain extent when used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent water escape ninjutsu talent. It has been detected that the host already has an excellent level of water escape talent, and talent synthesis has begun. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect level of water escape talent. Perfect. Osamu Uehara suddenly became excited. Excellent level water escape talent is already very good. C-level water escape can be mastered as soon as you learn it. B-level water escape can be mastered after learning it a few times. As long as you train seriously, you can become a top water escape talent. Ninja. What about perfection? To what extent will it be? Chapter 24 Loquat Zhozang vs the Third Mizu Cage. Loquat Zhozang suddenly felt a strong sense of familiarity surge up from the Blue Rose sword. Subconsciously, Loquat Zhozang looked at Uehara Shu. Senior Zhozang, but the Sword of Blue Rose recognizes you. Seems to be. After Kirikomanji recognized Kisame, Kisame's consumption of using Kirikomanji has been reduced a lot. Zhozang Senpai, you can try using the Blue Rose sword again. Good. Loquat Zhozang once again concentrated chakra on his arm and sent it into the Blue Rose sword. Then he waved forward. Immediately, the same scene as before appeared ahead. No, it's more powerful than before. The third Mizukage who came to the forging island happened to take in this scene. Is this the second ninja sword built by Shiu? Loquat Jozo showed an expression of surprise. When I use the same move this time, it consumes much less chakra than before. However, the power of the move has not decreased, and has even increased slightly. Osamu Uehara smiled. That's right, Jozang Senpai, congratulations. Loquat Jozang looked at Kamehara Shiu seriously. Shiu, thank you. Loquat Jozo clenched the hilt of the blue rose sword. It only took 2 attempts, but Loquat Jozang could clearly feel that the blue rose sword was really much better than the beheading sword, and they were not the same concept at all. The beheading sword has the ability to absorb blood. In battle, it's equivalent to nothing. But the blue rose sword gave me an extra method out of thin air. Equivalent to a series of forbearance. Moreover, it is a ninjutsu at the blood inheritance level. This is too much to improve the ninja. Loquat Jozang didn't know exactly how much his strength had improved. But Loquat Jozang felt that his strength had increased by at least 30% compared to before. Shiu, is this the second ninja sword you made? The third Mizukage's voice sounded. Mizukage-sama, yes. Loquat Jozo and Arafuneji quickly saluted the third Mizukage. Mizukage-sama. Shu Uehara introduced, this sword is called the Blue Rose Sword, and it has the ability of freezing properties. I saw it, it looks pretty good. The third Mizukage's gaze turned to Loquat Jozo. Jozang, does the Blue Rose Sword recognize you? Yes, Mizukage-sama. Good. The third Mizukage nodded and said, since the Blue Rose Sword has recognized you, you must become familiar with the use of the Blue Rose Sword and be sure to protect you. Mizukage-sama, please rest assured. Loquat Jozang promised, before I die, no one can hurt Dexiu. Needless to say, the third Mizukage, Loquat Jozo can also achieve this level. The first is the information that Osamu Uehara told about the blacksmith's holy land. When they first met, Osamu Uehara directly told him such important secret information. He must repay Osamu Uehara's trust. The second is that Loquat Jozang truly feels that the Blue Rose Sword has improved his strength. This allowed Loquat Jozang to see a little bit of the possibility of regaining the situation with the genin of Konoha. Defeating Mat Dai, regaining the situation, and breaking the nightmare memory is Loquat Jozang's current obsession. The third Mizukage's gaze returned to Uehara Osamu. Before, Take Torai Hikari didn't cause you any real trouble, right? Osamu Uehara shook his head. That's good. The third Mizukage said, the situation of the Take Torai clan is relatively complicated, but I can guarantee that the Take Torai clan will not come to Forge Island to cause trouble again in the future. You can rest assured, Shiu. From now on, just concentrate on forging. Osamu Uehara nodded. Suddenly, Loquat Jozo looked up at the third Mizukage. Mizukage-sama, may I have a request? What request? I would like to ask you, Mizukage-sama, to compete with me. The third Mizukage raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that you are very satisfied with the Blue Rose Sword, Jozang, and you have just obtained it, and you already have a good grasp of it. Okay, let's go to the sea and don't affect the forging island. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The two people's figures flashed, and the next moment, they were already above the sea. For the ninjas of Kirigakure village, concentrating chakra on their feet and walking on the sea is basically a necessary ability, let alone strong men like Loquat Jozo and the third Mizukage. The two of them headed away from the forging island. Osamu Uehara glanced in the direction where the two were going away, and then looked away. Arafuneji, you clean up the forging room, and I'll go to the training ground. Yes, Minister Uehara. Arafuneji was not dissatisfied with the chores assigned to him by Osamu Uehara. On the contrary, Arafuneji was very excited after entering the forging room and kept looking around. The sword of Blue Rose. What a powerful ninja sword! I'm afraid, it's still higher than the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. Arafuneji could see Loquat Jozo's excitement. And Loquat Jozo already owns one of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords, the decapitating sword. In this case, Loquat Jozang got the Blue Rose sword and was so excited, which can only prove that the Blue Rose sword is far superior to the beheading sword for Loquat Jozang. What level has Minister Uehara's forging technology reached? Stronger than the great blacksmith back then. If I can achieve the forging skills of Director Uehara. No, if I could achieve even half of Director Uehara's forging skills, I would have no regrets in my life. Arafuneji is a pure blacksmith. You can live and die with Forge Island. The pursuit of forging technology surpasses everything else. Because of this, Osamu Uehara gave the establishment of 4 blacksmith assistants to Arafuneji. This is where Minister Uehara forged the Blue Rose sword. Osamu Uehara entered the training ground. Water body technique. A clone that looked exactly like Osamu Uehara appeared. Osamu Uehara felt it carefully and his eyes lit up. The perfect level water escape talent is indeed different from the excellent level water escape talent. Less consumption. Ninjutsu is more powerful. Osamu Uehara felt that when he started forming seals, the water escape chakra in his body was very active in piecing together the ninjutsu that Osamu Uehara wanted to use. Speaking of excellent level talents, Uehara Osamu and water release chakra are closely related. So now the relationship between the perfect level talent, Osamu Uehara, and the water escape chakra has become the relationship between superiors and subordinates. The subordinates must obey the orders of the superiors. Moreover, it seems that the seals can be simplified now. Chapter 25 The Secret Technique of Water Escape of the Ghost Lantern Clan. Osamu Uehara closed his eyes and felt it carefully. After a while, open it. Seal again. Water escape, the art of water body transformation. A water clone appeared exactly like before. But this time, Uehara Shu's seal was simplified by 1/3. Only 2/3 of the seals were used to complete the water body ninjutsu. Good. For ninjas, seals are a very important part. Most ninjutsu require seals. As for the seals, there are 2 problems. One is that it takes time to form seals. Another is that the opponent can use the seal to judge the next ninjutsu used by the ninja. Among them, a typical example is Kakashi in the original plot. Use the Sharingan to observe the opponent's seals and chakra. This way you can determine what kind of ninjutsu the opponent will use next. Then, relying on faster speed and the observation and copying ability of Sharingan, he can use the same ninjutsu as his opponent. It's obviously a back seal, but Kakashi's ninjutsu often appears at the same time as his opponent's ninjutsu. This is the main reason why Kakashi is called a copy ninja. This is one of the reasons why blood successor ninjas are generally considered stronger than ordinary ninjas. Many blood succession ninjutsu do not require sealing and can be used directly. Instant in 1 second. Simplifying the seals and shortening the shooting speed can improve the strength of the ninja. Very direct and the effect is obvious. After all, in a battle between ninjas, apart from the huge gap in strength between the 2 sides, when 2 ninjas with similar strength are fighting, details often determine the outcome. Many ninjas in this world have invested in research in this area. Some research is on how to form seals faster. Some studies have focused on simplifying the complexity of the seals. Some ninjas achieved results. For example, Uchiha attack is 6 seals per second. Another example is the simplification of the 44 seals of the Water Dragon Bullet technique by high-level Kirigakure ninjas. But for Kirigakure ninjas to do this, in addition to their outstanding water escape talent, they also need to undergo a lot of hard training, practice, and spend a lot of effort. However, Shang Yuanxihu did not conduct any training or practice in this area. This is the effect of a pure, perfect level of water escape talent. Moreover, simplifying the seal by 1/3 is just the beginning. Continue to practice and get familiar with it. Based on this feeling, I should be able to continue to simplify the seals of the water body technique. Osamu Uehara imagined the application of this in his mind. First, the simplified seals bring faster shooting speed. One step is fast, and every step is fast. Secondly, even if the other party is the owner of the Sharingan, it is difficult to observe his complete seal. Third, you can take advantage of this to hit the information gap. For example, if you first pretend that you need all the seals to use the ninjutsu, then at the critical moment, you can complete the ninjutsu with only half of the seals, and you can catch the opponent off guard. Water release, Kirigakuru's technique. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Water escape, water prison technique. Water escape, water fang bullet technique. Water escape, water formation wall technique. Uehara Shu used all the water escape ninjutsu he had learned. As a result, Osamu Uehara was very satisfied. When I had an excellent level of water escape talent, Senior Zhozang said that my water escape talent was no longer inferior to his. Now my water escape talent has become a perfect level, and it has been qualitatively improved. In other words, my water escape talent should be better than most ninjas in Kirigakure village. As long as I work hard, it won't be difficult to become a top water ninja. Osamu Uehara looked across at the target that had been destroyed by his own ninjutsu. However, to become a top water ninja, in addition to having high enough talent and hard work, possessing water ninjutsu is also a very important part. It's not an easy thing to do. The importance of martial arts to ninjas is self-evident. But in this world, in the ninja circle, the phenomenon of cherishing the broom is very serious. It doesn't mean that you can learn any ninjutsu just because you want to learn it. Konoha, Cloud Hidden Village, Iwagakure Village, Tsunagakure Village, Kirigakure Village, are all like this. Because Namikaze Minato married Kushina Uzumaki as his wife, he was qualified to learn the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan before he became Hokage and became a high-level official in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo relied on their status in Konoha. There are many water release ninjutsu, divided into several systems. But there are not that many powerful water escape ninjutsus. The water in Yurin Village, Union Village, and Yunyan Village is not mentioned. In Osamu Uehara's view, there are only two truly top-level water escape systems. One is the water escape ninjutsu system created by Senjo Tobirama. However, this is Konoha's water release ninjutsu. With the above original cultivation conditions, it is impossible to obtain it in a short time. The other one is the water escape ninjutsu system of Kirigakure Village. The water escape ninjutsu system in Kirigakure Village is divided into several aspects. Conventional water escape represented by water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Shark water escape from the Ingashi clan. The secret skill of the Ghost Lantern clan is water escape. Currently, the only ones Uehara Shu has access to are regular water escapes from Kirigakure Village, because that's all the Loquat Jozo Club has. Osamu Uehara was not that interested in the shark water escape of the Mikagaki clan. What Osamu Uehara wanted was the secret technique of water escape from the Ghost Lantern clan. However, as a member of the non-Ghost Lantern clan, it is very, very difficult to obtain the qualifications to learn these water escapes. In the original plot, there are not even the 4th Mizukage Yagura and the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Such family secrets are difficult to spread, just like the family secrets of Konoha's Ino Shikacha. The secret technique of Shadow of the Nara clan. The secret mind-reading technique of the Mountain clan. The Akimichi clan's doubling technique. It is only circulated among the members of their own family and will never be leaked to outsiders. Uehara Shu doesn't think that except for members of his family, no one else can learn it. This is not a blood inheritance limit, it is just a secret technique. In fact, the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is also this kind of family's secret technique. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Shimura Denzo, even Kakashi, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, these people can learn and use them. It's nothing more than that the Anarika butterfly still exists, but the Uzumaki clan has been exterminated. Osamu Uehara looked in the direction of Ghost Light Island. I remember that in the original plot, the Ghost Lamp clan in the future declined greatly. After the second generation Mizukage, the strongest genius of the Oneiden clan finally emerged, Oneiden Mangetsu, a being who could perfectly control the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords, but he passed away early. And Kito Mangetsu's younger brother, Kito Suijutsu, became one of Orochimaru's test subjects. Chapter 26 Who said I, Kirigakuer, have no future? Lo Kuachizang returns. He looked very embarrassed, with a lot of injuries on his body, as if he had been through a fierce battle, and in most of the battle, he was at a disadvantage. However, Lo Kuachizang's eyes were very bright and he was very excited. Jozu-senpai. Shiu, thank you. Lo Kuachizang thanked Shang Yuan Shu again. Senior Zhuzang, are you good at using the blue rose sword? It's not just as simple as it goes. Lo Kuachizang glanced at the blue rose sword on his waist. But very good. It's not that I don't respect the great blacksmith back then, and it's not that I don't respect the decapitating sword, but the sword of blue rose is indeed much stronger than the decapitating sword. Shiu, your forging skills must have surpassed that of the great blacksmith back then. Lo Kuachizang said, Master Mizukage said that my strength has increased by more than 30% compared to before, and if I master the blue rose sword more skillfully, there is still room for improvement. Among the elite jounin, I can now be regarded as a superior one. I have returned the decapitating sword to Lord Mizukage. From today on, I have only one partner, and that is the sword of blue rose. There will be no second one. By the way, Shiu, have you thought about what system name to give your ninja sword? It is too unfair for Kirai Kimonji and the blue rose sword to simply attribute them to the level of the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords. They deserve their own names. Osamu Uehara nodded. Yuan Shiu has also thought about this. In the future, there will be more and more ninja tools forged by oneself, and they may even become stronger. After all, his forging skills will improve. The normal level and the good level look completely different. And on top of good, there is the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords, in comparison, are really not strong enough. Even the ordinary quality Kiriichi Monji is superior to many of the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords. The same is true for the sword of blue rose. I have to think about it. Senior Zhuzang, what's going on with Take Toriko? Osamu Uehara asked. Lo Kuachizang was silent for a while. The Take Torai clan is a very difficult ninja family. They are perverse, extreme, greedy, and extremely violent. They like to fight. If possible, no one likes to be involved with them. To say he is born evil is an understatement. Maybe it's because they heard some information about Tong Yuan and wanted to find out. But, now that Mizukage-sama has spoken, people from the Take Torai clan should not come to Forge Island to cause trouble. But if Shiu has something to do with you and needs to leave the Forging Island, you must let me come with you. Otherwise, I don't know what those lunatics can do. No one can figure out what's going on in their heads. Osamu Uehara digested what Lo Kuachizo said. These comments seemed familiar to Osamu Uehara. Especially the phrase born evil. Originally, Osamu Uehara had some sympathy for the Take Torai clan, because in the original plot, the Take Torai clan met a tragic end, and the entire family almost disappeared. During the civil war with Kirigakuer village, they were almost wiped out. Just like the Uchiha of Konoha. But Uehara Osamu could see that the person who came to take the light from the bamboo was not good. Osamu Uehara can understand the people of Kirigakuer village pursuing the ninja swords they made. Kisame Ingekeki dreams of owning a ninja sword of this level. The same goes for Zabuza. There is also the same attitude towards the blue rose sword by Loquat Jozo. But Uehara Shu couldn't accept Tekatora's method. Shu Uehara doesn't know much about the situation of the entire Take-Torai clan, but what Jozo Loquat said is that there is something wrong with the Take-Torai clan's brains. Uehara Shu feels that it is absolutely not an exaggeration to put it on Take-Torai Hikaru. Uehara Osamu thought in his mind. Perhaps, in the original plot, there was a reason why the Take-Torai clan was almost exterminated. It's not just a problem for Kirigakure village. The Take-Torai clan itself has big problems. Loquat Jozang continued, on Forging Island, the Take-Torai clan will definitely not dare to mess around. If you go outside, with me accompanying you, you don't need to worry too much about your safety. However, Shu, you still need to improve your strength as soon as possible. With your talent in water escape, it's actually not difficult. Osamu Uehara nodded. I know, Jozang Senpai. Loquat Jozo suggested. Then we will continue the special training tomorrow. Good. Water Shadow Building. The third Mizukage stood behind the window, looking in the direction of the Forging Island, with a hint of joy on his face. Not bad. Tong Yumanji's ability is very special. It's non-healing ability. It can play a huge role in battle, and it can take effect when it hits. It's actually stronger than the lower 4 swords among the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. And this blue rose sword is equivalent to the attached ice escape blood succession limit. It directly increases the strength of Loquat Jozo by nearly 30%, which is not even the limit. Loquat Jozo, who has fully mastered the blue rose sword, will be much stronger than before. What's more important is that in only half a month's interval, Shiu built a second ninja sword. It was such a surprise. The appearance of Kirei Kimonji had already surprised the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage did not expect that someone with blacksmithing skills reaching the level of the great blacksmith could appear in Kirigakure village. Unexpectedly, ninja swords at the level of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords could appear on the Forging Island. But what the third Mizukage had expected before was that as long as Osamu Uehara could create 3 ninja swords like Kirei Kimonji, it wouldn't matter if the latter 2 swords were even slightly different, he would be satisfied enough. But now it seems that the third Mizukage found that he underestimated Uehara Shuma too much. I'm afraid Uehara Osamu's forging technology is already superior to that of the great blacksmith back then. There will definitely be more than 3 ninja swords that can be forged in the future. If we can maintain the current efficiency, there will be at least dozens, or even more. Even if the efficiency decreases in the future, this number will definitely not be less. Thinking of this, the third Mizukage's breathing suddenly became rapid. In that case, what kind of improvement will it be for our Kirigakure village? Perhaps, in the future, Kirigakure village, can take a seat at the top of the world's ninja village. It's not impossible. Who said my Kirigakure village has no future? Chapter 27 Uchiha Shisui of the Take-Torai clan. Forging Island will be the top priority of the village from now on. It is the hope of the future of the village. Loquat Jozang's strength has been greatly improved and he is responsible for the safety of the Forging Island. So far, there is no problem. It may not be appropriate to suddenly send additional people over. However, a team of ANBU ninjas can be stationed nearby. In addition, the ninja swords that are cultivated are slightly different from the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. The conditions for use are more stringent. In the hands of recognized ninjas, they can exert greater strength. We have to find a suitable user for the ninja sword that Shiu made in time. If the ninja sword is created, but no recognized ninja emerges, then it means that I, the Mizukage, am incompetent and my efforts in cultivation have been wasted. Immediately, the third Mizukage turned his attention to the direction of Take-Torai Island. The Take-Torai clan. The current situation in the village can only be said to be very bad. It was already on a large battlefield and fell into a disadvantage. What happened was that the Kirigakure 7 suffered heavy losses. The momentum of the entire village has collapsed. If it weren't for Shiu, the existence of the Take Torai clan wouldn't be a bad thing. The people of the Take Torai clan are not good at life, but they still have some strength. They can go to the battlefield and compete with ninjas from other ninja villages. At the same time, internally, it can also increase the activity of the blood mist policy I arranged. But Shiu can bring a better future to the village. However, stability within the village must be ensured. The Take Torai clan is a very detrimental factor to stability. Especially now that the Take Torai clan has become increasingly detrimental to the stability of the village. When the external situation of the village is so bad, they have no idea of the overall situation and only think about themselves. Not smart yet, stupid and conceited. Not 1 or 2 people, but most of the family. This ninja family is hopeless. The third Mizukage's eyes flickered. At night, after the third Mizukage finished processing today's documents, he came to a relatively secluded courtyard in Kirigakure village. The person living in this courtyard is one of the Kirigakure 7, Black Ho Thunder Fang. The third Mizukage was dissatisfied with the Take Torai clan. However, he also knows the madness of the Take Torai clan. If the conditions he had agreed to Zudorigong were not fulfilled, Zudorigong didn't know what kind of trouble would happen. The third generation Mizukage is not worried about himself. The third generation Mizukage is worried that Take Torai Hikaru will go to the Forging Island to cause trouble. The Kirigakure 7 ninja swordsman, Take Torai Hikaru, proposed that there is only one of the Kyudama, Samehada, and Thunder swords. Among them, the third Mizukage did not want to hand it over to the Take Torai clan. As for shark muscle, it is currently used by the Ziguashan Hitungui. Of the disastrous defeat of the Kirigakure 7, only 3 survived. Among them, both of them fell into a state of decadence after returning to the village. Only Ziguashan Hitungui quickly recovered and returned to work in the village. Therefore, after weighing the situation, the third Mizukage felt that the Thunder Sword would be the best choice. Mizukage-sama. Thunderye, how are you doing lately? Black Holeya laughed sadly. Just barely alive. As he spoke, Black Holeya picked up the wine bottle in his hand and took a swig of it. Mizukage-sama, I'm sorry, but if I don't drink this thing now, I won't be able to control it. As long as I close my eyes, the images of that day will be in my mind. Fine. Mizukage-sama, do you have any business with me? The third Mizukage revealed his purpose. Leia, you can choose one of the stitches, the beheading sword, the flying foam, and the Kabutosu as your new ninja sword. Black Holeya immediately understood the meaning of the third Mizukage's words, with a look of self-deprecation on his face. Is Mizukage-sama coming to take back the Thunder Sword? No problem. I am now disabled, and I am indeed no longer qualified to possess the Thunder Knife. But Mizukage-sama, you don't need to come in person. Just ask an ANBU ninja to come over. As he spoke, Black Holeya took out the Thunder Knife. Mizukage-sama, here it is. As for the new ninja sword, I don't need it. Now, even if I have the new ninja sword, I can't use it. I can no longer go to the battlefield. Give the ninja sword to someone more worthy. After taking a sip of wine, he probably choked, and Black Holeya coughed violently. Sorry, Mizukage-sama, I lost my temper. I'm going to clean up first. The third Mizukage looked at Black Holeya's leaving figure, shook his head and sighed. As an elite team directly affiliated with Mizukage, the 7 Kirigakure members not only possess extremely strong personal strength, but also have a very high status in Kirigakure village and are respected by countless people. But now, everything has been broken. A Konoha-genin completely destroyed the 7 Kirigakure people. From the top of the mountain, it fell directly into the canyon and gully. The current state of Black Holeya made the third Mizukage very sad. Loquat Jozo was also in this state before. It might be better than Black Ho Thunder Fang, but not by much. But now, Lo Kuat Zhuzang has completely come out. The Sword of Blue Rose gives Zhuzang hope. If in the future, Xiu can create a ninja sword suitable for Rega, a ninja sword that is stronger than Rega and allows Rega to increase his strength, Rega may also be able to step out like Zhuzhou. The third Mizukage brought the Thunder Sword to the Take Torai clan and handed the Thunder Sword to Take Torai-en. That is, the contemporary patriarch of the Take Torai clan. Yan, my promise has been fulfilled. I don't want to see anyone making trouble on the Forging Island again. After saying that, without waiting for Zudari Yan to reply, the third Mizukage had already flashed and left. Zudari Yan looked at the direction the third Mizukage left and shook his head. As I expected, after this incident, the friendship between the third Mizukage and my Take Torai clan has been basically exhausted. If something like this happens again, there will only be hatred left. And in recent years, the Take Torai clan has offended almost all the other ninja families and village high-level officials. It even has an extremely bad reputation among civilian ninjas. The village is becoming increasingly dissatisfied with the Take Torai clan. But the members of the family have no intention of reflecting at all. Instead, they think that the village is targeting them. If things continue like this, I'm afraid we will eventually embark on the path of breakup and civil war. Zudarian sighed. In the Uchiha clan, I heard that a very good young generation has appeared, named Uchiha Shisui. He is the descendant of the Uchiha mirror. He may bring changes to Uchiha. Some people said that they saw the shadow of Uchiha mirror in Uchiha Shisui. And the Uchiha mirror is a special Uchiha, the kind that can change the fate of Uchiha. But in our Take Torai clan, no such person appears. Chapter 28 Uchiha Madara, Ninja Sword? Just trash. A violent knock on the door interrupted Zuchuian's thinking. Enter. Lord Patriarch. Zudari entered the courtyard with a look of excitement on his face. I heard that Mizukage-sama has arrived, but did he bring the promised ninja sword? Zhu Chuiguang's eyes fell on the thunder knife next to Zhu Chuiyan. Is this a thunder knife? Lord Clan Leader, I feel that in the entire Zudari clan, there is no one more suitable to use the thunder sword than me. In my hands, the thunder sword will be able to be fully utilized. Master Patriarch, I will use this thunder knife, okay. Zudarian glanced at Zudarigong and nodded. Can. Zhu Taiguang picked up the thunder knife, and the excitement on his face became even stronger. A burst of lightning flashed on the thunder knife. This is the power of thunder knife. Not bad. Zhu Chuiguang looked at Zhu Chuiyan. Please rest assured, Patriarch, I will definitely not let down the thunder sword. In my hands, the thunder sword will definitely shine brightly. I will definitely do better than Black Hole. Reviving the name of thunder sword is up to me, Take Torai Light. Zhu Taiguang put the thunder knife on his waist. Master Patriarch, if there is nothing else to do, I will leave first. Zhu Chuiyan nodded. Good. Just as he was about to walk out of the courtyard, Take Torai suddenly stopped and turned around. By the way, Patriarch, Osamu Uehara can build 2 ninja swords in such a short period of time, and he may build more in the future. Patriarch, you may be able to arrange for someone to fight for it. Zhu Chuiyan had a strange look on his face. We understand bamboo taking light and bamboo taking inflammation. Take Torai Hikaru is a typical member of the Take Torai clan. It can be said that all the negative impressions of the Take Torai clan outside can be confirmed by Take Torai Light. However, Take Torai Hikaru's talent is good. The current Take Torai clan and Take Torai Light's strength can be ranked at the forefront. Even Zudari Yan, the patriarch of the Zudari clan, is not necessarily the opponent of Zudari Light. Therefore, when Zudarigong proposed to use the thunder knife, Zudarian did not object. It is true that Take Torai Hikaru is not a person who can lead the Take Torai clan in a good direction, but the Take Torai clan has no more suitable choice. At least Take Torai Hikaru's strength is good. But now Take Torai Hikaru said that he would send people to get the ninja sword built by Uehara Shu. Zudorian only thought it was funny. Tekatorian especially wanted to ask Tekatorimitsu a few words, since you know that Osamu Uehara can forge other ninja swords in the future, and since you know that you have to fight for those ninja swords, you went to the forging island last time and made something like that move? Is it possible that you think what you are doing can still leave a good impression on Osamu Uehara? Or do you think the Uehara order is so generous that they don't care at all? Or is it that you don't think that kind of behavior is offensive at all? What do you mean by saying something like this now? If such a thing happened when Zuchoruan didn't know Zuchoruan that well, Zuchoruan might ask, might communicate with Zuchoruan, or even want to guide Zuchoruan to change. But now, Zudorian already knows Zudorigong very well. Zudorian knows the character of Zudorigong. Zudorian knew that he could not make Zudorigong change at all. The brain circuit of Take Torai Hikari is the same as that of most people in the Take Torai clan, extreme, stubborn, and conceited. Zudorian has long since given up communicating with Zudori Light, and has also given up communicating with most members of the Zudori clan. He just hopes to find one or two seeds of hope among the younger generation of the Zudori clan. It would be great if God could give me an Uchiha Shisui from the Take Torai clan. Watching Zudorigong's leaving figure, this thought flashed through Zudorian's mind. I wonder if the leader of the Uchiha clan is in a similar situation to me and has similar thoughts. A black shadow suddenly appeared in the water shadow building. Not seen by anyone. In this way, he walked directly behind the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage's eyes became a little confused. Uchiha Madara put a hand on the third Mizukage's shoulder. In a low voice, the third Mizukage told Uchiha Madara all about the recent situation in Kirigakure village. Ninja sword. Uchiha Madara's brows moved slightly. The non-healable blade, Kiri Ikimonji. Ice knife, sword of blue rose. Uchiha Madara scoffed. Sure enough, a weak ninja village like Kirigakure regards a mere ninja sword as the future. It's simply ridiculous. The so-called Kirigakure 7 are no match for even a mere Konoha genin, so what can these ninja swords do? The truly powerful ones are always the ninjas themselves. The ninja sword is just about improving some trash to the point where it's not that trash. You can't create a truly strong person. The ninja sword made by Osamu Uehara, which the third Mizukage valued and looked forward to, was completely worthless in the eyes of Madara Uchiha. The current representatives of ninja sword users are the Kirigakure 7, but even existences that are much stronger than the Kirigakure 7 are completely looked down upon by Uchiha Madara, for example, the third Mizukage. As for the ninja sword, in Uchiha Madara's opinion, it is difficult to create a being like the third generation Mizukage. No need to pay too much attention. Uchiha Madara didn't pay attention. Not long after, Uchiha Madara left. Coming to Kirigakure village, Uchiha Madara's purpose has been accomplished. Kirigakure village is not important to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara just regards Kirigakure village as a chess piece and controls this chess piece to complete his plan. Uchiha Madara's real target is Uchiha Obito. By destroying the person Uchiha Obito cares about most, it stimulates Uchiha Obito, allowing Uchiha Obito to open the Manjiki Sharingan, and then hand over his next plan to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito is also a pawn of Uchiha Madara. It's just a bigger chess piece. Forge Island. Loquat Jozo looked at Uehara Shu opposite him and said, "You have basically mastered these water escape ninjutsu. You will have no problem using them in battle. If you continue to invest time in practice, you can indeed improve, but in a short period of time, it is not cost-effective. Next, let me teach you some new water escape ninjutsu." Loquat Jozang was a little surprised at Kamehara Shu's learning speed. Previously, Osamu Uehara was faced with the water escape technique. He listened and watched it once and learned it, which made Loquat Jozo realize that Osamu Uehara was a genius in water escape. But now Loquat Jozo discovered that Osamu Uehara might be even more talented than he had previously expected. But this is not actually a miscalculation by Loquat Jozo. But during this time, Shu Uehara's water escape talent was improved again. This made Loquat Jozo want to cultivate Uehara's ability in water escape even more. With such a talent, it would be a waste in the opinion of Loquat Jozang if he did not learn more water escape ninjutsu and improve his water escape strength. Chapter 29 The body seems to be hollowed out. The next ninjutsu I'm going to teach you is an A-level water escape ninjutsu, called the Great Waterfall Jutsu. Creates a large, powerful flow of water, like a waterfall. This ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra and requires relatively high chakra control. However, the corresponding power is also very strong. Shu, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Loquat Jozang formed a seal facing the sea. Under normal circumstances, this is not a ninjutsu that a Choyunin should learn. However, Uehara Shu's talent made Loquat Jozo judge that he could give it a try. Water escape, the Great Waterfall technique. Next moment, Loquat Jozang opened his mouth fiercely. An extremely strong stream of water spurted out from Loquat Jozang's mouth. At the beginning, it was a water polo, but after the water polo, there was still water. It's big, fast, and has a strong impact. And it also comes with a certain amount of rotational power. It's like an ocean current rushing out from the depths of the ocean floor. Boom! Loquat Jozo's great waterfall technique fell to the ground. It is constantly impacting the ground. Osamu Uehara could clearly feel that the power of this ninjutsu was completely superior to the water dragon bullet jutsu. Finally, the water stopped. All the water above the ground disappeared. A deep pit appears. The depth at the center reaches more than 10 meters. This is not loose sand, but tough dirt. Shu, come here and give it a try. Yes, Jozang senpai. Uehara Shu stepped forward and stood next to Loquat Jozang. He first recalled what Loquat Jozang said and the scene of Loquat Jozang using ninjutsu just now, and then formed the seal. Water escape, the Great Waterfall technique. Osamu Uehara only felt that the moment he completed the seal, a large amount of chakra in his body was extracted and moved towards him. After these chakras are condensed together, they become water flow. Boom! A waterfall technique that was exactly the same as the one used by Loquat Jozo appeared. After the water flow disappeared, a deep pit with a similar depth appeared next to the pit created by Loquat Jozang. However, the power of this ninjutsu is indeed very strong. But the consumption is also huge. Osamu Uehara felt that his steps were a little weak. With his current situation and the amount of chakra in his body, he would be insufficient if he could not use the water escape technique of the waterfall twice. It's probably like Kakashi after using Reikari. And this is already the case. Shosei Uehara has a perfect level of water escape talent, and when using water escape, he already consumes much less energy than other water escape ninjas. The fundamental reason is that Shu Uehara's current basic attributes are not good enough. First of all, Osamu Uehara has no special bloodline and is just an ordinary ninja. Secondly, the basic training conducted by Osamu Uehara was not enough. Third, Uehara Shu's age also limits the amount of chakra Uehara has. The former is difficult to change. The latter two take time. It's not just Shu Uehara who has this problem, almost all ordinary ninjas have this problem. But as long as you train hard, this problem won't be too big when you become an adult. Moreover, there may be another solution for Osamu Uehara. Namely, the rewards of the blacksmith system. As expected, it worked. Not only did it work, it also gave me a surprise. Such a talent for water escape is far beyond what I can compare with. Loquat Jozang sighed inwardly. Shu, you gave me another surprise. For ninjutsu, level cannot explain everything. Because this is a comprehensive evaluation and depends on many aspects. It has something to do with the intensity of the ninjutsu, difficulty of learning, ease of use, etc. However, the learning difficulty of the Great Waterfall Jutsu is higher than that of the Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu and the Water Fang Bullet Jutsu. Osamu Uehara learned the Water Prison technique after hearing it once. Shiryu Uehara learned the Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu and Water Fang Bullet Jutsu after practicing several times. Loquat Jozo originally thought that it would take some time for Osamu Uehara to learn the technique of the Great Waterfall. However, Osamu Uehara actually learned the Great Waterfall technique after only listening to and watching it once. It is faster than learning the Water Dragon Bullet technique and Water Fang Bullet technique. This surprised Loquat Jozang. Your talent in water escape is not only stronger than mine, but much better than mine. It may be because you have never trained in this area before, so at the beginning, your performance will be better than now. Worse. Now it's because you are familiar with it and used to it. Your current state is your true talent. In this case, the plan I arranged before will be somewhat inappropriate. Osamu Uehara asked subconsciously. Jozang Senpai, what's the plan? Loquat Jozang said, the plan I arranged for you was a 2-year plan. In the next 6 months, I will teach you some high-level water escape ninjutsu. After half a year, I will spend another 1.5 years on you to familiarize yourself with these ninjutsu and improve your basic abilities. If everything goes well, you will be able to reach the level of Jounin. That way, Shiu, you will be considered to have some ability to protect yourself. Osamu Uehara nodded. Before the Fourth Ninja War, as far as the ninja world was concerned, Jounin was already very powerful. For any ninja village, they are the elite. Not to mention Jainin, especially Jainin, they are already unique beings. Take Konoha as an example. Marino Yaki, Mitarashi Anko, Shiranui Genma, Gekko Heiate. These special Jounin can all admit very important work and gain the trust of the Hokage. However, if you can even learn the Great Waterfall technique in one go, you won't need half a year to learn the high-level water escape ninjutsu I originally planned to teach you. It's so fast to learn, and it definitely won't take that long to get familiar with and master it. Loquat Jozang continued, in the next 6 months, what I plan to teach you are 3 water escape ninjutsu. Water Fang Blade Jutsu. The technique of exploding water and rushing waves. And, the water formation pillar technique. Now it seems that you can learn everything in these few days. My original arrangement for you for half a year can be over in a few days. After you learn these ninjutsu, I will study how to arrange your basic training plan. It might take a while. Loquat Jozang's plan to face Uehara Shimoto was based on his own situation. Reduce the time of your training plan. But now, Loquat Jozo realized that even though he had shortened a lot of time, he still could not match the water escape talent shown by the original cultivator. Therefore, Loquat Jozo decided to study it carefully. He couldn't let his plan waste Uehara Shu's talent. Okay, Senior Jozang, just look at the arrangements. I absolutely trust you. I'm sorry, Senior Jozang. You're welcome. Loquat Jozang returned to his room. Osamu Uehara looked at the translucent screen in front of him. Name, Osamu Uehara. Comprehensive Strength, Chuyunin. Swordsmanship, Familiar, 1300. Forging Technology, Good, Excellent, Forging Island Bonus. Task Item, Thug Recruitment Order X1. Blacksmith Reputation, 273. Evaluation, as a blacksmith, my foundation is not bad. Because I have my own forging site, my forging skills are enhanced, and I have a chance to create high-quality ninja tools. As a ninja, his strength is worrying. In war, he can only be regarded as high-level cannon fodder. The reputation is only about 200 now. Osamu Uehara frowned slightly. Chapter 30. It's time to bring the organization into play. Being in this world. You are in Kirigakure village. Osamu Uehara desperately wanted to improve his strength. And what Uehara Shu relied on was the blacksmith system. After completing the forging, you can get a reward. Guide the contract and get another reward. With these rewards, Osamu Uehara gained a familiar level of swordsmanship and a perfect level of water escape talent. Uehara Shusai was able to increase his overall strength from Genin level to Chunin level in such a short period of time. It can be said that forging is the fundamental basis of Uehara Shu. But the prerequisite for forging is to have blueprints. The blueprints can only be obtained through lottery machines. 100 reputation points, 1 draw. Based on the experience of the last lottery, Osamu Uehara realized that he had to draw at least 10 consecutive draws to have a higher probability of getting the blueprint. 10 consecutive draws require 1000 reputation points. After completing the creation of Kiriichi Manji last time, I first went to the Mizu Cage building, then returned to the Forging Island, and met Arafu Neji. Not long after, Jozo Senpai came to the Forging Island. At that time, my reputation was more than 300 points. Suddenly, my reputation skyrocketed by more than 600 points. Osamu Uehara's eyes flickered. That time, there is a high possibility that it was because the Take Torai clan knew the news about Kiriichi Manji. Reputation comes from people. The more people know about it, the more reputation I gain. But the more people know about it, the more complicated and dangerous the situation I face will become. But if I keep hiding it, I won't be able to get new drawings. Therefore, I must spread the news about the ninja sword and let more people know about it, but I must control the speed. Uehara Shu thought for a while. There are several ways to let more people know about the ninja sword. 1. I took the initiative to leave the Forging Island and tell some people about the ninja sword. 2. I will send people out to spread the news about the ninja sword. 3. Let someone come to the Forging Island. The first method is definitely inappropriate, and the second method is a bit difficult to control. So for now, the third method may be the best option. Just in time, there are still 3 of the 4 blacksmith assistants that Lord Mizukage gave me. Once you learn the few water escape ninjutsu that Jozo Senpai mentioned, you can start making arrangements. This quota should be very attractive to many people. This time, I want to gain prestige, but I also need to carefully select the candidates. The next day, Loquat Jozo and Uehara Shu came to the training ground. Shu, today I will teach you water escape and the water fang blade technique. Yes, Jozang Senpai. Fire Nation. Kisame Kisaki glanced back at Zabuza and mocked. Kid, isn't this okay? You have the nerve to call yourself a genius in hidden Kirigura village? What kind of genius are you? You're just taking advantage of the fact that your batch is too weak. If you were in my batch, you wouldn't survive the second round. Kisame Kisaki had a very bad impression of Zabuza. The scene of the two of them fighting each other on the Forging Island will never be forgotten by Kisame in Igangaki for the rest of his life. Iniki Keiki Kisame didn't care so much about being provoked. But that time, Uehara was forging in the forging room. Kisame Mikagaki knew how important that forging was to Uehara Shu. It is about the survival of Forge Island. Of course, Zabuza may not know the specific circumstances. But this does not prevent Kisame from being unhappy with Zabuza. In addition, after Zabuza learned that Osamu Uehara could create a ninja sword at the level of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords, the change in attitude made Mikagaki Kisame's attitude towards Zabuza even worse. Zabuza subconsciously wanted to retaliate. But when the words came to his lips, Zabuza swallowed them back. Zabuza didn't want his impression in Uehara Shu's mind to get worse. In addition to Zabuza's desire for the ninja sword, Zabuza also sincerely respects the blacksmith who can forge a ninja sword of the level of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. And Kisame Inakasaki is a very good friend of Osamu Uehara. Zabuza didn't say a word, but said all the words he wanted to say in reply to Inakaki Kisame silently in his heart. Not getting a response made Mikagaki Kisame feel a little bored and looked away. A figure approached the two of them at an extremely fast speed. An ANBU ninja from Kirigakure village. Kisaki Kisame, Mamakai Zabuza obeys the order. The two looked at the ANBU ninja with serious expressions. The positions of Sarutobi Asuma and Hotaki Kakashi have been detected. Now our people are creating opportunities for you to fight one-on-one with them. Come with me now. Master Mizukage values you very much and has entrusted this task to you. I hope you won't disappoint Mizukage-sama. The two nodded heavily. Don't worry, we will do our best. The ANBU ninja left with Kisame and Jozo Heiji. An old Kirigakure ninja walked out, took a deep look at the direction the three left, and sighed. It's really unfair for you to put the hope of the entire village's future on you two young people. But, there is nothing we can do about it. The big battlefields are falling into disadvantages one after another. The Kirigakure 7 were defeated miserably. We can only try to regain some momentum among the young ninjas. I hope you can resist this pressure. If even you all fail, then Kirigakure village will probably enter the darkest era. I don't know how many years it will take to find a little new hope. The old ninja raised his head and looked at the sky. It would be great if we could go back to the era when the second generation of adults lived. The worse the situation in Kirigakure village is now, the more the elderly ninjas in the village miss the Kirigakure village back then. The situation in Kirigakure village during the second Mizukage period was much better than it is now. The condition of the entire village is different. In the past, even if they were defeated many times, everyone in the village would not feel that there was no hope. If they failed, they would just fight back. But the situation is different now. A defeat will cause a huge blow to the village. Compared with the second generation, the third generation is still a little worse. Furthermore, with the defeat of the Kirigakure 7, the fourth generation candidates don't know who to choose. As an elite team directly affiliated with Mizukage, the Kirigakure 7 have a high status in Kirigakure village. Not only is he strong, he also has the ability to handle village government affairs and lead a team in battle. Therefore, he is also qualified to be regarded as one of the successors of Mizukage. But after experiencing the disastrous defeat against Konoha Genin last time, all members of the Kirigakure 7 have lost this qualification. Arrive! The ANBU ninja's voice sounded. Chapter 31 You are much worse than Kakashi. Captain, the Kirigakure village seems to want the young ninjas from their village to fight Kakashi and Asuma. After hearing the report from the ninja below, the young ninja showed interest. Let the young ninja have a youthful battle. This made the young ninja think back to his youth. Captain, should we cooperate with them? Okay, this is also a good opportunity for Kakashi and Asuma. The ninja below hesitated. Captain, should we use this opportunity to ambush the two young ninjas from Kirigakure village and kill them? The young ninja shook his head. Don't do such boring things. If we do this, Kakashi and Asuma will definitely receive targeted revenge. They are certainly strong, but on the battlefield, if they are targeted, they are likely to be killed. However, we must also be prepared to prevent the Kirigakure village from breaking the rules and interfering with this battle of youth. The ninja below was still hesitant. But, Captain, what will happen if Kakashi and Asuma lose? Kakashi and Asuma will not lose. After all, one of them is the genius of Konoha, and the other is the son of our Lord Hokage. Kisame Kisaki looked around. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Kisame and Akasaki. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. A huge fireball appeared out of thin air, and fell violently towards Kisame's position. Kisame Kisaki's figure flashed. Sarutobi Asuma. After escaping Go's fireball, Kisame Mikagaki steadied his body and looked at the attacker. A teenager. But he looks a bit mature. Wearing a green, typical Konoha-style ninja uniform. Dried persimmon Kisame. As representatives of the younger generation of their respective ninja villages, both sides are aware of the other's existence. Sarutobi Asuma is the son of the third Hokage. Kisame Kisaki is the leader of the younger generation in Kirigakure village. Kisame Inokeki looked at Asuma with a disappointed expression. It's not Kakashi. Asuma's face suddenly turned cold. What's the meaning? Kisame Kisaki said calmly, that's what you think. Among the younger generation of Konoha, Kakashi is the strongest among you. Is this common sense? You are no match for me. It doesn't even interest me much. This battle means a lot to me. I'm very disappointed that the opponent is you. Asuma could no longer control his emotions and became angry. After all, Asuma is still just a teenager now, far from mature. Young people are all competitive. Especially for Asuma, the recognition of others is extremely important to Asuma. Because since childhood, Asuma grew up in an environment that was not so recognized. Asuma has a great brother. This is both lucky and unfortunate for Asuma. Because since childhood, Asuma has always been in comparison with his brother. Asuma is extremely eager to prove herself. I hope that when others look at me, they can say that I am excellent and strong. Rather than say a word. Work hard and you will grow to the level of your brother. Others put it even more unpleasantly. Asuma, you still need to work harder to catch up with your brother. You are not enough now. Your brother was already very strong at this age back then. These words stung Asuma's pride extremely. Especially when the people who expressed such an attitude included Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't even get approval from his own father. As the son of the Hokage, Asuma received a lot of attention. But precisely because of this, Asuma received far more stimulation than ninjas of the same age. After entering and graduating from the ninja school, Asuma had another comparison target. Kakashi. The son of Konoha White Fang. Disciple of Namikaze Minato. Konoha's genius. In addition to comparing with his brother, Asuma also needs to compare with Kakashi. However, Asuma is neither as good as his brother nor as good as Kakashi. This made Asuma very uncomfortable. Lies actually don't matter that much, facts are more harsh. Because what those people said was true, Asuma had no way to refute it. And Asuma has no way to stop those people. This has been going on for a long time, and a strong obsession has formed in Asuma's heart. Now, these words from Inokeki Kisame just stimulated what Asuma was most concerned about. Asuma glared at Kisame Kisaki, anger burning in his chest. Kisaki Kisame, do you think you will win? Certainly. Without Kirei Kimonji, Inokeki Kisame wouldn't even think that Asuma would be his opponent. Now that he has Kirei Kimonji, Kisame Kisaki doesn't like Asuma at all. Then let's give it a try. What qualifications do the ninjas of Kirigakure have to shout in front of us Konoha ninjas? Your Kirigakure 7 have become a joke to the entire ninja world. What can you do? Inokasaki Kisame's expression also darkened. Sarutobi Asuma, you are seeking death. Kisame Kisaki is not one of the Kirigakure 7. However, Kisame Mikagaki has wanted to own a ninja sword since he was a child, and he hopes to become one of the 7 Kirigakure. Even though Inokeki Kisame has not become one of the Kirigakure 7 now, he has obtained Kirei Kimonji. Inokeki Kisame has a strong identity with Ninja Toryu. Water Escape, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Kisame Kisaki performs seals at an extremely fast speed. A large amount of water condensed in front of Kisame Kisaki, forming the shape of a water dragon. It dived ferociously towards Asuma from high altitude, bringing with it a strong wind. Wind escape, a big breakthrough. Facing the incoming water dragon bullet technique, Asuma opened his mouth and spewed out a hurricane force. However, this hurricane could not completely block Iniki Kakasame's water dragon bullet technique. Asuma naturally knew this, so he just used a big breakthrough to block Inokeki Kisame's water dragon bullet technique for a moment, and used this time to move to the other side. After that, form seals. Take a sharp breath. Wind escape, the art of wind and dust. It's not just the wind, there's a lot of dust mixed in the wind. This ninjutsu is, to some extent, similar to the Kirigakuer no jutsu. But the difference is that the Kirigakuer technique creates water mist. The art of Fengchen creates dust. Suddenly, the entire area was covered in dust. Kisame Kisaki sneered. The fighting method is similar to that of Zabuza's brat. It is slightly different, but the difference is not big. Such a move is completely useless to me. The next moment, Kisame Kisaki's figure suddenly jumped up and reached the mid-air. Water escape, burst water and rush waves. A large amount of water appeared and fell towards the dust created by Asuma. When the dust hit the water, even if it was sucked into it, it almost took just an instant for the dust covering the surrounding area to disappear. Above the ground, dirty water condensed. Asuma didn't expect that his ninjutsu would be broken so quickly. Unexpectedly, Kisame Kisaki could use water release on such a large scale. For a moment, I was a little surprised. After the dust disappeared, he looked for the figure of Kisame Inakasaki. However, at this time, it was already too late. Kisame Kisaki had already approached Asuma. One hand pressed on the handle of Tong Yumanji's sword. Pfft! Chapter 32 Asuma, what a sinister ninja sword! Hitting the target with one blow, Inagaki Kisame quickly distanced himself. Asuma only felt an inexplicable attraction falling on her body. Part of the chakra in her body suddenly disappeared, as if it had been absorbed by something. Chakra absorption technique. Asuma looked at Kisame Kisaki with a hint of caution in his eyes. Asuma had never fought against ninjas with chakra absorption techniques before. However, Asuma is well aware of how troublesome this type of ninja can be. Once the situation falls into a stalemate and cannot win immediately, it will be difficult to win. In addition, during the battle, you must avoid being hit by the opponent's chakra absorption technique. I didn't expect that in addition to having amazing water escape, this Kansaki Kisame also possesses a good chakra absorption technique. That blow just now took away a lot of my chakra. No more close combat. You have to keep your distance. Kisame Kisaki stared at Asuma, and his eyes fell on the wounds on Asuma's body. The blood on it did not solidify at all, but was constantly flowing out. Asuma didn't seem to notice this. Because Asuma focused most of his attention on being afraid of Kisame's chakra absorption technique. Sarutobi Asuma, you should be honored. Pleasure. Yes, you are Kiriichi Manji's first official opponent. In the future, when Kiriichi Manji's reputation spreads throughout the ninja world, your name will also be mentioned. Asuma's eyes fell on the sword in Mikagaki Kisame's hand. Is Kiriichi Manji this ninja sword? One of your Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords? No, I know the names of your Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords. There is no Kiriichi Manji at all. Kirimanji is not one of the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords, but it is not under the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords. Kisame Mikagaki said, any wound caused by being hit by Kiri-Ikimanji cannot be healed, even with the use of medical ninjutsu. What? Asuma's pupil shrank, and he subconsciously lowered his head to look at his wound, feeling dazed for a moment. The corners of Kisame's mouth curved slightly, and he told Kiri-Ikimanji's information. Kisame was just trying to create this opportunity. Before the official battle, before coming to the land of fire, Inakaki Kisame had actually rehearsed it many times in his mind. He had rehearsed the situation when his opponents were Kakashi and Asuma. As for water release, Kisame Kisaki didn't think much about it and just used it normally. This is information that all ninjas in Konoha know. What the Konoha ninjas don't know is their own chakra absorption technique and Kiri-Ikimanji. Inakigaki Kisame thought about whether to take out only one of them in the first round, wait until one of them is guarded by the opponent, and then take out the other one to catch the opponent off guard twice. But after thinking about it seriously, Inikisaki Kisame gave up this choice. Because both the chakra absorption technique and Kiriichi Manji have a problem, that is, they can only be used after getting up close. The current Kisaki Kisame is still unable to absorb the opponent's chakra through water escape at a long distance. Regardless of whether you use the chakra absorption technique or the Kiriichi Manji in the first round, the opponent will avoid close combat with you after becoming wary of him. Once you can't get close, the remaining means cannot be used. You can't even use it, let alone catch the opponent off guard. Then using the chakra absorption technique and Kiriichi Manji at the same time in the first round becomes the best choice. Can cause maximum damage to enemies. And in this case, if Inokeki Kisame doesn't tell Kiriichi Manji's information, Asuma will soon realize it. But if Inokeki Kisame took the initiative to reveal this information, he might be able to create another opportunity for Asuma to become distracted due to surprise. Kisame Kisaki said that Asuma was far inferior to Kakashi. But as an opponent, Inokeki Kisame did not underestimate Asuma. No matter what, Asuma is also a genius among the younger generation of Konoha. Asuma is also the son of the third Hokage. In addition, in this battle, Inokeki Kisame only allowed himself to win, and never allowed himself to lose. If Asuma can be killed, that would be the best. Kisame Kisaki's figure suddenly flashed. Asuma heard the movement and quickly looked up. But the dried persimmon Kisame came too quickly. Asuma's daze gave Inokeki Kisame enough time to get closer, thus reducing his reaction time. A flash of sword light flashed. Pfft! Asuma tightened the short blade in his hand and stabbed Kisame Inokeki. However, after a successful attack, Inokeki Kisame simply retreated. Asuma's attack failed. Tick! The sound of blood dripping on the ground was heard. This time, the wounds Kisame made on Asuma were deeper than last time. Therefore, the blood flows out faster. Asuma looked at his wound and his face became very ugly. Because Asuma discovered that what Kisame said was true. He concentrated chakra on the wound and controlled muscle contraction, but he couldn't make the wound heal at all. This is not normal. Very unusual. What Mikagaki Kisame said is true. Is this the ability of that ninja sword, Kiriichi Manji? Making the wound unable to heal. The new ninja sword created by Kirigakure village. What an insidious ability. What should I do next? Asuma panicked. A chakra absorption technique was already difficult for Asuma, and now Kiriichi Manji's ability was even more difficult for Asuma to deal with. Before, Asuma tried to avoid getting close to Kisame Inokeki. Now, Asuma would definitely avoid getting close to Kisame Inokazaki. But the problem is that there are already two such wounds on his body. His own blood is constantly being lost. The more blood you lose, the worse your condition will be. This is more terrifying than chakra being absorbed. Time was on Inokisaki Kisame's side. Inokeki Kisame doesn't need to take any violent attacks, just harassing them from a distance is enough. How can I win the Giganteiji Kisame? No, Asuma no longer expects to win against Kisame Inokangaki. What Asuma was thinking about now was how he could escape from Kisame Inokisaki alive. I absolutely can't die like this. I haven't proven it to my father yet. If I die now, doesn't that mean that what they said is true? No, absolutely not. Dried persimmon Kisame forms a seal in the distance. Water release, the jutsu of the shark bullet. A shark condensed from water appeared, lifelike, like a cannonball, and shot towards Asuma. Chapter 33 The Sudden Flash of Thunder. Asuma gritted his teeth. Tornado Fist. Blast the chakra knife in a direction similar to a fist. This was Asuma's best response after confirming that he had no way to dodge. Boom! Kisame's water-release shark arrives in front of Asuma. Asuma's fist met the tip of the shark's nose. However, the water escape shark is not a real shark after all. For real sharks, the tip of their nose is indeed one of the key points. However, for the water breaker shark, there is no difference between the tip of the nose and other positions. The two ninjutsus were fighting against each other. The water shark starts from the tip of its nose and begins to transform. But that's all. When the chakra on Asuma's ninja sword was exhausted, but the power of the whirlwind fist was exhausted. All the remaining power of the water-breaking shark collided with Asuma. Asuma only felt a huge force falling on his chest. Crack! In an instant, several ribs were broken. Asuma felt that his internal organs were shaking in his body. The body flew backwards involuntarily. It wasn't until more than 10 meters away that Asuma stabilized his figure. A touch of blood spilled from the corner of Asuma's mouth. Mikagaki Kisame's eyes flickered. This Sarutobi Asuma seems to be weaker than I expected. No, the effect of Tong Yuan's words is stronger than I expected. Those two bleeding wounds had a huge impact on Sarutobi Asuma. If what I was holding was one of the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords, it would definitely not have the same effect as it does now. Inkagaki Kisame's evaluation of Kiryu-Kimonji increased again. What's more important is that Tong Yumonji and I are very compatible. My chakra absorption technique is good at protracted battles. And Kiryu-Kimonji's incurable ability can further enhance my ability to fight for a long time. Kisame Kisaki looked at Asuma. At this time, Asuma's condition had become very bad. 2 wounds, bleeding continuously. His body was shaky and his breath was very unstable. Now, it seems there is no need for a protracted war. That brat over there, I wonder if he is a match for Kakashi Hatake. That brat is annoying, but after all, he is the ninja of my Kirigakuer village. You can die, but what you can't die is worthless. Let's not die in this mission. Otherwise, Mizukichi-sama's expectations will turn into disappointment. Kisame Kisaki tightened his grip on the handle of the knife in his hand. Water release, the jutsu of the shark bullet. This time, Kisame used the big same bullet jutsu differently. Last time, Inkeki Kisame used the great shark bullet technique like a cannonball to cause damage to Asuma. But this time, Inagangaki Kisame wrapped his body in the giant shark bullet. Use this to bring yourself closer to Asuma. The speed of the giant shark's bullet is much faster than the speed of the dried Keikisame itself. Asuma's pupils narrowed. What's this? Asuma looked at the dried persimmon Kisame in the big shark bomb and was a little surprised. But soon, Asuma knew about Kisame's intentions. Obviously protracted fighting is the method that Kisame Kisaki is better at. He just needs to consume me from a distance, but now this guy is actively approaching me. Asuma's face darkened. Is this dry Keikisaki Kisame sure that I have no power to resist anymore? Are you looking down on me so much? Hateful. But, this guy is really strong. If I don't handle it well, I will die. Asuma felt herself getting extremely nervous. The only thing I can do is try that ninjutsu. Facing the flying shark bomb, Asuma put away his chakra knife and quickly formed seals. Fire escape, the art of burning ashes. A large amount of soot was spit out from Asuma's mouth. It was much richer than the Fengchen technique used before, and these soot were all high-temperature soot. For chakra attributes, there is a certain restraint relationship. Water overcomes fire. However, when fire is strong enough, it can also counter water. Asuma was not sure that he would be able to use this jutsu successfully. Once you fail, your situation will become even worse. But now, Asuma has no better choice. Part of the water on the shark's body was evaporated under the action of high temperature. Kisame's eyes changed slightly. This ninjutsu seems pretty good. The son of the Hokage does have some hidden tricks. But, it's not enough. Asuma's face lit up. Bingo! A trace of flame appeared in Asuma's mouth. The next moment, the flame spread violently along the soot. All the soot was swept away in an instant. Explode, burn. Asuma stared straight ahead. The figure of Kisame Kisaki was lying flat on the ground, his breathing was a little unstable, and he looked a little embarrassed, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Asuma's face became even more happy. Chance. Asuma only hesitated for a moment, then clenched the chakra sword in his hand again, rushed towards the location of Kisame Kisaki, and concentrated chakra on the ninja sword. Kisaki Kisame, die! Asuma became excited. Asuma has already seen the strength of Inagaki Kisame. Definitely the best among his peers. And he also has a special ninja sword. If such a Kirigakure ninja can be killed by himself, then he can definitely prove himself. You will be recognized by everyone. Father, eldest brother, Kakashi, everyone in Konoha, you all have taken good care of me. I, Asuma, am not just someone you say I am comparing myself to others. I'm strong. I'm not in anyone else's shadow. I am who I am. I'm Asuma. However, just when Asuma was about to rush in front of Kisame Gigangaki, Kisame Kisaki, who was lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up. Seal. Water escape, water prison technique. A water ball appeared next to Asuma, and instantly enveloped Asuma in it. Asuma's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief, and he struggled desperately. But how could the water prison technique be broken away so easily? In the original plot, even Kakashi, an elite jonin, was trapped in Zabuza's water prison jutsu and was unable to break free from the restraint-type water release ninjutsu. The current strength of Kisame Kisaki is not as good as that of Zabuza at that time. But Asuma now is even worse than Kakashi back then. Kisame's other hand held Kiryu-Kimonji tightly and stabbed Asuma. Sudden. There was a flash of lightning. Chapter 34 Everyone thinks I'm weaker than Kakashi? Boom. Asuma's figure fell down. There was water scattered all around. Asuma's hair and clothes were all wet, and she looked very embarrassed. Hitaki Kakashi. Kisame Kisaki looked at Kakashi, who suddenly appeared, frowning slightly. The previous battle was 3 versus 3. A Kirigakure Enbu ninja versus an ordinary Konoha ninja. Kisame Kisaki versus Asuma Sarutobi. Zabuza versus Kakashi. Now that Kakashi has come to support, it means that Zabuza was defeated in the battle with Kakashi. That brat lost. Kisame Kisaki's face didn't look good. Kisame Inagaki doesn't like Zabuza, but when facing the Konoha ninja, Kisame Inagaki hopes that his own people will win. Not far away, a Konoha Anbu ninja hiding in the darkness breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Kakashi appear. He withdrew the shuriken he was about to take action and glanced at Asuma. There is indeed a huge difference between Asuma and Shinosuke-sama. Shinosuke-sama was much stronger at his age back then. And it's not just about strength. Asuma's judgment of the situation and mentality are still a bit poor. After that, the Anbu ninja's attention shifted to Kakashi. Kakashi is worthy of being the son of Konoha White Fang. Konoha White Fang has a mixed reputation in Konoha. In the past few decades, they were all powerful ninjas of Konoha's genius swordsmanship style. At that time, the shinobi-style ninjas of Kirigakure village were completely suppressed by the White Fang of Konoha. The Sunin of Konoha are only juniors. I even got a Hokage half-sleeve. However, after the mission and the incident with the companions, Konoha's reputation plummeted. Directly from the hero of the village to the sinner of the village. He had to commit suicide to apologize. The Anbu ninjas don't know the rights and wrongs of Konoha White Fang, but the Anbu ninjas recognize the strength of Konoha White Fang. This is true genius. No wonder Hokage-sama takes Kakashi so seriously. However, by giving up swordsmanship and choosing thunder escape, can Kakashi reach the level of Konoha White Fang? Kakashi glanced at Asuma. Are you okay? Kakashi is still in isolation caused by his father's death. Asuma's condition is dire. However, at this time, Asuma forcibly suppressed his expression of surviving the disaster and shook his head. Kakashi, I'm fine. There was a sound of rapid footsteps. Kisame turned around and saw Zabuza staggering out of the woods. Feel sorry. The moment he saw the dried persimmon Kisame, Zabuza lowered his head subconsciously. The two were one-on-one, and not only did he lose, but Kisame's side was also affected. For Zabuza, this was considered a mission failure. Zabuza came not far from Kisame. Kisame stood still, and looked at Kakashi. That guy is strong. Speed, strength, technique, countermeasures, no weaknesses. Especially thunder release. As a genius of Kirigakure village, Zabuza didn't feel that he was weaker than Kakashi before. The reason why Kakashi's reputation in the ninja world is greater than his own is simply that Kakashi was born in Konoha, entered the battlefield early, and had a powerful father. This battle is your chance to prove yourself. Become famous in one battle. Like countless predecessors. For ninjas, becoming famous is often just a matter of fighting. Just like the Sunin of Konoha. A 3-on-1 battle against Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world, who besieged the Rain Ninja village. It was recognized by Sanshou Ayu Hanzo. Become famous in one day. Kakashi already has a reputation in the ninja world. If he can defeat Kakashi one-on-one, he can become famous by stepping on Kakashi's footsteps. However, after the real fight, Zabuza realized that it was not without reason that so many people recognized Kakashi. Kakashi is very strong. Comprehensive in all aspects. Zabuza only felt that he was suppressed in all aspects. Taijutsu, ninja tools, ninjutsu, experience, skills, countermeasures, speed. Except for water escape. Kisame nodded slightly. Kakashi, I'll be in charge. Sarutobi Asuma, I'll leave it to you. Kid, don't tell me, you can't handle it. Zabuza looked at Asuma, his eyes flickering. No, I won't lose a second time. At this time, Asuma reminded Kakashi. Kakashi, that guy's water escape is very strong, and he can also absorb chakra. In addition, the ninja sword in his hand is very weird. It's called Kiri Ikimonji. The wounds he creates cannot be healed. Kakashi nodded and looked at Kisame and Akasaki, his expression becoming serious. Even though there hasn't been a real fight yet, Kakashi can feel that Kisame and Igangaki will be a more difficult opponent to deal with than Zabuza and is stronger. Moreover, the chakra absorption technique and the information Asuma told about Kiri Ikimonji are worthy of vigilance. Kakashi's eyes fell on Kiri Ikimonji in Mikagaki Kisame's hand. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Dried persimmon Kisame quickly creates seals. A water dragon raised high, looking down at Kakashi opposite. The next moment, he swooped over. Kakashi's body flashed with thunder and lightning, and he moved quickly, leaving an afterimage in place to avoid the attack of the water dragon bullet. At the same time, his wrist flicked. 6 shurikens flew out, arced in midair, and headed towards Kisame Gigangaki from different directions. Kisame Kisaki raised Kiri Ikimonji. Ding! There was a sound of metal clashing. Kakashi's shuriken was shot down. Zabuza rushed towards Asuma as soon as Kisame Kisaki took action. The aura on his body was even stronger than when he faced Kakashi before. Zabuza and Asuma are both losers. However, Zabuza's situation was not as bad as Asuma's. Moreover, Zabuza had accumulated a lot of anger when he faced his defeat by Kakashi. Now, it seems that he wants to vent all this anger. Kill. At this time, Zabuza had entered the blood mist state and had no other thoughts except killing. Asuma thought that if he changed his opponent, he would feel more relaxed and be able to take a breath. Asuma was not convinced by Kakashi and wanted to prove that she was not weaker than Kakashi, but now, Asuma was very happy for Kakashi's arrival. But Asuma didn't expect that Zabuza's attack would also put a lot of pressure on him. Asuma only felt that Zabuza was like a mad dog. He didn't have the strength of Inagaki Kisame, but this fighting method also made it difficult for Asuma, who was already seriously injured. This guy is crazy. You suffered a loss at the hands of Kakashi, do you want to get it back from me? Treat me as a soft persimmon. Do you look down on me too? Chapter 35, There is no need to blame yourself for losing to Kiraikimanji. Asuma is angry. Asuma is angry. Asuma wanted to fight back. But in the end, Asuma could only look at Kakashi for help. Mamakai Zabuza. You're just taking advantage of the fact that I'm seriously injured. Do you really think your strength is superior to mine? Kisaki Kisame, I admit, he is very strong. But you, I don't admit it. You just took advantage of me being seriously injured. Kakashi noticed it, but now, Kakashi himself was too busy to take care of himself. Among the many methods currently available, Kakashi only has fire escape and ninja tools, which can attack from a long distance. However, fire escape is restrained by water escape. And it is simply impossible to defeat Ingeki Kisame with ninja tools. But here comes the problem again. Once he gets close, Kakashi's lightning escape and taijutsu can indeed give him an advantage. However, Kisame's chakra absorption technique and Kiraikimanji pose a greater threat. Kakashi gritted his teeth. The next moment, the figure stopped moving. Kick your legs to the ground. He directly changed his direction and rushed towards Inikisaki Kisame. It was indeed very risky to get close, but now Kakashi had no choice. If he doesn't get close, Asuma will definitely die. If you get close, you still have hope of winning. Kisame Kisaki raised his eyebrows slightly. Water escape, water prison technique. A water prison formed by a water ball just blocked Kakashi's route. Kakashi dodges. Kisame Kisaki took advantage of this opportunity to come to the side and attack Kakashi. A knife stabbed through. Ding! Kakashi responded with a kunao. However, after the collision, Kakashi's expression changed. On the one hand, Kisame's power was beyond Kakashi's expectations. On the other hand, Kakashi felt the sharpness of Kiraichi's words. With just one collision, a large gap appeared in his own kunao. As soon as the blow fell, the second round of fighting between the two came again. Coalescing at extremely fast speeds. Mutual exchange. The bodies are staggered. The sound of collision continued. After images appeared and disappeared again. Kakashi is extremely afraid of Kisame's chakra absorption technique and Kiraikimanji. Kisame Kisaki is also afraid of Kakashi's thunder release to a certain extent. The Anbu ninjas of Konoha who were secretly observing looked towards the battlefield, their eyes flickering. If nothing unexpected happens, Kisame Kisaki should be the most talented among the younger generation in Kirigakure village. You can actually compete with Kakashi to this extent. He is indeed very strong. However, the ninja sword in Kisame's hands helped him a lot. Kiraikimanji. When did such a ninja sword appear in Kirigakure village? Could it be that the blacksmith of their ninja village made it recently? Is it because of the disastrous defeat of the Kirigakure 7? The power of this ninja sword is truly evil. We must report to the village so that everyone can be more vigilant about this ninja sword. Once you get injured, you will be at a huge disadvantage. Just like Asuma now. The Konoha Anbu ninja looked in Asuma's direction and frowned. Asuma's condition is extremely bad. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on much longer. But the support from the village has not arrived yet. Kisame Kisaki looked at Kakashi opposite, and suddenly, a cruel look appeared on his face. Konoha's genius, Hitaki Kakashi, certainly lives up to his reputation. But what I want today is to defeat you. Both sides already understood the strength of the two in the previous confrontation. Both are leaders among their peers. If the current situation continues, and with the current relatively conservative fighting method, the battle between the two may not have any results, and there will be no real winner or loser. This was not what Anikeki Kisame wanted. It's not something Kisame can accept. Lord Mizukage expects more from me than that. I must win this battle. Only in this way can we live up to Mizukage-sama's expectations. Mikagaki Kisame lowered his head and glanced at Kiraikimanji in his hand. Kiraikimanji, it's up to you. The only one who can help me now is you. Shiu, help me. Looking up again, Inikisaki Kisame's eyes changed. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. However, just when Kakashi was about to respond, it was already too late. Facing Kakashi's attack, Inagaki Kisame did not choose to dodge this time. Instead, he used his own body to directly bear Kakashi's attack. However, just because Inagaki Kisame didn't dodge, it doesn't mean he didn't do anything. Chakra absorption technique. The moment their bodies touched, Kisame and Akigaki used the chakra absorption technique. Kakashi felt a wave of attraction fall on him. Part of the chakra from his body was absorbed. If Kakashi has been transplanted with Sharingan, Kisame's chakra absorption technique will have a greater impact. However, this time, Kakashi's body stagnated. At the same time, the Kiraikimanji in the hand of Kisame stabbed Kakashi. Kakashi tried his best to dodge. But it can't be completely avoided. Pfft! A wound appeared on Kakashi's shoulder. Blood kept pouring out. Kakashi tried to control his muscles, condensing chakra to the wound. However, it had no effect. Is this the ability of Tong Ikimanji? Kakashi looked at Kiraikimanji in Mikagaki Kisame's hand, the vigilance in his eyes heightened to the extreme. Kisame Mikagaki showed a smile. Success. Shiu, thank you. Kisame's aura increased, and he attacked Kakashi in a more violent manner. Kakashi was at a disadvantage. But it wasn't Kakashi who was panicking. What's even more panicked is that it's Asuma. Facing Zabuza's attack, Asuma was helpless and his injuries became more and more serious. I just hope that Kakashi can gain an advantage and support himself. But now, even Kakashi is at a disadvantage. Even Kakashi is no match for Kisame Inagaki. Is the genius of Kirigakure village so strong? Asuma didn't notice it, but he said it in his mouth. He didn't want others to compare him with Kakashi. He felt that he was weaker than Kakashi. But the real thought in my heart is that I am not as good as Kakashi. Chidori. A sharp chirping sound sounded. However, in the face of such a powerful thunder escape ninjutsu, Inikisaki Kisame still chose to exchange injuries for injuries. Chakra absorption technique. At the same time, Tong Yuan stabbed it. Kakashi had another wound on his body. But Kisame's body was also splattered with blood. Asuma looked panicked. Crazy. Everyone is crazy. The people in this Kirigakure village are all lunatics. Kisame's face was stained with blood, and his expression was expressionless. Kakashi Hatake, I will win today. Kakashi's figure swayed. The two wounds that were bleeding continuously were too much of a burden on Kakashi. You don't have to blame yourself for your defeat at the hands of me and Tong Ikimanji. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds sounded. Chapter 36 That Hokage is really too selfish. Kisaki looked up and his pupils shrank sharply. Just see it. In the darkness, a dozen kunao suddenly shot out. Moreover, the end of this kunao also has a detonating talisman. Boom! When Kisaki raised his head, the detonating charm had already exploded. In this case, it was impossible for Kisame Ingaki to use water release to block these detonating talismans and kunao in front, so he could only retreat by himself to avoid the explosion of the detonating talisman. Whoosh! 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 The nearby Kirigakure ninjas heard the movement and hurriedly came here. Likewise, there are the ninjas of Konoha. However, before the two ninjas from the nearby ninja village came over to provide support, a figure had already arrived next to Asuma and grabbed Asuma's shoulders. Kakashi, let's go. The voice of Konoha Anbu ninja sounded. Kakashi was slightly surprised when he saw the sudden appearance of Anbu ninja. However, he quickly came to his senses. Yes. Due to the obstruction of the detonating talisman, the Kirigakure ninjas who came to support were unable to pursue Kakashi and Asuma. Moreover, the nearby Konoha ninjas for support also arrived. Just a little bit. Zabuza was very sorry for this result. Zabuza was very unwilling to lose to Kakashi. However, when facing Asuma, Zabuza saw hope of atonement. In Zabuza's view, as long as he kills Asuma, he can make up for his mistake of being defeated by Kakashi. Kisame Kisaki glanced at Zabuza. Kid, you are so naive. Just a little? Far more than a little. The Konoha ninja who suddenly appeared just now was obviously an unplanned person. Not only were we surprised, but even the Konoha ninjas showed surprised expressions. This proves that the Konoha ninja is not the person he should be on this battlefield. His mission should be to secretly protect Sarutobi Asuma. With him here, you couldn't have killed Sarutobi Asuma. Zabuza frowned. When the war was so fierce and cruel, we sent such a strong ninja to secretly protect a young ninja. Isn't this too extravagant? Is it worthy of the other ninjas who are fighting for this war? A sarcastic look appeared on the corner of a Kirigakure ninja's mouth. Luxury is a bit extravagant, but it's understandable. After all, Sarutobi Asuma is the son of the Hokage. Zabuza's brows furrowed even more. Even if Asuma Sarutobi is the son of the Hokage, so what? How different is he from other ninjas in Konoha? Isn't it the same when you go to the battlefield? We also arranged for ninjas to protect us secretly. Is this still a battlefield? It's a joke. I'm so sorry to the other ninjas of Konoha. Kirigakure and Konoha are enemies, and Zabuza and Konoha ninjas are on absolutely different camps. However, Zabuza cannot agree with such a thing. Lord Mizukage, you will never do such a thing. Zabuza said. The Kirigakure ninja next to him nodded in agreement. Yes, Lord Mizukage will definitely not do such a thing. He is not so selfish. The third Hokage is just relying on the accumulation of the second Hokage and the first Hokage. Mizukage-sama is much stronger than the third Hokage. This Kirigakure ninja seemed to admire the third Mizukage very much. The reason why Konoha is strong is attributed to the first and second generation Hokage. He then came to the conclusion that the third Mizukage was stronger than the third Hokage. However, this is just the personal opinion of this Kirigakure ninja. The third Hokage's reviews are mixed. However, the third generation Mizukage may not have done well. In the Blood Mist, it is also a double-edged sword. Several Kirigakure ninjas nearby glanced here, but did not speak. Some words can be said in the heart, but cannot be spoken out. After all, they are ninjas from Kirigakure village. And now the third Mizukage is still in power. A Kirigakure Anbu team leader came to Inikisaki Kisame and Zabuza. Kisaki Kisame, Mamakai Zabuza, your mission has been completed. Please return to Kirigakure village immediately and report to Lord Mizukage. Yes. Kirigakure village. Forge Island. Water escape, the art of exploding water and rushing waves. Uehara Osamu jumped up and reached mid-air. Seal. A huge stream of water appeared in front of Uehara Osamu and fell to the ground, forming what looked like a small lake. The next moment, Uehara Shu felt a sense of emptiness and powerlessness surge through his body. This ninjutsu, like the Great Waterfall Jutsu, has very high requirements for the amount of chakra. It even consumes more chakra than the Great Waterfall Jutsu. The above-mentioned basic attributes of Harashu are almost completely consumed by Kame Harashu's chakra in one go. It is different from the Great Waterfall Jutsu. The Great Waterfall technique, in addition to the huge volume of water, also emphasizes the impact. This is a ninjutsu that favors direct attacks. The technique of water bursting puts more emphasis on the amount of water produced. Creates large amounts of water, forming lakes, favoring the auxiliary type. This ninjutsu is usually used to create a fighting environment more suitable for oneself, and to be used in conjunction with other ninjutsu. It doesn't make much sense when used alone. Landed. Uehara kept his posture steady. Shiu, how about it? Take it easy for a while. It's already pretty good. Loquat Zhozang said, it is difficult for ordinary chunin to use this ninjutsu. Not only can you use it, but you can also complete it to a very high degree. It's just that the amount of chakra is slightly insufficient. There is really no way around this. We have neither a special physique nor a special bloodline. Unlike the Oniden clan, the ninjas of the Take Torai clan are born with much more chakra than other ninjas. However, as long as you cultivate in the next few years and train seriously, as you grow older, the amount of chakra will be several times more than it is now, and it will be enough by then. In the next few days, Shiu, you will conduct training on water bursting. Once you are familiar with it, I will teach you the water formation pillar technique. Osamu Uehara nodded. Okay, Zhozang senpai. Loquat Zhozang turned and left. Taking the blue rose sword, he came to the beach. Loquat Zhozang wanted to fully master the blue rose sword as soon as possible to make his strength the strongest he could achieve, and then go to the battlefield to fight the Konoha genin. A shameful apology. Bloom, blue rose. The entire sea surface is frozen, including the part below the sea surface. Osamu Uehara couldn't wait to look at the translucent screen in front of him. Because not long ago, when Osamu Uehara glanced across the translucent screen, he seemed to see a huge change in the numbers in the reputation bar above. 1658. Really? Osamu Uehara's eyes lit up. Chapter 37. How did teacher Tobirama do it back then? Asuma gasped for air. This time, it's really a disaster. More dangerous than last time. And Asuma was already desperate. However, the expression of surviving a disaster did not last long on Asuma's face. Because Asuma quickly noticed that the ninjas around looked at him with strange looks. What do these people look like? Some whispers of discussion entered Asuma's ears. Both are the sons of Hokage, but there is a big gap between Asuma and Shinichuk. First he lost to Ingaki Kisame, and then he lost to Mamakai Zabuza. Kakashi deserves to be called a genius. That ANBU ninja was probably arranged by Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama estimates that if there is no other way, Asuma has no talent, but he still wants to prove himself. Hokage-sama can only arrange an ANBU ninja to protect Asuma in secret. After all, Asuma is Hokage-sama's son. When I go back this time, Hokage-sama is afraid that he will attract a lot of criticism. It's Asuma's fault. It also implicates Hokage-sama. Asuma's face instantly darkened, and her mood was extremely bad. Kakashi glanced in Asuma's direction, but didn't say anything. Asuma lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. The nails dug into the flesh. Blood flowed from the wound. The medical ninja came quickly and took Asuma and Kakashi into the medical tent for treatment. What's going on with this wound? Why can't it heal? Is there something wrong with the medicine? A medical ninja looked at Kakashi's wounds and showed a surprised expression. A medical ninja next to him stepped forward and covered Kakashi's wound with his hands. After a while, the medical ninja shook his head. It's not a problem with the medicine. My medical ninjutsu didn't work either. It's a problem with the wound. Kakashi said, this wound was caused by the ninja sword in the hand of Kisame Mikagaki. That ninja sword, named Kiraikimanji, has a special ability that makes the wound unable to heal. The medical ninja's eyes widened. There is such a ninja sword. In comparison, Kakashi is relatively calm. Senior, you can help me deal with the other wounds first, and we will study this last. Well. The medical ninja came to his senses. After simple first aid treatment, Asuma and Kakashi were sent to the rear of the battlefield. There wasn't much discussion about Asuma. On the one hand, after all, this involves the third Hokage. Secondly, what worries the Konoha ninjas even more is Inagaki Kisame's performance when facing Asuma and Kakashi. Kisaki Kisame is a genius worth fearing, a genius from Kirigakure village. In addition to being proficient in water escape, he is also good at chakra absorption techniques. The Kiri-Ikemonji in my hand has extremely insidious abilities. You must not be hit by Kiri-Ikemonji. In comparison, the Konoha ninjas talked a lot less about Zabuza. After all, Zabuza lost to Kakashi in the confrontation with Kakashi. People who pay attention to the loser will definitely not be so many. But dried persimmon Kisame is different. The ninjas of Konoha knew very well that the battle was fruitless because of the actions of the ANBU ninjas of Konoha. However, if it continued, the winner would most likely be Inagaki Kisame. By exchanging injuries for injuries, Inagaki Kisame will gain much more advantages than Kakashi. Although thunder release is extremely destructive, it can only cause damage once if it hits it once. But the damage caused by Tong Yumaji is lasting. Some people felt resentful for Kakashi. Kikigaki Kisame only relies on the ninja sword of Kiri-Ikemonji. Without this ninja sword, Kakashi will definitely win. Tong Yumanji is indeed a terrifying ninja sword. Compared with the previous Kirigakure 7 ninja swords, it's not inferior at all. No, it's even more terrifying. Currently, Kakashi is the most powerful genius among the younger generation in Konoha. The people of Konoha could not accept that Konoha's number 1 genius would lose to the young ninja of Kirigakure village. Soon, the news was spread back to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the document in his hand and fell into silence. Asuma. Forget it, it'll be fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes fell on 2 names. One is dried persimmon Kisame. The other one is Kiri-Ikemonji. A genius who can beat Kakashi needs to be taken seriously. But that's all. Sarutobi Hiruzen has seen too many geniuses, but only a few can grow up. Most of them may fall midway or become mediocre. What Sarutobi Hiruzen paid more attention to was the ninja sword Kiri-Ikemonji. A ninja only lives so long. But a ninja sword can be passed down for a long, long time. It can turn an ordinary ninja into a powerful ninja. The inhalable blade. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Not at all weaker than the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords. When did a new ninja sword appear in Kirigakure village? Hidden it before. Because there are any harsh conditions for use. It can't be used until dried persimmon Kisame. We have to find a way to get information about this ninja sword. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples. The situation is complicated. Facing 3 ninja villages at the same time, no, not at the same time, just one after another, but it is already very difficult to handle it well. How did Tobirama-sensei persevere when he faced 4 ninja villages at the same time? However, back then, teacher Tobirama had 6 disciples including me. And now I only have Jiraiya, Minato, and Orochimaru. Duenzo seems to have a mind of his own. It would be nice if Tsunade was still in the village. A powerful medical ninja can provide great logistical support to the battlefield. The only thing worthy of surprise is Minato's performance. In addition, Shinosuke's growth is completely in line with my expectations. With Minato and Shinosuke in Konoha's future, I shouldn't need to worry. Osamu Uehara looked at the numbers in the reputation column on the translucent screen and thought for a moment. Based on time, Kisame should have already arrived on the battlefield by this time, so this sudden increase in reputation is due to Kisame's performance on the battlefield. From the battlefield, Kirigakure ninja and Konoha ninja. That's most likely the case. In this case, I won't be in a hurry to recruit a blacksmith assistant. With more than 1,000 reputation points, you can already perform 10 consecutive draws. I wonder what drawings can be drawn out this time. I hope you won't be disappointed. Uehara Shu had an idea. 10 draws in a row. Start. Chapter 38 The Ninjutsu that extinguishes Uchiha Madara's fire release. Spirit +1. Physique +1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thug Recruitment Order X1. Physique +1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God's Hand Drawing X1. A blueprint, a recruitment order for thugs. The results are worse than the last 10 draws, but at least there is a drawing. It's okay. Osamu Uehara looked at the drawings. And this is the hand of God. Taigu. Osamu Uehara showed a smile. The word tong is a tool. The effect of the weapon, even if it is made by Shu Uehara, is of ordinary quality. It is already very good, and it is not inferior to the Kirigakuer 7 ninja sword. And the imperial equipment is still above the official equipment. In the world of Zhang Kaitong, the user of God's hand is named Fashion. A doctor? No, it would be more appropriate to call him a researcher. In addition to treatment, he is also good at human body modification and the production of precision instruments. The main function of God's controller is to improve operational capabilities. Osamu Uehara showed a strange expression. Because, Osamu Uehara thought of someone. According to the situation of Kiriichi Manji and the Blue Rose Sword, the person recognized by the ninja sword will be based on the mission requester. There are similarities between Dried Persimmon Kisame and Red Pupil. Loquat Jozo is similar to Yu-Gi-Oh! As for fashion, the first thing that Uehara Osamu thought of was Orochimaru. Human body modification, researcher, good at precision operations. This is undoubtedly consistent with Orochimaru. Osamu Uehara frowned. Fashion is good at human body modification. The emergence of God's hand has further strengthened Fashion's ability to modify the human body. Orochimaru is already terrifying. If he gets the God's hand, he will become even more terrifying. But if the God's hand and Orochimaru make a contract, then what rewards can I get from Orochimaru? This reward will definitely not be bad. Osamu Uehara's eyes flickered. Orochimaru is a researcher and is very persistent in his pursuit of self. He is a ninja of Konoha now, but it does not mean that he will always be a ninja of Konoha. In the original plot, Orochimaru will betray Konoha and become a rebel ninja in the future. He even killed the teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen with his own hands. In other words, Orochimaru will not necessarily be the enemy of Kirigakuer village from now on. If you are not an enemy of Kirigakuer village, but you become an ally of Kirigakuer village, or even join Kirigakuer village, then it is not unacceptable to give the hand of God to Orochimaru in a contract. It just depends on the situation. Uehara Osamu had a thought and the drawing disappeared. In addition, the God's hand, a ninja tool, can improve precision operation capabilities. This is also useful to me. Maybe I can get bonuses for my forging skills and take them to a higher level. And I am the forger. Even if the fit is not good enough, I can still use it directly. The God's hand is fully worthy of being created. Osamu Uehara spent 3 days getting familiar with the water blast technique. The 4th day, Uehara Shu and Loquat Jozo came to the training ground. Shu, what I want to teach you today is the last water escape ninjutsu I can teach you, the water release water formation pillar technique. You have already learned the water release technique of Great Waterfall, and the water release explosion water rushing technique, and the water release water formation pillar jutsu combines the characteristics of these two ninjutsus. It has both the impact of the Great Waterfall technique and the water output of the explosive water wave technique. In a sense, it can be regarded as a combination of the two water escape ninjas. Very strong. But correspondingly, the consumption of chakra and the requirements for chakra control are very high. Loquat Jozang said. Osamu Uehara nodded. Osamu Uehara remembered that in the original plot, after Madara Uchiha used the fire release technique to extinguish the fire, Terumi Mei used the water release water formation pillar technique to extinguish the fire release technique. The high fire extinguishing jutsu is just a B-level fire escape ninjutsu. But the problem is that it was Uchiha Madara who used that ninjutsu. This alone is enough to show that the water escape water formation pillar technique is impressive. Let me demonstrate first. Lo Kwa Chai Zhang begins to form seals. Water escape, water formation pillar technique. A ball of water fell to the ground like a heavy stone. Boom! A dull voice sounded. Uehara Osamu felt that the entire ground seemed to be shaking. After the objects on the ground disappeared, Osamu Uehara saw that a huge pit appeared where Loquat Jozo's ninjutsu hit, which was much more serious than the pit caused by the Great Waterfall Jutsu. Shiu, do you see clearly? See clearly. Osamu Uehara closed his eyes and thought about it. After a while, he opened his eyes. Seal. Water escape, water formation pillar technique. A strong attraction fell on Uehara Shu. Uehara Shu felt that the chakra in his body was extracted at an extremely fast speed and left his body. A large amount of water appeared in front of Uehara Osamu. A ninjutsu appeared that was exactly the same as the one used by Loquat Jozo just now. Boom! On the ground, a pothole appeared that was slightly smaller than the one next to it. A much stronger feeling of weakness came over him than when Uehara Shu used the water release explosive water wave technique before. Osamu Uehara quickly sat down against the stone next to him. Shu, are you okay? Fine. Osamu Uehara shook his head. Suddenly, Osamu Uehara felt that a new chakra appeared out of thin air in his body, spreading to all directions, and his condition suddenly recovered a lot. This is... Osamu Uehara raised his eyebrows slightly. Loquat Jozo saw the changes in Uehara Shu. Shu, do you feel that some chakra has suddenly recovered? That's right, how do you know, Jozang Senpai? Loquat Jozang smiled. Because this is the result of Shu's training during this period of time. I have also experienced such a thing. Loquat Jozang said, the amount of chakra of a ninja is divided into two types, one is the amount of implicit chakra, and the other is the amount of explicit chakra. Generally speaking, the amount of explicit chakra will be less than the amount of implicit chakra. It's a lot of carrots. The amount of manifest chakra is the chakra that a ninja can usually use. Through training, the amount of manifest chakra can be made as close as possible to the amount of hidden chakra. Yuan Shiu understands this meaning. It's about stimulating potential. Not only ninjas, but ordinary people can also do this, but it is not chakra that is stimulated, but other aspects. Once triggered, the upper limit of the ninja's overall chakra amount will be increased. It's a little trick to increase the upper limit of chakra. By the way, Shiu, your friend has completed his mission and returned to the village. I heard the mission was completed well. Chapter 39 Take Torai is not a good thing. Yet. As soon as Uehara Shu finished speaking, he heard footsteps approaching. Build. Jozu Senpai. Kisame Kisaki ran over excitedly. When I saw Loquat Jozang, I was a little surprised. Kisame Inagangaki didn't know that Jozo Pagoda was the guardian of the Forge Island arranged by the third Mizu Cage. A team of A and BU ninjas looked back after confirming that Kisame Inakasaki's identity was correct. Currently, there are two lines of defense on Forge Island. One is the guard on the surface of Loquat Jozang, the Forging Island. The other one is the A and BU ninja team secretly guarding outside the Forging Island. Kisame, congratulations! Kisame Kisaki was stunned for a moment. Shu, you already know. However, it's not worthy of the congratulations. The battle between Kakashi and I didn't really come to a conclusion. Kisame Kisaki said with some regret. Loquat Jozo glanced at dry persimmon Kisame. Among the younger generation, Kakashi Hatake is the #1 genius in Konoha. In terms of the entire ninja world, he is at the forefront. Kisame, you can defeat Kakashi Hatake. It's already very good. It's pretty good. The people in the village already regard you, Kisame, as the hope of the future Kirigakure village. At this time, Kisame, you shouldn't belittle yourself. Kisame Kisaki's expression became serious. Yes, Jozang Senpai. Immediately, Mikagaki Kisame looked at Uehara Osamu again. But it's thanks to Shiyu's creation of the Kiriichi Manji. Without Kiriichi Manji, I might not be Kakashi's opponent. Tong Yu Manji's ability is really too strong. And it suits my ninjutsu very well. In the opinion of Kisame Inokeki, Kiriichi Manji's ability and his chakra absorption technique are simply a match made in heaven. If he can master the long-range water escape and use chakra absorption technique, it will be even more perfect. After hearing this, Uehara Osamu was basically sure that the sudden increase in reputation came from Inikisaki Kisame. Kisame, can you tell me the details of the mission? No problem. Now that the mission is over, there is no need for secrecy. And Kisame Kisaki also wanted to share it with Osamu Uehara. Osamu Uehara didn't have many friends, except for Kisame Inikisaki. Kisame Kisaki only has one friend, Osamu Uehara. Mizukichi-sama gave Zabuza and I a mission, which is to defeat Kakashi Hatake and Asuma Sarutobi of Konoha. When Zabuza and I went to the battlefield, the ANBU ninja had already created conditions for us. The one I faced first was Sarutobi Asuma. I quickly gained the upper hand. However, Zabuza lost to Hatake Kakashi. Zabuza and I have changed our opponents. Compared to Sarutobi Asuma, Hatake Kakashi is much stronger. I gained the advantage by exchanging injuries for injuries. It was thanks to Kiriichi Manji. But unfortunately, when Sarutobi Asuma was in dire straits, a Konoha ninja who secretly protected Sarutobi Asuma took action and used the detonating talisman to isolate the battlefield. Our fight will end in vain. As Kisame Mikasaki said, he paused. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed in Sarutobi Asuma. Before embarking on the mission, I read information about Sarutobi Asuma. I feel that although Sarutobi Asuma is not as good as Hatake Kakashi, he is the son of Hokage after all. However, after the actual battle, I found that in terms of strength, Sarutobi Asuma is not bad, but in terms of mentality, he is far from the level of a qualified ninja. There is a huge gap. And I heard from them that the secret Konoha ninja was deliberately arranged by the Hokage. This makes my impression of Sarutobi Asuma even worse. The situation in Konoha is not much better than that of our Kirigakure village. We are attacked from many sides. In this case, a ninja with such strength is specially assigned to protect Sarutobi Asuma secretly. It's such a waste. If you are so afraid of danger, why go to the battlefield? Ninjas who came out of the blood mist looked down upon such behavior even more than ordinary ninjas. As a ninja, why should you fear death? Bleeding, fighting, death, isn't this a normal thing? If you are afraid of this, why are you a ninja? If you are so afraid of death, just be an ordinary person. Kisame Kisaki couldn't understand. Osamu Uehara's brows moved slightly. In the original plot, no such information was mentioned about Asuma. But Osamu Uehara remembered that Asuma went to the capital of the Land of Fire very early and served as one of the guardian ninja of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Now that he heard what Mikagaki Kisame said, Uehara Shu felt that it might have something to do with this matter. The Hokage is a little selfish, Mizukichi-sama wouldn't be like that. The third Mizukage proposed the blood mist policy, which resulted in a lot of bloodshed and unnecessary casualties. However, one thing that the third Mizukage does well is that it does not have double standards. The third Mizukage's attitude towards the young shinobi in the village was the same. Even the third generation Mizukage's own clan members and descendants have to go through elimination in the blood mist before they can become a qualified ninja, and no shortcuts will be arranged for them. This is a very important reason why many people in Kirigakure village are dissatisfied with the policies of the blood mist, but their voices questioning the third Mizukage are not very strong. Loquat Zhozang said, in the past, Sarutobi Shinashuk was surrounded by Konoha Anbu ninjas who were secretly protecting him. That Hokage is really good to his children. Kisame Kisaki suddenly remembered something. By the way, on the way back, I also saw the Thunder Sword. I thought it was Black Horeya Senpai, but I didn't expect that the person using the Thunder Sword was actually Take Torai Hikari Senpai from the Take Torai clan. Zhozang Senpai, Reiga Senpai, are you okay? Kisame Mikagaki respects the Kirigakuer 7. This was the same even after the Kirigakuer 7 suffered a disastrous defeat. Kisame Kisaki was not like other people in the village, so because of the failure of the Kirigakuer 7, he ridiculed, looked down on them, and said unpleasant things to them. But he still maintains respect for the members of the Kirigakuer 7. Loquat Zhozang was silent for a while. I don't know, I haven't seen Thunder Fang for a long time. But Take Torai Hikari is not a good thing. Kisame, if you see people from the Take Torai clan in the future, it is best to keep a distance. Last time Take Torai Hikaru came to Forge Island to cause trouble. They didn't leave until the ANBU ninja sent by Lord Mizukage arrived. Kisame's pupil shrank, and he subconsciously pressed the hilt of Kiraikimonji's sword. Loquat Jozo noticed Kisame's actions and nodded slightly. When he looked at Kisame Kisaki again, his eyes changed. Chapter 40 The era of the 7 is over. Loquat Jozo knows dried persimmon Kisame, the leader of the younger generation. Together with Zabuza, they are known as the twin stars of Blood Mist. Loquat Jozo also knew that Kisame Kisaki was Uehara Shu's friend. However, Loquat Jozo has little trust in the word friend. In the ninja world, betrayal between friends is a normal thing. Especially Kirigakuer village. Under the Blood Mist policy, countless friends killed each other. However, after seeing Kisame and hearing Hikaru Tekitora's reaction to asking for trouble on the Forging Island, Jozu's trust in Kisame immediately increased. Take Light came to Forge Island to cause trouble. Because of what? But soon, Mikagaki Kisame realized it. Is it because of Kiraikimonji? Shu, are you okay? Osamu Uehara shook his head. It's okay. Senior Jozu was guarding outside the forging room at that time. The ANBU ninja sent by Mizukage-sama arrived in time. Hikaru Take Torai probably turned to the Thunder Sword because he didn't get the ninja sword from me. Loquat Zhozang said, Mizukage-sama knows that Take Torai Hikaru has obtained the Thunder Sword, and nothing will happen to Reiga, otherwise the news will definitely spread. I just hope that Zudaragang won't tarnish the Thunder Sword. Saying that, Loquat Zhozang couldn't help but think of the beheading sword. I said something silently in my heart, I wonder who will be the next user of the decapitating sword? Loquat Zhozang was very happy to get the Blue Rose Sword. Loquat Zhozang felt that the Blue Rose Sword was obviously much stronger than the decapitation sword. However, after all, Loquat Zhozang and the beheading sword have been together for so many years. As time goes by, there will always be feelings. We have experienced success together and faced failure together. Loquat Jozo doesn't think the decapitating sword is a powerful ninja sword. However, one does not want the decapitating sword to fall into the hands of an incompetent ninja. Zhozang Senpai, does this mean that Reiga Senpai has given up his identity as the Kirigakuer 7? Maybe. Then out of the 7 Kirigakuer people now, aren't you the only ones left, Fugu Oni Senpai and Jozu Senpai? Loquat Zhozang shook his head. The era of the Kirigakuer 7 has passed. I don't know the current situation of the Blowfish Demon, but I am no longer one of the Kirigakuer 7. Kisame Kisaki was stunned for a moment. Loquat Zhozang said. My current identity is the guard of Forging Island. In addition, I have returned the decapitating sword to Lord Mizukage. The sword I am using now is the Blue Rose Sword. Like the Kiraikimonji in your hand, Kisame, it is both made of Shu. At this time, Mikagaki Kisame noticed that the thing held next to Loquat Jozo was not a beheading sword. But it was a sword that he had never seen before. Shiu, have you successfully crafted your second ninja sword? Kisame Mikagaki showed an excited expression. Sharp. So amazing. Osamu Uehara nodded. Senior Jozang helped me obtain the materials. I was lucky and the forging was successful. After it was built, I asked Senior Jozang to try it, and the result happened to be perfect for Senior Jozang. After a pause, Osamu Uehara continued. Kisame, you came back just right this time. The blacksmith's psychic holy land has a third commission. With you and Jozang Senpai helping me to complete this commission, it shouldn't be a big problem. After hearing Uehara Shu's words, the eyes of Jozo Uehara and Kisame Kisaki lit up immediately. After obtaining the materials, Osamu Uehara can forge ninja tools. Successful forging means that the third ninja tool will appear. As a contractor of Kiryu and the Blue Rose Sword, I am looking forward to this. Shu, when are you going to carry out this commission? Shu Uehara said, Kisame, you have just returned to the village. You have been running all the way. You should not be in a good state now. Why don't you come over tomorrow morning, Kisame, and have a good rest tonight? Or, Kisame, just rest on the forging island tonight. There are a lot of empty houses here. After hearing the news that the forging island was to be banned, most of the blacksmiths moved away. But there is no way to take away their house. Simply tidy up and you're ready to move in. Kisame Kisaki hesitated for a moment. Then I'll spend the night here tonight. Good. Arafuneji helped clean up. As Osamu Uehara's assistant to the blacksmith, Arafuneji now does more chores, but Arafuneji does not complain, but does all the chores very well. Arafuneji admired Osamu Uehara's forging skills to the extreme. I really want to learn blacksmithing techniques from Osamu Uehara. Moreover, when he was a blacksmith's apprentice, Arafuneji started with chores, and Osamu Uehara also allowed Arafuneji to enter his forging room. Participate in the preliminary forging preparations for ninja tools. This already made Arafuneji very satisfied. Inakigaki Kisame and Zabuza returned, and their achievements on the battlefield quickly spread in Kirigakure village. There is naturally an arrangement for the third Mizu cage here. Because this is the purpose of the third Mizu cage. On the battlefield, the overall situation fell into a disadvantage, and there was another disastrous defeat for the Kirigakure 7. The momentum of Kirigakure village has dropped to the extreme. At this time, something is needed to enhance the momentum of the village. The situation in Kirigakure village is indeed not good. As for top ninjas, there is no advantage at all. The Mesozoic era cannot support it at all. We can only place our hope on the younger generation. Mamakai Zabuza defeated Sarutobi Asuma. Keikisame Kisame defeated Kakashi Hatake. Our Blood Mist twins in Kirigakure village are completely superior to Konoha's twins. This is really great. The current era belongs to Konoha, but the future era belongs to our Kirigakure village. As long as we hold on now, we will be the ones who win the final victory. Give the younger generation time to grow up. With the help of the people arranged by the third Mizu cage, the topic about the Blood Mist twins quickly swept the entire Kirigakure village. It can be clearly felt that the atmosphere in the village has changed. From an extremely negative state to now, there is a little bit of hope. Light appeared in the eyes of everyone in the village. The changes in the atmosphere of the village were also reflected on the battlefield. On the battlefield, the momentum of the Kirigakure ninjas was much improved compared to before, and the situation stabilized. Many areas have even gained certain advantages. The victory of Inakeki Kisame and Zabuza was not considered a big victory. But for the momentum of Kirigakure village, having hope and having no hope are completely different. The previous successive failures of Kirigakure village had dealt a huge blow to the village. This is a change from 0 to 1. 1 is rare, but it is a qualitative change. The third Mizukage looked at the ANBU ninja report document in his hand and let out a long breath. The atmosphere in the village is finally not so depressing. Thanks to Kisame and Zabuza. Thanks to Shiu. Chapter 41 Create equipment comparable to Taigu. When the third Mizukage saw the detailed report of the ANBU ninja, he knew that in the battle between Kisame and Kakashi, Kisame would gain the advantage, and Kiraikimanji would play a big role. Just a chakra absorption technique, and Kakashi's thunder escape may not be able to take advantage if the injury is exchanged for injury. But there wasn't that much discussion in the village about Tong Yuan. On the one hand, the failure of the Kirigakure 7 made everyone in the Kirigakure village lower their expectations for the ninja sword. Kiraikimanji is also a ninja sword. This is equivalent to being implicated by predecessors. But more importantly, the third generation Mizukage's control. The third Mizukage didn't want too many people to talk about Kiraikimanji, so he turned his attention to the forging island in Uehara Osamu. Because now, Kirigakure village does not have enough spare power to protect Uehara-shu. Now that Kirigakure village has hope, the third Mizukage feels that compared to the new ninja sword, the new blacksmith brings hope and encouragement to Kirigakure village, and Uehara Osamu's safety will be more important. Wait until the village has enough power to protect and repair it. At that time, the information about the cultivation will be made public to the public. Those people will know what the future of my Kirigakure village is. What is the future of the ninja world? The next day. After breakfast, Shu Uehara, Jozu Loquat, and Kisame the dried persimmon gathered together in an empty forging room. Jozu senpai, Kisame, are you ready? All right. That's it. Immediately, Uehara Osamu had a thought. The copy of dimensional material is opening. Open successfully. Transmitting. A very tall building, no, to be precise, more like a laboratory. The two iron doors are towering, giving people an extremely heavy feeling. The surrounding walls are tightly protected and high, and are inlaid with spikes, broken glass, and barbed wire. Very serious and depressing. Call the thugs. Two options appeared in front of Uehara Osamu. Unlike last time, this time Uehara Osamu chose two people at the same time. The upper limit of the number of thugs that can be summoned by the current dimensional material copy has been reached. Once summoned, it cannot be replaced. Are you sure you want to summon these two thugs? Osamu Uehara raised his eyebrows slightly. This prompt appears for the first time. This means that this copy of the material can only summon two thugs. I just summoned two thugs, so I got this prompt. In the two previous material copies, I only summoned one thug, which did not reach the maximum capacity of the copy. But how should we look at this upper limit? Osamu Uehara first looked at the translucent screen in front of him. Name, Osamu Uehara. Comprehensive strength, Chuyunan. Swordsmanship, familiar, 1300. Forging technology, good, excellent, Forging Island bonus. Task item, Thug Recruitment Order X2. Blacksmith Reputation, 696. Evaluation, as a blacksmith, my foundation is not bad. Because I have my own forging site, my forging skills are enhanced, and I have a chance to create high-quality ninja tools. As a ninja, his strength is worrying. In war, he can only be regarded as high-level cannon fodder. It was the same information as before, but Osamu Uehara did not find any information related to the limit on the number of people in the dungeon. A drawing appeared in Uehara Osamu's hand. Drawing of the God's Hand. Uehara-shu looked at the corner of the drawing and saw a pattern. Among the patterns, there are two blank hexagram patterns. There is a high probability that this is it. Uehara-shu thought about it. After knowing the number of thugs that the dimensional material copy can accommodate, and carrying out the corresponding strategy, I can make better preparations. The number of people limited often also represents the difficulty. plus my knowledge of copies of materials. The probability of passing the level will be much higher. If this blacksmith system is obtained by other blacksmiths in Kirigakure village, it will definitely not be as smooth as mine. After all, those people don't have information about copies of dimensional materials. Osamu Uehara came to his senses. Sure. Loquat Juzo and Dry Persimmon Kisame felt a wave of attraction fall on them at the same time. The two looked at each other without any resistance. The next moment, the two figures disappeared from the vacant forging room. When he reappeared, he was already next to Uehara's shoe. Osamu Uehara noticed that the two blank six-pointed star patterns on the drawing were already filled. This immediately confirmed Osamu Uehara's previous guess. Is this the location of this mission? Loquat Juzo and Gansaki Kisame looked at the laboratory ahead. When seeing this building, Loquat Juzo and Dry Persimmon Kisame couldn't help but feel a strong sense of familiarity. Because many places in Kirigakure village exude such aura. For example, Ninja School. The Ninja School in Kirigakure village and the Ninja School in Konoha are completely different styles. On one side, the policies of the Bloody Mist are implemented with iron-blooded, cruel, and harsh principles. As for Konoha's Ninja School, it seemed to focus more on happy education in the early days. A figure appeared. A young man wears black glasses and has a serious expression. His dark purple hair turns white near the left forehead, which makes him look very special. The young man raised his head. Osamu Uehara could clearly see the tiredness in the young man's eyes. A voice sounded in Uehara Shu's mind. Dungeon mission, fashionable ambition. Task reward, materials for God's hand. Do you want to receive the mission? Receive. Immediately, a scene appeared in front of Uehara Shu and the others. A young man kept trying and trying in the laboratory, but failed again and again. Next to the boy, countless failed materials and waste were piled up. Time passes day by day. The boy's condition became worse and worse. Even his mentality seemed to be affected. The young man's eyes became increasingly gloomy. It's like a person who has psychological problems due to constant failure, and is embarking on the path of darkness. I want you to help me in the past and give me hope that I can successfully build equipment comparable to the Taigu. Good. The young man's figure disappeared. Crack. A voice sounded, and a gap appeared in the door of the laboratory. The door lock is opened. Osamu Uehara opened the door and walked in. A young man, sitting in front of the test bench, subconsciously raised his head when he heard the sound, but when he saw Shu Uehara and the others walking in, he didn't show any surprise. His face was full of numbness of failure. Uehara Osamu looked at the young man and thought in his mind. Is it possible that it was at this time that fashion, due to repeated failures, darkened and embarked on the path of a villain? Chapter 42. You can only rely on cultivating yourself. Shu, I'm afraid we can't help you with this mission. If there is a battle, Loquat Juzo will definitely be at the forefront. But this time the commission is about forging. This is the part that Loquat Juzo is not good at all. Osamu Uehara nodded. Juzu-senpai, Kisame, please guard the door to prevent irrelevant people from coming in and disturbing you. Good. Loquat Juzo and Gansaki Kisame did not continue to walk in, but guarded the door. Osamu Uehara came to the test bench. In the material shelf next to it, there are quite a lot of biological and non-biological materials. Fashion is still in the autistic state of failure, as if it has not seen Osamu Uehara. Osamu Uehara hesitated for a moment, then came to the shelf of materials and selected them. Since the fashion ambition is to create equipment comparable to the Taigu. So, Osamu Uehara is now forging here and showing the example to fashion, which is the best choice. Fashion is bound to attract. And you can learn something from Uehara Shu's forging. Even if Osamu Uehara's forging skills are only good without the bonus of the forging island, Osamu Uehara has successful experience after all. Kiriichi Manji and Blue Rose Sword are both works by Uehara Osamu. Osamu Uehara's skills and experience are definitely stronger than the current fashion. There was a metallic knocking sound. Finally, a little light appeared in Fashion's eyes. Fashionable looking upward original revision. What Shu Uehara is currently doing is imitating the forging of the Blue Rose Sword. The materials are naturally not those needed to build the Blue Rose Sword. Osamu Uehara just picked some similar ones at random. It is the same as the simulated forging before the formal forging of the Blue Rose Sword. As Osamu Uehara's creation gradually improves, Fashion looks at Osamu Uehara's movements and pays more and more attention. Fashionable eyes gradually brightened. Just at this time, outside, there was suddenly a sound of footsteps. But it doesn't seem like he's from the lab. Some people who looked like guards rushed out from the building next to the laboratory and greeted the people outside. A fight broke out instantly. Loquat Zhozang's expression became serious and he looked back. Kisame, it will probably take some time to repair. From now on, it's up to us. I'll be in charge of the front, and you'll be in charge of the side. Loquat Zhozang made combat mission assignments. Kisame Kisaki nodded. Yes, Zhozang-senpai. Soon, the laboratory guards were defeated. One after another, figures fell down one after another, falling to the ground and turning into corpses. The attackers rushed in the direction of the laboratory. Loquat Zhozang's figure was hidden in the doorway, forming seals at an extremely fast speed. Water escape, the art of exploding water and rushing waves. A large amount of water appeared out of thin air and headed towards the attackers. All the attackers at the door were trapped in it. The attacker was startled. But it soon became apparent that Loquat Zhozang's attack was just a large amount of water, which looked intimidating. Not much actual offensive power. Just as the attacker was relaxing, Loquat Zhozang drew the Blue Rose Sword. Bloom, Blue Rose. A burst of frost power surged out. Suddenly, all the surrounding water froze and turned into ice cubes. The attacker, who had never cared about water before, was suddenly trapped in the ice. This is a method of using the Blue Rose Sword developed by Loquat Zhozang. Using the Blue Rose Sword to directly create ice will consume more chakra. If you use water release first, and then use the Blue Rose Sword to freeze the water created by water release, you will consume much less chakra. Saving chakra means that your subsequent combat capabilities will be enhanced. Is this the power of the Blue Rose Sword? Freeze. Very strong. The second ninja sword that I built is no weaker than the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords. No, it's even stronger than the Kirigakuer 7 ninja swords. Otherwise, Zhozang-senpai would not have given up on the beheading sword. Somewhat similar to Thunder Knife. But freezing is something that only the blood succession limit can do. It's equivalent to having a blood inheritance limit out of thin air. Mikagaki Kisame looked away and looked at the Kiriichi Manji in his hand. But Kiriichi's writing is also very good. Nothing worse than the sword of the Blue Rose. And it suits me better. An attacker bypassed the attack range of Loquat Zhozang and came towards the entrance of the laboratory. Kisame Inikisaki did not hesitate and immediately faced him. Water release, Kirigakuer's technique. A burst of water mist appeared suddenly. Kisame Inigangaki used the cover of water mist to approach the attacker. Pfft. Once the attack is successful, he immediately retreats. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the attacker's wounds. Kisame Kisaki went around to the other direction of the attacker. Pfft. Another knife. 2 wounds were bleeding, and the attacker's condition was extremely bad. He wanted to find the location of Kisame Kisaki, but the water mist blocked his sight and he couldn't catch it at all. Water escape, water prison technique. Facing the attacker who had lost his countermeasures, Inakaki Kisame trapped the opponent with a water prison technique. Immediately afterwards, Kiriichi Manji was sent to the attacker's vital spot. Pull out. Boom. The attacker fell to the ground. Lo Kuat Zhang chopped one of the attackers to the ground, but his brows furrowed. Kisame, these attackers are not strong individually, but their numbers are increasing, and they can also use strange weapons. We cannot continue like this. Otherwise, when our chakra is almost exhausted, we will be killed by them. Kisame Mikagaki nodded. Kisame Keikisaki knows the chakra absorption technique, but when facing these people without chakra, he cannot use it at all. In a sense, these people are restrained by dried persimmon Kisame. Even a strong man like the third Reikage will be killed by the human wave tactics of Iwagakure village. We have to use more efficient killing methods. Lo Kuat Zhang looked back and said. We must buy enough time for Shiu. Kisame Kisaki hesitated for a moment. Senior Juzo, how about the two of us use large-scale water escape ninjutsu at the same time, and then you use the ability of the blue rose sword to freeze the attackers. I will get close and use Tong Umanji to attack them. Tong I's writing ability is special. If it hits, even if I don't hit their vitals, as long as enough blood flows, their condition will be greatly reduced and they will be easier to kill. Lo Kuat Zhang thought for a moment. Can. The next moment, the two of them formed seals at the same time. Water escape, the art of exploding water and rushing waves. Water escape, the art of exploding water and rushing waves. Not far away, a middle-aged man looked at the situation in the direction of the laboratory, his face gloomy to the extreme. Chapter 43. Sorry to keep you waiting. You haven't broken in yet. What's the situation? There are so many people, can't even deal with a few guards. It's all rubbish. Trash. A young man trotted up to the middle-aged man. Grown-ups. The middle-aged man asked. What exactly is going on? Back to my lord, some special guards have appeared. They are very powerful. They are probably the Imperial Arms users and the Imperial Arms users. The young man said quickly, one person has the ability to control water, much like the Taigu, the user of the water dragon possession. The other one can create ice, much like the user of devil's essence. One person holds a sword, and the wound caused by it cannot be healed, just like Kiri Ikemanji. The middle-aged man interrupted the young man. Nonsense. The water dragon's Taigu user cannot be here. Devil's extract, do you know where it is? The owner of Tong Umaji is also a cadre of the Imperial Agency. Do you suspect that the Imperial Agency is targeting us? What's the reason? Think about it with your useless little brain. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. I'll give you 10 more minutes. After 10 minutes, if we still can't solve it, I will order the entire area to be razed. You should know very well what that means to you. The young man's expression changed. Sir, please rest assured, we will definitely deal with them. Before he could finish speaking, the young man had already rushed back in the direction of the laboratory. Kill. Lo Kuat Zhang frowned. Their offensive seems to have become more intense, as if they are not willing to kill themselves. What do these people want? Even if there is what they want in it, is there just such a short time? Kisame Mikakeki pulled Kiri Ikemanji out of an attacker's chest and formed a seal. Water escape, water mist technique. The mist will become thinner and replenished some. But suddenly, Kisame Kisaki felt something was wrong. Turned back subconsciously. Just when he saw a figure, he didn't know when, he came behind him. This figure is the young man who reported to the middle-aged man before. After hearing the middle-aged words, the young man knew that no matter what method he used, he must get rid of Lo Kuat Jozo and dried persimmon Kisame within 10 minutes. Even at the cost of his life. Because the result of failure is death. After the young man judged that Lo Kuat Jozo was stronger than dry persimmon Kisame, he made a decision. Order his relatively weak subordinates to besiege Lo Kuat Zhang. And he led his elite subordinates to kill Inigangaki Kisame. Once you kill one and break into the lab, it becomes easier. Boom! Facing the young man's attack, Inokigaki Kisame was unable to dodge and could only block. Huge power fell on Inikisaki Kisame's arm. Inikikaki Kisame's figure retreated involuntarily. However, another attacker appeared behind Kisame Inari. In an instant, Inigaki Kisame's situation became very critical. Especially when the previous battle had consumed a lot of Kisame's chakra and physical strength. The current condition of Kisame Kisaki is not as good as before. And the number of opponents is too many. It's still the kind of play that doesn't care about life and death and trades injury for injury. Iniki Kakashi Kisame defeated Kakashi by exchanging injuries for injuries. But now, he is suffering from these people's tactics of exchanging injuries for injuries. There were already several wounds on Kisame Kisame's body. Several of the young man's elite subordinates also fell. However, after seeing Iniki Kaki Kisame injured, the young man no longer cared about the death of his subordinate, but his eyes lit up because he saw the hope of victory. If you come again, he will die soon. Kill him. The young man's voice sounded. Under the siege of the young man, Mikagaki Kisame kept retreating, breathing heavily. There's no end to these guys. But there is absolutely no way I can lose. It's not that easy to kill me. Inikisaki Kisame will not collapse because of injury or being at a disadvantage. Inikisaki Kisame, who came out of the blood mist, was faced with an even more desperate situation, but his ferocious nature was inspired. As long as I'm here, don't even think about going there. No one can disturb you. Faced with Kisame's sudden outburst, several attackers grew fearful. The young man was shocked. Who is this guy? How could a mere guard be so strong? How could he be so vicious? The ferocity of the dried persimmon Kisame made the young man feel numb. But if we don't deal with you, none of us can survive. I can't just watch these brothers of mine die here because of what happened today. In this case, I would be so sorry for them. The young man looked at the dried persimmon Kisame and gritted his teeth with a look of determination in his eyes. The next moment, the young man suddenly approached Kisame Inikisaki. Pfft! The Kiraikimanji in Mikagaki Kisame's hand penetrated into the young man's body. However, the young man did not retreat or even pause. Instead, he continued to approach Kisame Inikisaki. When the distance was enough, he grabbed Kisame Inikisaki's arm firmly. Kill now! The young man shouted loudly. Mikagaki Kisame showed an astonished expression, never expecting that the young man would do such a thing. The attacker next to him opened his eyes wide after seeing the young man's actions. Team leader! No! I am going to kill you! Revenge for the captain! Revenge for the captain! Originally, Iniki Kaki Kisame had already won a breathing space for himself by relying on his own outburst. However, the young man's sudden move put Inikisaki Kisame into a more dangerous situation. The young man grabbed Inikisaki Kisame tightly, making it impossible for Inikisaki Kisame to move and his position was restricted. The young man restrained Inokaki Kisame at the cost of his own life. At the same time, it aroused the emotions of several nearby attackers. At this time, they no longer had any emotions such as fear or panic. All that was left was anger. Pfft! Boom! Kisame Kisaki dodges with difficulty and keeps retreating. Seeing that he was about to be pushed into a desperate situation. A true desperate situation. Inokigaki Kisame felt that he had tripped over something and was unable to maintain his balance. His whole body involuntarily fell backwards, and then he fell heavily to the ground. The attackers swarmed. Hateful! I wonder how Shiu is doing over there. I hope Juzang Senpai can hold on. I'm still not strong enough. Just when the attacker's attack was about to fall on Inikisaki Kisame. Water escape, water fang bullet technique. A series of water-condensed spear-like beings shot towards the attacker. Pfft! 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 Osamu Uehara's figure appeared at the door of the laboratory, with the body of the attacker lying next to him. Osamu Uehara looked at Kisame and Jozo Uehara. Jozu-senpai, Kisame, sorry for the long wait. Chapter 44. This country is rotten. The bodies of the young man and several attackers fell next to Mikagakeka Kisame. Audience. Kisame Kisaki was stunned for a moment, then showed an expression of surprise. Shiu, are you ready over there? About there. Uehara Osamu's examples have all been completed. Uehara Osamu also saw that Shishi's eyes had changed. They were no longer confused and helpless as before, but there was light in his eyes and he saw hope. In other words, as long as Fashion comes back to his senses, Uehara's mission of repairing the dimensional material copy can be completed this time. Very good. Kisame Kisaki climbed up from the ground. These people are like crazy. They don't care about their own life or death at all. They clearly have the advantage in numbers and can win by consuming time and numbers. Iniki Keiki Kisame didn't understand the behavior of these people at all. It's as if they are deliberately trying to prevent us from completing the commission. Osamu Uehara shook his head. It is impossible for them to know about our commission. It may be simply the people above them who put pressure on them and forced them to do this. Uehara Shikai understands the world of Zan Crimson Eyes better than Inagaki Kisame. This is a country that can be said to be rotten. The people above basically don't regard the lives of the people below as their lives. If that's the case, it would be really miserable for them. Inagaki Kisame glanced at the young man's body on the ground. There are a few guys among them who are pretty good. The young man sacrificed his own life to restrict Kisame's movement, which put Kisame in danger, but he was also recognized by him. Iniki Keiki Kisame feels that young people are an opponent worthy of respect. But, Shiu, why are your water escape ninjutsu so powerful now? Osamu Uehara smiled. After Senior Jozang came to Forging Island, he gave me some special combat training. In terms of water escape, my talent seems to be pretty good and I have made some progress. Kisame Mikagaki nodded. Shiu, you really need to improve your combat skills. If other ninja villages know Shiu's information, they will definitely send ninjas to target Shiu. Your situation becomes dangerous. Not far away, the middle-aged man's face became more and more gloomy, especially after he took out his binoculars and saw the death of the young man. They're all trash. Not a single one is useful. Shoot me. Fire. In anger, the middle-aged man ignored it and directly issued the order to fire. Even though there were many people below, the middle-aged man himself had only 3 people on his side, and the other party only had 3 people. The man in charge of the cannon flag was stunned for a moment. Sir, there are still many of our people down there. The middle-aged man stared at the man coldly. I said fire, don't you understand? Or are you going to disobey my order? As he said that, the middle-aged man had already put his hand on the handle of the knife at his waist. Faced with the middle-aged stare, the man became frightened, lowered his head, and quickly waved the cannon flag in his hand. Yes, sir. Ammo was loaded one by one and the fuses were lit. Next moment. Boom. 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 One after another, artillery shells were fired towards the entrance of the laboratory. Loquat Zhozang raised his head and showed a serious expression. Even if he had never seen what it was, he could still feel the threat of this thing, and its power was definitely not weak. The same goes for dried persimmon Kisame. Osamu Uehara's expression became more solemn. Because Uehara Shu knows what this is. You won't even spare your own people, do you want to kill them all together? Is this the world of Crimson Eyes? Indeed, it is a world that cannot be saved. At this time, in the laboratory, Fadashi pulled out of his distracted state, his eyes were very bright, he showed an excited expression, and he couldn't help but dance. I see. I see. At the same time, a voice sounded in Uehara Shu's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Would you like to leave the dimensional material copy? Yes. Originally facing the incoming cannonball, Uehara Osamu, who was about to use water escape to block the cannonball for a moment, took advantage of this time to escape, couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy when he heard the voice in his head. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. Because just when the shells were about to fall, the middle-aged man saw through the telescope that the figures of Osamu Uehara, Jozo Uehara, and Kisame Inagangaki all disappeared in a very strange way. Disappear into thin air. Is it really the Taigu user? A Taigu with space capabilities. Dimensional phalanx. But how could it be in the hands of these people? Osamu Uehara and the others disappeared. All the cannonballs ordered by the middle-aged people to fire fell on the middle-aged own people. There was a wailing sound. The middle-aged man looked cold and didn't care. Return to Forge Island. Shu Uehara put away the materials for the god's hand that appeared in front of him. Jozu-senpai, Kisame, thank you for your hard work. Loquat Jozang shook his head and asked. Shu, when are you going to start forging this ninja tool? Start the preparations tomorrow and wait until the preparations are almost complete. Osamu Uehara said. Loquat Jozang nodded. Before we officially start forging, Shu, please tell me that I will not train for those few days, otherwise my condition may be affected and I will not be able to exert my full strength. The incident involving Take Torai Hikaru last time made Jozo Uehara very worried that Shu Uehara's forging would be disturbed. Obtaining materials is not easy. If Uehara Shu's forging fails due to interference, Loquat Jozo will feel that it is his dereliction of duty and cannot forgive himself. Okay, Jozang-senpai. Kisame Kisaki left Forging Island and returned to Kisaki Island. After completing the mission and returning to the village, Mikagaki Kisame immediately came to the Forging Island after completing his report to the third Mizu Cage to assist Osamu Uehara in obtaining materials. He had not gone home to see it yet. Neither of them paid attention to what was going on in the copy of the dimensional material. Even if it's really dangerous inside. Almost killed. But whether it was Loquat Jozo or dried persimmon Kisame, they had already had this experience countless times. Osamu Uehara was preparing as before. Take out the drawings and conduct research first. After the research is completed, you will deduce it in your mind. When the deduction is over, you will take similar materials and simulate forging. Arafuneji was very excited to assist Uehara Osamu in forging. 3 days later. Senior Jozang, I am going to start the formal forging. After Uehara Shu finished speaking, he took the materials and entered the forging room. Good. Loquat Jozang held the blue rose sword and stood guard at the door of the forging room, concentrating and alert to the extreme, like a sculpture fixed at the door to guard the door. I wish you all a happy new year. Chapter 45 Ao's Trophy, Hinata rolls her eyes. Osamu Uehara looked at the materials in front of him and felt a little nervous. Because God's Hand, Kirai Kimonji, and Blue Rose Sword are completely different styles of ninja tools. This is a pair of glove-type taigu. The size is relatively small. The structure is relatively complex. Because it needs to fit the fingers completely, the requirements for fineness will be very high. Normally, this should not be the job of a blacksmith. It's more of a tailor's job. But the good news is that the blacksmithing skills on Forging Island are not so narrow. Among the Kirigaku's 7 ninja swords, there are also existences such as long swords and sewing needles. Osamu Uehara is also good at precise operations. Start. Osamu Uehara worked on it bit by bit according to the drawings. At the beginning, I was a little nervous. But after actually starting the forging, Osamu Uehara's state of mind quickly calmed down. In fact, it is easy to calm down when performing actions that require skill and concentration. Loquat Jozo leaned against the wall at the blacksmith's door. The pose looks a bit casual. However, this is actually Loquat Jozo's all-out defensive posture. If something unexpected happens, you can respond immediately. Arafuneji looked towards the forging room with a look of anticipation in his eyes. During this period, I assisted Minister Uehara in forging preparations, and I have gained a lot. I can feel that my forging skills may be improved soon. At that time, I will seriously think about what kind of work I want to create. Arafuneji also heard about Mikagaki Kisame's performance on the battlefield while holding Kirei Kimonji. Arafuneji was very envious of this. For a blacksmith, there is nothing more gratifying than when the work he forged is recognized by everyone. Kakashi, the genius ninja who defeated Konoha. It's really amazing. Suddenly, he became famous throughout the entire ninja world. However, you have to meet a suitable user. Arafuneji began to fantasize about what kind of name he would give his work after forging it, how to choose a user of the ninja sword, and what kind of ninja he could defeat. At this moment, a figure entered the Mizukage building at an extremely fast speed. Mizukage-sama. What's the matter? The third Mizukage closed the document in his hand and looked at the ANBU ninja who entered. Mizukage-sama, I have two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Say it first. The third Mizukage's expression didn't change much, but he just raised his chin slightly. The ANBU ninja said, the plan prepared by Ao-sama to ambush the Hyuga clan ninjas was successful. He obtained a Hyuga clan's Byakugan and brought it back to the village. Immediately, the third Mizukage couldn't help but stand up, and the expression on his face couldn't help but change. Good. 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 The third Mizukage was very happy. Because the Byakugan thing is really useful on the battlefield. Look far, see through, and look around without blind spots. What does that mean? This means that as long as the Byakugan is there, the traps and ambushes of other ninja villages targeting Konoha will be meaningless, and they can be seen through by the Byakugan at a casual glance. But the traps and ambush prepared by Konoha ninjas have an effect on ninjas in other ninja villages. In addition, Byakugan also has a restraining effect on many ninjutsu. For example, illusion. Another example is the Kirigakure Jutsu in Kirigakure village. Many people feel that the current Konoha can fight on multiple fronts before without falling into a big disadvantage. It has achieved good results when facing various ninja villages. A big reason is because of the existence of white eyes. As long as there is Byakugan, Konoha will definitely have the advantage in terms of intelligence. And intelligence is extremely important for ninja operations. Except for Konoha, every other ninja village wanted to get a white eye. However, because of the existence of the caged bird curse seal, and because of Konoha's protection or control of the Hyuga clan members, no ninja village has succeeded until now. But now, Ching did it. Where is Ching? I want to reward him personally. Bringing back Byakugan, Ching has made great contributions to our Kirigakure village. The third Mizukage had already begun to think about how Kirigakure village could use the Byakugan. The ANBU ninja said, Mizukage-sama, this is the second news. Master Ao's plan was successful, but Konoha and Hinata were extremely concerned about the Byakugan. When they realized that the Byakugan was missing, they fell into madness. Master Ching's team was almost completely wiped out. Only Master Ching survived. But he was also seriously injured. Now he has been sent to the medical department. However, the ninjas from the medical department said that Ao-sama's injuries are too serious. They can use medical ninjutsu, but they cannot suture some of the wounds that are too delicate. The joy on the third Mizukage's face instantly faded. Even medical ninjas can't perform sutures. How serious are Ching's injuries? The ANBU ninja bowed his head. The medical ninja said that it's a miracle that Ao-sama can return to Kirigakure alive. I'll go and see for myself. As soon as the third Mizukage finished speaking, his figure flashed and reappeared, already downstairs of the Mizukage building. The third Mizukage headed towards the medical department as quickly as possible. Mizuki-sama. Where's Ching? How's the situation? An older-looking medical ninja stepped forward and sighed. Master Huishuakage, Ao's condition is very bad. The inside of his body is severely broken. It requires very precise sutures to repair Ao's injuries, but none of us medical ninjas can reach this level. Right now we are just using medical ninjutsu to keep Ao alive. If Kurisan Kushimaru is still alive, perhaps this operation can be completed. Now, we can only give Ching conservative treatment first, depending on Ching's personal will. If Ching persists, there is still a possibility of survival, but if he fails to persist, there is no choice but to die. But even if you survive, there will be serious sequelae. The third Mizukage frowned. Kurisan Kushimaru is dead. A dead person would definitely not be able to get up and perform surgery on Ching. Take me to see Ching. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The third Mizukage walked into the ward. Ching was lying on the hospital bed, with various things inserted into his body and almost covered with bandages. His whole body was extremely weak, as if he might stop breathing at any time. Precision operation ability. The third Mizukage suddenly thought of something and his heart moved. Chapter 46 The third Mizukage's request. In addition to the medical department, blacksmithing also seems to require very precise operating capabilities. Kurisan Kushimaru is good at using long knives and needles, so he has very good precision operation skills. So, where was the great blacksmith who forged the long knife and sewing needle? To be able to forge such a ninja tool, the great blacksmith's precision operation ability must be quite good. And Kamehara-shu's forging skills are probably no longer inferior to that of the great blacksmith. Tong Umonji and the Blue Rose Sword are both extremely powerful ninja swords. It's very possible that Osamu Uehara has the precision operation ability to suture AI's injuries. Forge Island. Osamu Uehara carefully sewed the last line on. Congratulations to the host for completing the forging. The god's hand is forged successfully. Completeness, excellent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Human Body Transformation Experience X2000. Hearing the notification tone, Osamu Uehara showed a surprised expression. Excellent level of completion directly gives 2000 experience points. But, is it body modification? Because fashion is good at body modification, so I was given this reward. This is a bit tasteless to me. Osamu Uehara was slightly disappointed. Even if you directly gain 2000 experience. Because Osamu Uehara felt that given his situation, the probability of using this technique was low. Compared to this, Osamu Uehara hopes more for improvement in combat or forging technology. A burst of information poured into Uehara-shu's mind. God's hand. Type, gloves. Quality, excellent. Ability, operation improvement. An excellent level replica can improve the user's precision operation ability 10 times. Note, according to the third principle of the blacksmith, this glove cannot harm the blacksmith. 10 times. Put it on and try it. Osamu Uehara put on the god's hand, looked at the forging table, took out the materials, and picked up the tools. As soon as he got started, Osamu Uehara felt it. This is a completely different feeling than operating before. Osamu Uehara's eyes lit up. It has improved my precision operation ability a lot. Furthermore, it has also improved my forging skills. Osamu Uehara looked at the translucent panel in front of him. Name, Osamu Uehara. Comprehensive Strength, Chuyunin. Swordsmanship, Familiar, 1300. Body Transformation, Familiarity, 2000. Forging Technology, Good, Proficiency, Forging Island Bonus, God's Hand Bonus. Task Item, Thug Recruitment Order X2. Blacksmith Reputation, 696. Evaluation, as a blacksmith, my foundation is not bad, because I have my own forging site, forging equipment and forging technology has been enhanced, and I have a chance to create high-quality ninja tools. As a ninja, his strength is worrying. In war, he can only be regarded as high-level cannon fodder. It actually raised my forging skills to a level directly. Not bad. Compared to the excellent level, the proficient level is another level. This means that my future forging will be smoother. The possibility of failure is even smaller. To be honest, Osamu Uehara was still a little disappointed with the drawings of the God's controller before. Because Shu Uehara couldn't think of a suitable contract partner. The only person that Uehara Shu thought he could be compatible with was not someone from Kirigakure village. It would take many years before Orochimaru defected and left Konoha. And even if Orochimaru defected from Konoha, he might not be able to establish a good relationship with Kirigakure. But now, even if he doesn't contract the God's hand for the rest of his life, Osamu Uehara feels that building this ninja tool is worth the money. In this case, I don't actually have to let God's hand make the contract. Unless I get a better, more suitable replacement. The contract can be rewarded once. If you get a reward from Orochimaru, this reward will definitely not be bad. However, the improvement of blacksmithing skills is more important to Uehara Shu. Osamu Uehara simply cleaned up the more important things on the forging table. Then opened the door. Loquat Jozo gave way. When he saw that there was no ninja sword in Uehara Shu's hand, his pupils shrank slightly. Immediately, he patted Uehara Shu on the shoulder. "Shu, it's okay. Failure is normal. When it comes to forging, the great blacksmith often failed. Failure can also gain experience. And Shu, you were successful in forging the ninja sword the first 2 times, which is already very impressive. Just continue next time. But never doubt yourself just because of one failure. There will definitely be no problem in cultivating your forging skills." Loquat Jozang said a lot of words to comfort Uehara Shu. This made Osamu Uehara a little bit dumbfounded. But just when Uehara Shu was about to explain, a figure approached at a very fast speed. Loquat Jozang was subconsciously vigilant. However, he soon saw clearly who was coming and relaxed. "Mizukage-sama. Jozo, Shu." The figure of the third Mizukage stopped in front of Uehara Shu and the others. "Shu, your ability in precision operations should be very good, right?" Shu Uehara didn't know why the third Mizukage asked this, but as a blacksmith, he was definitely not bad in this regard. Osamu Uehara nodded. "Lord Huishukage, it's okay. There may be something I need your help with." The third Mizukage said quickly. Ao was seriously injured. There are many injuries that need to be stitched. Some of the injuries are inside the body, and the medical ninjas in the medical department cannot do it. They don't have enough precision operations. Those medical ninjas said that if Kurisan Kushimaru is still here, he can complete this operation with his ability. But Kurisan Kushimaru is dead. "Shu, you can forge the swords of Kiriichi Manji and Blue Rose. Your mastery of the art of forging must be perfect, and your precision operation ability must be good. Would you like to try?" Osamu Uehara digested the information told by the third Mizukage. Regarding Ching, Uehara Shu has some understanding. A jonin of Kirigakure village, who held a high position in Kirigakure village during Terumi Mei's era, otherwise, it would be impossible to be qualified to escort Terumi Mei to attend the 5-Kage conference. Besides, he is also the only ninja with Byakugan in the entire ninja world, except Hinata. At the 5-Kage conference, Danzo saw through the illusion of another god used by Mifune. He was also the one who saw through the illusion of Uchiha Obito on Yagura. It will play a very important role in the future history of Kirigakure village. "Mizukage-sama, I don't know the specific situation now. However, I am willing to give it a try, but I cannot guarantee that my ability is sufficient and that the operation will be successful." The third generation Mizukage showed a smile. "Certainly. Even if it fails, it's not Shiu's fault. The only thing to blame is the ninjas of Konoha. Chapter 47. These are two hands born for surgery. Before, Osamu Uehara might have refused directly. Just kidding. A blacksmith can do a surgery that even a medical ninja can't do? Even if the third Mizukage said that the operation failed, it had nothing to do with him. But, what about Ching's family? Where are Ching's friends? What would these people think? Osamu Uehara has no expectations for many people in Kirigakure village. Almost the entire Take Torai clan is mentally unstable. Many ninjas immersed in the blood mist. Once there is an extreme person among the people around Ao, it is very likely that the reason for the failure of the operation will be attributed to Uehara Osamu, causing trouble for Uehara Osamu. In addition, Osamu Uehara remembered that in the original plot, Ao was still alive and well until the Fourth Ninja War. This proves that we have survived this crisis. But now, the situation is different. Osamu Uehara obtained the God's Hand. I gained another 2000 points of human body modification experience and reached the familiarity level. In other words, Shu Uehara can now be regarded as a medical ninja. He just doesn't know medical ninjutsu and can only perform surgery. However, with such conditions, Osamu Uehara was relatively confident in completing Ching's surgery. In this case, Osamu Uehara completed Ao's surgery. On the one hand, you can get Ching's gratitude. As a jounin of Kirigakure village and a jounin of Kirigakure village with Byakugan, Shu Uehara felt that Ao was a very valuable ninja. Furthermore, in the original plot, Mirai Ao can become one of Terumi Mei's bodyguards, which also illustrates one point. It shows that Ao has made the right choice under the political turmoil in Kirigakure village in the future. The second aspect is that this is the third generation Mizukage's personal request. No matter how well the third Mizukage did in Mizukage's position, no matter how seriously the third Mizukage is now affected by Uchiha Madara's genjutsu, the third generation Mizukage is still the Mizukage of Kirigakure village. How about following me to the medical department now? Good. Loquat Jozang also came with him. Previously, Loquat Jozo was ordered by the third Mizukage to protect Uehara Shu. But now, Loquat Jozo already regards Uehara Shu as more important. Because the water shadow is only temporary. But the ninja sword is forever. A group of 3 people arrived at the medical department at an extremely fast speed. Go directly to Ching's ward. An old man looked over. The third Mizukage introduced, this is Mayoko Ringo, the medical ninja with the highest level of medical ninjutsu in the medical department. This is Osamu Uehara, the head of the blacksmithing department, the blacksmith with the highest level of blacksmithing in our village. Uehara Osamu glanced at the old man in front of him, and his heart moved slightly. Uehara Osamu has never seen this person before. But Osamu Uehara was impressed by the word Ringo. In the original plot, in the future, when the Black Ho Thunder Fang died, the Thunder Blade went round and returned to the hands of Kirigakure village, and was later inherited by a young kunoichi. A kunoichi named Yuri Ringo. According to the news released by Kirigakure, Lin Yuri's talent is still higher than that of the Black Ho Thunder Fang, and the Thunder Knife is even stronger in Lin Yuri's hands. But unfortunately, my health is not good. He died at a young age. By the time of the Fourth Ninja War, he could only appear as a reincarnation of the earth. Senior Mayoko. Osamu Uehara said, Mizukage-sama, I don't understand the requirements of the surgery very clearly. Why don't you get an experimental body and let me sew it up first so that Mayoko-senpai can take a look? If Mayoko-senpai thinks it's okay, can I perform surgery on Ching-senpai? The third Mizukage nodded. This is better. Then he looked at Ringo Mayoko. Mayoko, go get ready. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Mayoko Ringo turned and left. Soon, it's time to return. Such experimental subjects are not uncommon in Kirigakure village medical department, and medical ninjas need to use them when they are learning. A snow white rabbit was brought in. This creature is not native to Kirigakure village, but was brought to Kirigakure village because it was suitable for experiments. It is now one of the mainstream creatures in Kirigakure village. Because there were so many, they were even served to the dining table. The laboratory alone cannot consume it at all. In order to control the population of these rabbits, feral cats were also introduced to hunt these rabbits. Meihoko Ringo placed the rabbit on the test bench next door. Uehara Shu stepped forward. This rabbit already had many wounds on its body and its vitality was weak. It relied on the medical ninja to hang on to its life. However, if no surgery was performed, it would die soon. Osamu Uehara took out the god's hand and put it on. Ringo Meihoko was stunned for a moment. Gloves. Ordinary medical ninjas also wear gloves when performing operations. However, it is to prevent infection and is very thin. The god's hand that Osamu Uehara took out was obviously much thicker. Osamu Uehara explained. Wearing this pair of gloves will improve my operating ability to a certain extent. Meihoko Ringo nodded and said no more, seemingly accepting Uehara Shu's explanation. Osamu Uehara looked at the rabbit in front of him and his expression became serious. After that, extend your hands. The moment he touched the rabbit, Uehara Shu suddenly felt a familiar feeling that was not his own, rushing up. It seems like I know instinctively how to operate. Is this the impact that the familiar level of human body modification has on me? Osamu Uehara took the needle and thread and began to suture the rabbit's injuries. Meihoko, how are you? The third Mizukage, Ringo Meihoko, and Loquat Jozo were all standing not far away. The voice of the conversation was very low, for fear of disturbing Uehara Osamu. Very stable. Meihoko Ringo said, this kid's hands are very stable and he has a pair of hands that are born to do surgery. As soon as she saw Osamu Uehara's movements, Meihoko Ringo's eyes showed appreciation. Meihoko Ringo felt that it would be such a waste to not be a medical ninja and responsible for surgeries in the medical department with such a steady hand and such a good talent. However, Ringo Meihoko thought about what the third Mizukage said about Uehara Osamu's identity. Mizukage-sama, is this child's blacksmithing skills really that strong? The third Mizukage raised his eyebrows slightly. Meihoko, what do you want to say? Mizukage-sama, this child's hands are really suitable for surgery. If this child can be allowed to join the medical department and be responsible for performing surgeries, many people who could not be saved can be saved. So, the ability shown by Shiu is enough to be responsible for Qing's surgery. Absolutely okay. That's good. The third generation Mizukage showed a smile. But then he said. However, it is unlikely that Shiu will join the medical club and specialize in learning medical ninjutsu. Chapter 48 Danzo, it's all your Hinata's fault. Hearing the words of the third Mizukage, Loquat Jozo breathed a sigh of relief. Ringo Meihoko had similar thoughts, and Loquat Jozo also had similar thoughts. When seeing Uehara Shu's water escape talent, Loquat Jozang had such emotion. However, Kiryu-Kimonji and the Blue Rose Sword both made Jozo Uehara realize that no matter what kind of talents Uehara Shu had, blacksmith was the most suitable profession for Uehara Shu. Even if you have extra time, there is no need to learn any medical ninjutsu or surgery. It is much better to learn water escape and improve your strength. Shu Uehara's safety is much more important than the safety of other ninjas in Kirigakure village. Meihoko Ringo was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to remember something. Mizukage-sama, the forger who created a new ninja sword that is comparable to the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords, is this kid. Good. The third Mizukage nodded. Just at this time. I finished. Hearing the sound, Ringo Meihoko stepped forward. Senior Meihoko, how are you? Very good, perfect. Ringo Meihoko turned to the third Mizukage and said, Mizukage-sama, Shiu's fine manipulation skills are better than what I asked for. There shouldn't be any problems with Ao's surgery. The third generation Mizukage showed a smile. Okay, then you can arrange the surgery. Yes. Osamu Uehara interjected. Mizukage-sama, Meihoko-senpai, if the operation is to be performed, can you arrange the location of the operation on the forging island? I will be more confident in a familiar environment. The third Mizukage didn't have any objections and looked at Ringo Meihoko. Meihoko. Okay, it's the same wherever I am. Time is tight. The next day, Ching had been transferred to Forging Island. Meihoko Ringo, like the outsiders who came to the Forging Island before, was a little sad at the current desertedness of the Forging Island. However, when your eyes fall on Uehara Osamu, you will feel that with Uehara Osamu here, Forging Island will definitely return to its former glory, or even be much stronger. Ching's body was placed calmly on the operating table. Osamu Uehara is on the left. Meihoko Ringo is on the right. A white eye was embedded in Ching's eye socket. However, it could be seen that the eye transplant operation was not performed very well, and there were signs of decay around the eye socket. The movement seemed to wake Ching up a bit. Opening his eyes, he first looked at Ringo Meihoko, then at Uehara Osamu, and said in a daze. If I die, please give your Byakugan to a more suitable person in the village. At this moment, the scalpel in Osamu Uehara's hand penetrated into Ao's wound. Ching rolled his eyes and fainted. Meihoko Ringo used medical ninjutsu to maintain Ao's life, while guiding Osamu Uehara to perform the surgery. Outside, Loquat Jozo was guarding the door. The third Mizukage was away and had returned to the Mizukage building. As a Mizukage, the third Mizukage had a heavy workload and did not have enough time to stay by his side. Just as Kirigakure was trying to save Ao from serious injury, Konoha on the other side was also caught in a huge commotion because of this incident. Hokage-sama, I'm sorry, it's all our fault. An old man from the Hyuga clan came to the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little ugly. Next to him, Danzo Shimura snorted coldly. You Hyuga clan don't know how important the Byakugan is to Konoha. Over the years, Konoha has never lost its Byakugan. This time, you made a big mistake. Konoha is missing a pair of Byakugan. The Kirigakure village has an extra white eye. It's very possible that Kirigakure village can rely on this Byakugan to take the initiative on the battlefield. Before, the Kirigakure village relied on the younger generation of ninjas to win. The sudden appearance of a new ninja sword has already improved its momentum. Now you, the Hyuga clan, are here to join in. Once Konoha falls into a disadvantage on the battlefield against Kirigakure, then Kumigakure and Uegakure will most likely use this opportunity to launch a more violent attack on Konoha. Can you, the Hyuga clan, bear this responsibility? The old man Hinata lowered his head even lower. I'm sorry, Danzo-sama, it's true that our Hyuga clan didn't do a good job. If Hyuga Takeshi is still alive, I will definitely punish him severely. Danzo interrupted the elder Hyuga. Do you think that since Hinata Wu died, this matter can be forgotten? Hyuga Takeshi is dead, and you, the entire Hyuga clan, are responsible for this matter. This has to be dealt with. Not a single white eye can stray outside Konoha. The old man Hinata looked troubled. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama, but now that the Byakugan has been taken away by the people of Kirigakure village and brought back to Kirigakure village, we Hinata people can't do anything. It's too difficult for us Hyuga clan ninjas to sneak into Kirigakure village and get the Byakugan back. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, looked at the old man Hinata, and said slowly. The matter is not that troublesome. I heard that your Hyuga clan and the Take Torai clan of Kirigakure village have been friends for generations. Maybe we can find out what is going on with that white eye through the channels of the Take Torai clan. This. The expression on the old man's face became even more troubled. The Hyuga clan and the Take Torai clan have indeed been on good terms for generations. But the Hyuga clan lives in Konoha. The Take Torai clan is the ninja family of Kirigakura village. Konoha and Kirigakura are currently at war. In this case, the Hyuga clan asked the Take Torai clan to explore the information about the Byakugan. What is the difference between this and asking the Take Torai clan to betray the Kirigakura village? Will the Take Torai clan agree? When the Hyuga clan forcefully made such a request to the Take Torai clan, knowing that the Take Torai clan would not agree, wouldn't there be cracks in the relationship between the two ninja families? So there are only two results before the Hyuga clan. One is to forcefully convince the Take Torai clan to betray Kirigakura. The other is to break with the Take Torai clan. Is there any difficulty? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. The old man Hyuga looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had a relatively gentle expression, and then at Danzo Shimura, whose eyes were extremely gloomy, but in the end he still didn't say anything. Hinata bowed his head to the old man. Hokage-sama, there is no difficulty, I will try my best to arrange it. It's not hard work, it's determination. Danzo's voice sounded. Yes, Lord Danzo. The old man Hyuga left and returned to the headquarters of the Hyuga clan. There were only two people left in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Danzo, you shouldn't have forced the Hyuga clan like that. The loss of the Byakugan is not what they want to see. They must also be blaming themselves and feeling guilty. Danzo had a surprised expression on his face, but quickly hid it. Chapter 49 Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, there is nothing we can do about this. The situation on the battlefield is not optimistic for us. The changes that a white eye can bring are too great. We have to do this. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The current situation in the village is indeed not good. The cloud-hidden village has kept silent over the years and has accumulated great strength. In terms of hardcore ninja, it has surpassed us in Konoha by a lot. But the good thing is that they are also fighting with the Iwagakure village. Among the young ninjas, the son of the third Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinhyuriki are quite good. But Minato is better. There are more hardcore ninjas in Iwagakure village than in Kumagakure village, but among the young ninjas, there don't seem to be particularly outstanding ones. There are just a few more people. In addition, Tsunagakure village can help us withstand some pressure from Iwagakure village. The one named Scorpion is pretty good, I heard. Danzo said as he didn't seem to think highly of Scorpion. The parents of the Red Sand Scorpion died in the hands of White Fang back then. The Red Sand Scorpion is only a few years older than Kakashi. When Kakashi grows up, he will most likely be above him. Mentioning Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but think of Kakashi's defeat by Inagaki Kisame. In Kirigakure village, young ninjas and hardcore ninjas are not good enough. They have been reduced to relying on the fighting of the younger generation to increase their momentum. However, the only opponent in Kirigakure village is us in Konoha. So for us in Konoha, it has become a more important trouble now. Danzo asked. Hiruzen, have the ANBU ninjas found out about the new ninja sword? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Not yet. Danzo came up with his own idea. Hiruzen, maybe you can use this opportunity to ask the Hyuga clan to ask the Take Torai clan for information about the new ninja sword. As a member of Kirigakure village, the Take Torai clan will definitely know this. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. The eye-rolling thing is more or less in the past. After all, the Byakugan cannot be left alone. Not only Konoha thinks so, but the Hyuga clan also thinks so. But it would be unreasonable to obtain information about the new ninja sword through the Hyuga clan and the Take Torai clan. Putting too much pressure on the Hyuga clan is likely to cause backlash. Even though the Hyuga clan is now quite obedient, they are much more obedient than the Uchiha clan next door. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to affect his reputation. Never mind. Forget it. But Danzo wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo, I have already decided on this matter. But that's enough, I am the Hokage. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo and continued. This request is too harsh for the Hyuga clan. Let's investigate through other channels. I heard that the Thunder Knife appeared on the battlefield again. That's right, the one who uses the Thunder Sword is a person named Take Torai Hikari. How does it compare to Black Ho Thunder Fang? The control over the Thunder Knife is not as good as that of the Black Ho Thunder Fang, but this person is more fierce and crazy than the Black Ho Thunder Fang. Most of the people of the Take Torai clan have this kind of character. Then let's find a way first to get information about the new ninja sword from this Take Torai Hikari. Good. Danzo left the Hokage building. When he reached the end of the road, he looked back. Hiruzen, you are too indecisive. From Danzo's point of view, there is absolutely no problem with his own ideas. First put pressure on the Hyuga clan and ask the Hyuga clan to ask the Take Torai clan for information about the Byakugan. At this time, there will be two results. One is that the Take Torai clan gave Byakugan information. Another one is that the Take Torai clan and the Hyuga clan broke up. Both of these results are acceptable to Konoha. In the former case, Konoha might be able to get the Byakugan back or destroy it. The latter cut off the connection between the Hyuga clan and the Take Torai clan. In other words, it cut off a possible escape route for the Hyuga clan and made the Hyuga clan more loyal to Konoha. In the former case, putting pressure on Hinata again and asking the Take Torai clan for information on the new ninja sword will have two results. One is that the Take Torai clan refused. Under this situation, the Hyuga clan and the Take Torai clan will still break up. At the same time, Konoha can also announce the information the Take Torai clan gave to Konoha's Byakugan. To drive a wedge between the Kirigakure village and the Take Torai clan. Another one is that the Take Torai clan agrees. This is the best information for Konoha. The entire plan, it can be said that no matter which result it is good for Konoha. It's just that we have to face a situation where the Hyuga clan may backlash. But, the Hyuga clan, does he dare? Danzo didn't think this was possible. The caged bird seal is used to bind the branch families. In Danzo's view, the Hyuga clan, the entire ninja family, is deeply engraved with servility and will definitely not dare to fight against the village. You will regret this. After returning to Hyuga's station, Kazuo Hinata immediately held a family meeting. Repeat the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo one by one. Immediately, some members of the Hyuga clan expressed dissatisfaction. What do Danzo and Hokage-sama mean? Did we, the Hyuga clan, lose our Byakugan on purpose? He's going too far by saying such things. What do you think of our Hyuga clan? However, I asked Kazuo a question that day. Do you have any good ideas? Everyone was silent. Hinata Kazuo sighed inwardly. Then he looked at a figure. Hisashi, let me go to Kirigakure village and communicate with the Take Torai clan. If they agree, that's great. If they are different, don't force it. Hinata almost nodded. Yes, Mr. Patriarch. Go and come back quickly. Mayoko Ringo looked at Uehara Osamu's surgery. The more she looked at it, the stronger the admiration in her eyes became. With such hands, it would be a pity not to undergo surgery. But, it happens to be a blacksmith. Osamu Uehara was very slow at first, but gradually he got into the state. With the addition of the familiar level of human body modification technique, such surgery seemed not to be difficult for Osamu Uehara. And there is also the assistance of the god's hand. Uehara Shu's movements became faster and faster. One wound after another, Osamu Uehara sewed it up. Soon, it was Ching's turn for the eyes. For non-Uchiha clansmen, transplanting Sharingan eyes will have certain side effects. For non-Hyuga clansmen, transplanting the Byakugan will also have certain side effects. But what if I use body modification techniques? Chapter 50 Ching, where did my Byakugan go? After suturing many wounds on Ao's body, Osamu Uehara gained a new understanding of his precision manipulation abilities, understanding of the human body, and human body modification techniques. Osamu Uehara was sure of modifying Ao's eyes to a certain extent. And even if the transformation fails, it will not cause worse consequences. Then, try it. The transformation that Osamu Uehara wanted to carry out was very simple. According to the situation in the original plot, after Kakashi obtained the Sharingan, in order to reduce the side effects of the Sharingan, he needed to wear an eye patch most of the time to cover the Sharingan. And Ching, after getting a white eye, also put on an eye patch. Special sealing protective charms are also used. What Osamu Uehara wants to do is to transform the tissues around Ao's eyes so that these tissues have the ability to move and control the switch of the eyes. In this way, it should be possible to reduce some of the side effects caused by transplanted eyes. Mayoko Ringo noticed Uehara Osamu's actions and opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But after seeing Uehara Shu's extremely smooth movements, which didn't look like a sudden move, but like a very sure move, he thought about it and said nothing. After a while, Osamu Uehara stopped. Finished. Mayoko Ringo said, "Thank you for your hard work, leave the rest to me." Osamu Uehara left the temporarily transformed operating room. "Shu, how about it?" Loquat Jozo asked. "It went pretty well." Osamu Uehara said, "There is no problem with the operation. Next, Ringo Senpai will perform medical ninjutsu on Ao Senpai. If there are no accidents, Ao Senpai will recover quickly." Loquat Jozang nodded. Regarding Ching, Loquat Jozang has also seen it before. The two were not familiar with each other, but Jozang knew that Ching was a pretty good ninja. But this time, Ching's performance shocked Loquat Jozang. He actually found an opportunity and defeated the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. He also successfully snatched a Byakugan from the hands of the ninjas of the Hyuga clan and brought it back to Kirigakure village. This is something many ninjas want to do but fail to do. Compared to Ching, my performance as one of the Kirigakure 7 is much worse. Obviously we are the ones who are more expected by the village. But, next time, it won't happen. Not long after, Ringo Mayoko walked out. "Senior Mayoko, how are you?" "Things are pretty good." Mayoko Ringo said, "Ching's problem mainly lies in the surgery." "Shu, you did a good job with the surgery. I just need to do some follow-up work. It's not difficult. However, I still have matters in the medical department that need to be dealt with. Ching Yi will not be able to move for a while. Can we just let him stay on the forging island?" Osamu Uehara nodded. "No problem." Mayoko Ringo turned to leave, but stopped again halfway through. "Shu, are you interested in medical ninjutsu?" "Ah." Osamu Uehara was stunned for a moment. Mayoko Ringo said, "If you are interested in medical ninjutsu, you can come to the medical department when you have time, and I can teach you personally. I think you should have a very good talent in medical ninjutsu." Osamu Uehara frowned, knowing that Mayoko Ringo was interested in her surgical skills. However, Osamu Uehara knew that he actually had no talent in medical ninjutsu, at least not yet. "I just know a little bit about body modification techniques. The two have a lot of similarities, but they are not exactly the same. More importantly, regarding the human body modification technique, what Osamu Uehara directly gained was experience, not talent." "Okay." Shu Uehara responded without making a clear statement. Ringo Mayoko nodded and left. Loquat Jozo quickly came to Uehara Shu. "Shu, it seems that your talents are not limited to blacksmithing and water escape. You also have extremely strong talents in other areas. If you had not become a blacksmith, you would definitely be a very strong ninja now. You are a true genius. But becoming a blacksmith is also very good. However, there is no need for you to learn medical ninjutsu now. Medical ninjutsu is for saving others. At present, no one's life in Kirigakure village is more important than Chiu's life. That's why it's more important for you to improve your self-protection ability. Loquat Zhuzang said and paused. I have thought about Chiu's next training plan. You have already mastered a lot of water release ninjutsu. It is very difficult to acquire more powerful water release ninjutsu. There is no point in learning those who are not good at it. Compared to ninjutsu, what you need to improve more urgently is your basic attributes. Next, I will make a rigorous physical training plan for you. It's going to be hard. But I hope you can hold on, Chiu. After all, given your situation, you are likely to encounter many dangers in the future, so you must be strong enough. Osamu Uehara nodded. It doesn't matter, Senior Zhuzang, it's your arrangement, I can stick to it. On this point, Uehara Shu and Loquat Zhuzo have the same idea. Osamu Uehara is well aware of the dangers of this world. Without strength, everything is just talk. A little hard work, what does it count? In the operating room, Qing opened his eyes. Hiss. There was a sound of gasping for air. Qing only felt pain everywhere in his body. Some memories emerged in Qing's mind. I remember that I successfully ambushed a member of the Hyuga clan and brought back a Byakugan. However, I was attacked several times on the way back and was seriously injured. Then he fell into a coma. I woke up once. I was lying down, and there were two people standing next to me. One was Mayoko-senpai from the medical department, and the other, I don't know, was a young man. Two people were doing something to my body. Qing raised his arm and his pupils shrank slightly. Because Qing saw that his arms were covered with stitching marks. Qing opened his clothes. Not only the arms, but the entire body is full of stitching marks. Green. Is my injury so serious, but I still survived? Mayoko and that boy saved me. Qing showed a smile. It's so good to be alive. But the next moment, Qing immediately became vigilant. I wonder what happened to that white eye. Green eyes flickered. It's not that I don't want to believe everyone in the village, but the Byakugan is indeed too precious, except for Konoha. It's easy to cause a bloody storm with a white eye. At this moment, Qing felt something strange coming from his right eye. Chapter 51. One side is the family, the other side is the village. Subconsciously, Qing focused his chakra on his right eye. White eyes, open. After that, Qing's vision changed. The world seems to turn into black and white, but through the objects, the field of vision becomes extremely wide, and you can see far away. It's that boy. The one next to me is Loquat Zhuzang. What I'm using now is the ability of the Byakugan. Roll your eyes on me. It's my little man. A look of shame appeared on Qing's face. A figure entered the kingdom of water and entered the town. He raised his head and looked ahead. After that, he entered the nearby tavern and went directly to the front desk. A member of the Take Torai clan shrank slightly when he saw the entrant. Hisashi, why are you here? Takete-feng quickly took Hinata Hisashi into the secret room next to him. This secret room is soundproofed. After closing the door, Zhu Tiaofeng couldn't wait to ask. Feng, this time, our Hyuga clan is in big trouble. Hinata Hisashi looked at Takete-feng, sighed, and said. I'm afraid only you, the Take Torai clan, can help us. What trouble? Zhu Zifeng's heart skipped a beat. Our Hyuga clan lost a Byakugan, and it fell into the hands of a ninja from your Kirigakure village. You know, our Hyuga clan's Byakugan is absolutely not allowed to be lost. This is related to the survival of our Hyuga clan. Zhu Taifeng frowned. Who? Green. Green. Take Torai was stunned for a moment and said, with Qing's strength, can he actually capture the Byakugan of your Hyuga clan? Zhutifeng knew that Ao was a Jounin, but in Zhutifeng's impression, Ao was not a very strong ninja. When Hinata Hisashi said Ao's name, Zutifeng was a little surprised. Hinata Hisashi sighed. Ao laid a trap and arranged an ambush, but, in the final analysis, it was the clan member of our Hyuga clan who was too careless and made a mistake, which is why he was like this. We don't ask to get the Byakugan back, we just ask that the Byakugan cannot be used. As long as you, the Take Torai clan, do this favor for our Hyuga clan, we, the Hyuga clan, will owe a huge favor to the Take Torai clan, and we, the Hyuga clan, will definitely repay you in return. Otherwise, our Hyuga clan will be very sad in the future. Please be sure to help us for the sake of the hundreds of years of friendship between our Hyuga clan and your Take Torai clan. The Byakugan is really important to our Hyuga clan. Once it spreads outside, the meaning of our Hyuga clan's existence will disappear. Zutifeng was silent for a long time. Hisashi, this matter is huge. I definitely can't decide it by myself. I have to go back and report this matter to the Patriarch and the others for them to decide. Please. When Zudori brought this news back to Kirigakure village, several different opinions emerged among the Zudori clan. One is to refuse to do this favor to the Hyuga clan. We, the Take Torai clan, are the Take Torai clan of Kirigakure village. We do have good relations with the Hyuga clan. We usually help each other with anything. It doesn't matter. However, this is a matter involving the interests of Kirigakure village. By helping the Hyuga clan, we are equivalent to betraying Kirigakure village. How does this make us, the Take Torai clan, get along in Kirigakure village? The other one hesitated. The loss of the Byakugan is indeed a big deal for the Hyuga clan. We are on good terms with the Hyuga clan. The friendship between the two families has been for hundreds of years, which is longer than the history of the ninja village. Besides, taking away the Byakugan is a bit too much. To put it bluntly, the relationship between our ninja family and the ninja village is just a cooperative relationship. Family is our foundation. First there are ninja families, then there are ninja villages. A Take Torai ninja seems to be dissatisfied with the current Kirigakure village. The Kirigakure village has only been established for a few decades. What is the purpose of our ninja family joining the ninja village? Don't you just want to get a more stable environment? But what now? War after war breaks out. If you win, it doesn't matter, but Kirigakure village has lost many more times than it has won. Among the great ninja villages, Kirigakure village has always been ranked at the bottom. This caused our Take Torai clan to lose a lot of resources and profits. If we had joined other ninja villages instead of Kirigakure village, the situation might have been much better. If Kirigakure village is destroyed during the war, will our entire Take Torai clan also die with it? The ninja village is only temporary. The ninja family is eternal. Unconsciously, the main topic of discussion among the Take Torai clan has changed. The question of whether to help the Hyuga clan solve the Byakugan problem has turned into a question of which is more important, the ninja family or the ninja village. Both sides have different opinions. Our interests are consistent with those of the village. Only when the village is stable will we be stable. We should put the interests of the village first. A middle-aged man said. The person opposite snorted coldly. You are loyal to the village, but does the village treat you well? The third Mizukage was able to take the position of Mizukage precisely because of the support of our Take Torai clan. But what about now? Can't you tell what his attitude is towards us? What is the attitude of other senior officials in the village towards us? Can't you tell? They say that our Take Torai clan is inherently evil and has a bad temper. We, the Take Torai clan, have been isolated by the village. The middle-aged retorted. That's because some of our clan members have indeed gone too far, relying on their status as a ninja family to bully the civilians. This requires restraint within the family. Humph, instead of condemning those who target us, you accuse the family members. Since you think the family is so bad and the village is so good, then leave the family. The middle-aged fingers were trembling. There is absolutely no way to communicate with you. A figure, after listening to everyone's quarrel for a while, shook his head and walked out. A man came to a high place and sat down against a stone. He looked up at the sky. He looked back at the family's station. After that, his eyes fell in the direction of the Mizukage building. Take Toriamazui side. On one side, there's the family. On one side is the village. How do I choose? The conflict between the family and the village has become more and more intense. Isn't there any solution? Why did things become like this? Chapter 52 Uchiha, it's like his luck has been taken away. Who can help me answer this question? A figure suddenly appeared in Zutari Gensui's mind. The figure of the third Mizukage. It was an evening under the setting sun. Zutari Gensui is returning from the battlefield. That was Take Torimazui's first time on the battlefield. Even though he has experienced the baptism of the blood mist, Zutari Zhenshui has the identity of the Zutari clan, and the blood mist he encountered was not so harsh, bloody, and cruel. Therefore, the scene on the battlefield gave Take Toriamazui a huge impact. Take Toriamazui watched helplessly as his companions died one after another. There is blood flowing. Zutari Gensui could not find the meaning of war. Zutari Gensui fell into extreme confusion. At that time, Take Toriamazui happened to meet the third Mizukage. The purpose of the war is to protect the village. The meaning of ninja's existence is also to protect. Ninja, from the village. The village is here, and everyone is here. So we need to work harder and try our best to protect the village. This is what war is about. The third Mizukage and Take Toriamazui said something. Zhu Dejin Shui thought about it for a long time after that. What is a village? What is war? What is death? What is a family? What is a shadow? Take Zhen Shui began to observe. Among the results of this observation, the Take Torai clan was very disappointed by Take Torai Gensui. There is only a family in his eyes, not a village. Consider yourself superior to others. Some even only care about their own personal interests. Zutari Gensui didn't think that his doubts could be answered by the tribesmen in the village. People in the family are too narrow-minded. But I had to find a way to have both ends. Resolve the conflicts between the family and the village. Mizukage-sama, maybe you can give me some pointers. After all, he is a shadow. Take Toriamazui headed towards the direction of the Mizukage building. Zuchuian stood up. Quiet. The voices of everyone stopped one after another. As the leader of the Take Torai clan, most of the people in the Take Torai clan are unruly, but on such occasions, they will still give Take Torai Yan some face. Everyone, I have heard your thoughts. I have also thought about this matter seriously. Whether it is rejection or acceptance, it is not a suitable choice for us, the Take Torai clan. If you refuse directly, the century-old friendship between our Take Torai clan and the Hyuga clan will be broken. For our Take Torai clan, missing such an ally is a huge loss. But if you really destroy that Byakugan, you are betraying the village. Others in the village will definitely not forgive us. Our situation in Kirigakure village will be even more difficult. Unless we have the idea of independence and breaking away from Kirigakure village. Or, start a civil war and seize the dominance of Kirigakure village. But right now, that's not realistic. What Take Torai Yan said was actually the thoughts of some members of the Take Torai clan. Some members of the Take Torai clan feel that it is the Take Torai clan's turn to be the fourth Mizukage. In their opinion, the third generation of Mizukage was already old, and the 7 Kirigakure suffered a great defeat, and all lost their qualifications to succeed Mizukage. The Take Torai clan, after the decline of the Oniden clan, is currently the largest ninja clan in Kirigakure village. Besides the Take Torai clan, who else is suitable for the position of Mizukage? Some other members of the Take Torai clan felt that Kirigakure village was too weak and they might as well join a stronger ninja village like Konoha directly through their connections with the Hyuga clan. Compared to the former, the latter is undoubtedly more naive. Kirigakure village certainly has its problems. Is there no problem in Konoha? What's more, it's a ninja family that later joined Konoha. How much trust can you get? How much fear will you receive? So that's what I thought. Take Torai continued, we pretended to agree to the Hyuga clan's request, and we also did something visible to investigate the behavior of the Byakugan, but we will not destroy the Byakugan. This way, our relationship with the Hyuga clan will not be broken. After all, we have agreed to their request and we have tried our best, but we just don't have the ability to do it. I won't betray the village. Everyone looked at each other and said nothing. For now, maybe the method mentioned by Zuchoian is the best method. However, this method has a huge shortcoming. That means it must never be known to others. Once others know, then, the friendship with the Hyuga clan will be broken. Don't help if you don't want to help, pretend to help but don't actually help, deceive us and treat us like fools. They will be suspected by other people in the village. Who knows if you really didn't betray the village, or if you just said that on purpose because you didn't do it. Once suspicion arises, it is difficult to eradicate. In addition, if the Byakugan is really destroyed or lost, then everyone in the village will attribute the problem to the Take Torai clan. That's it. Today's matters must be kept absolutely confidential. Everyone remember this. The meeting is over. Everyone left one after another. Just at this time, a figure quickly arrived in front of Zuchoian. Lord Patriarch, it's not good. What's wrong? Mizui Take Torai went to the Mizukage building just now. What? Zuchoian was startled. Several members of the Take Torai clan who had not yet left the conference room stopped when they heard this. What did you say? Suddenly, everyone became alert. Everyone was just talking about the family and the village, and Hinata rolled her eyes again. Even though Take Torai Gensui was not a participant in the meeting. But everyone was unprepared for Zuzi Zhenshui. After all, Take Torai Mizui is one of the younger generation geniuses among the Take Torai clan. Zudari Gensui came here just now. Probably heard something. In this case, Take Torai Gensui went to the Mizukage building, and everyone had to worry. Once Take Torai Mizui told the third Mizukage what everyone was talking about in the meeting just now. So, what will be the reaction of the third Mizukage? This would be an extremely bad thing for the Take Torai clan. Master Patriarch, what should we do? Zuchoian's face darkened. Now that Zhen Shui has gone to the Mizukage building, even if we want to stop him, it's too late. We can only hope that Zhen Shui has other things going on. But we have to prepare for the worst. A middle-aged man looked at Zuchoian. Lord Patriarch, what's the worst plan? Fight or flight? Chapter 53 Uchiha Shisui, it seems like I have lost something. True Water, sit down. The third Mizukage looked at Take Torai Mizui with a hint of admiration in his eyes. The Take Torai clan is very problematic in the eyes of the third Mizukage. Irritated, conceited, and extremely selfish. However, among the many members of the Take Torai clan, there are also a few who are good. Bamboo taking True Water is one of them. The third Mizukage could tell that the volume of Tekatora's water was different from that of other Take Torai members. The vision is not limited to one clan, but can look at the entire village. If anyone can change the Take Torai clan in the future, then the third Mizukage feels that only Take Torai Mizui is the one. Mizukage-sama. Zhu took Zhen Shui and sat down, looking at the 3 generations of water shadows, but stopped talking. Whatever you want to say, Zhen Shui, just say it. Mizukage-sama, how should we balance the relationship between the family and the village? Bamboo's True Water surface shows a sad look. I can feel that the gap between the Take Torai clan and the village seems to be getting deeper and deeper. How can we make the relationship between the Take Torai clan and the village closer again? The third Mizukage sighed. This problem is indeed a problem. This is a problem that has been going on for a long time and cannot be solved in a short time. But, Zhen Shui, I believe this problem is not unsolvable. I just want more and more people like you, Zhen Shui, to be good. The situation within the Take Torai clan is complicated now. Once outsiders get involved, there will only be resentment. Therefore, the only one who can change this situation is you, Zhen Shui. Zhen Sui, you can communicate more with other members of the Take Torai clan to change their minds. But don't conflict with someone who is stubborn. Slowly, it will always affect some people. In the future, I will enter the upper echelons of the Take Torai clan, and even become the future leader of the Take Torai clan. I'll support you. Within the Take Torai clan, you are responsible for Gensui. I will control the outside of the Take Torai clan. The third Mizukage's attitude made Take Torai Mizui relax a lot. Okay, Mizukage-sama, I will do as you say. The third Mizukage patted Take Torai Mizui on the shoulder. Zhen Shui, don't worry too much, the problem will be solved. At this moment, we are far away on the battlefield of the country of fire. A small figure looked up, with a look of confusion in his eyes. Shisui, what's wrong? The companion asked. Uchiha Shisui shook his head. Just now, Uchiha Shisui suddenly felt that he seemed to have lost something. Not long after Take Torai Mizui left, a figure entered the Mizukage building at an extremely fast speed. Mizukage-sama. What's the matter? The third Mizukage looked at the ANBU ninja in front of him. Master Ching is already awake. Are you awake? How is the situation? The surgery went well. There should be no problems. The white eyes are also fused well. Hearing this, the third Mizukage felt even more happy. Okay. 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 Where is Ching now? Still on Forge Island. I'll go there now. The third Mizukage flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had left the Mizukage building. Instead of taking the usual path, he walked directly on the water and arrived at the forging island by the shortest route. Mizukage-sama. Uehara Shu, Loquat Jozo, and Arakuneji all looked over. Jozo, Shu. Mizukage-sama, Ao Senpai is still unable to move. He is currently resting in bed, but he is in good spirits. Take me there. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Osamu Uehara led the way. Arriving at the door of the operating room that had been transformed from the vacant forging room, no, this was no longer an operating room, but Ching Jing's ward. He reached out and knocked on the door. Senior Ching, Master Mizukage is here to see you. Let Mizukage-sama come in quickly. Ching struggled and tried to get up, but tried hard and failed. The third Mizukage stepped forward quickly. Don't move, don't make the injury worse. Mizukage-sama, thank you. Ao looked at the third Mizukage, the gratitude in his eyes was sincere. I know the extent of my injuries. It is not easy to save yourself. The ones who really treated themselves were Mayoko Ringo and Osamu Uehara. But it was the third Mizukage who allocated resources from them. Moreover, Ching originally thought that Byakugan would no longer be on his body. You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank me, just thank Shiu and Mayoko. The third Mizukage paused. Ao, Byakugan, how do you use it? Lord Hui Shuiying, it's quite smooth. Ching said, the side effects are smaller than I expected, and I can also freely control the switch of the Byakugan. It may be worse than the Hyuga clans. That's very good. The third generation Mizukage showed a smile. Practice yourself well, and in the future, we in Kirigakure village will have our own Byakugan. On the future battlefield, we won't have to continue to suffer Konoha's big losses in this regard. The third Mizukage said and sighed. Because of the Byakugan problem, many ninjas in our Kirigakure village were obviously more powerful, but they were killed in an ambush by Konoha ninjas. Lord Mizukage, I think so too, that's why I will bring this Byakugan back at all costs. Ching said with some emotion. Fortunately, it was successful. Everyone's sacrifice was not in vain. Ching had been arranging this plan for a long time. The intensity of Konoha's counterattack was somewhat beyond Ao's expectations. Therefore, in order to protect this Byakugan, Kirigakure village sacrificed many ninjas. Some of these people are Ching's trusted partners. Others are loyal subordinates. I will not let their sacrifices be in vain. When I recover, I will make good use of this Byakugan to gain an advantage on the battlefield and give Konoha ninjas some color. Good. A figure is coming this way quickly. Mizukage-sama. What's the matter? The third Mizukage looked at the ANBU ninja who appeared. The ANBU ninja stepped forward and lowered his voice. What? The next moment, the third Mizukage disappeared. A young man was brought to the edge of Forging Island by ANBU ninja. The third Mizukage looked at the young man and frowned. Take Torai Nico, what happened? Take Torai Nico lowered his head and spoke quickly. In the recovery ward. Ching looked at Xiang Yuangziu. Xiu, thank you. Senior Ching, you're welcome. By the way, Xiu, did you do something to my right eye? Ching hesitated again and finally asked the question. Lo Kuat Zhang couldn't help but look over. Osamu Uehara nodded. That's right. When I was operating on you, Senior Ching, I felt that the part of your right eye, Senior Ching, did not fit well with the Byakugan. Some parts were not smooth. This is somewhat similar to the problem I encountered when I was forging before. So I tried to follow the idea of forging ninja tools and made some changes to your right eye, Senior Ching. After confirming that it had a good effect, I continued. Ching showed a surprised expression. Chapter 54 Byakugan vs Madara Uchiha's Illusion. Blacksmithing. Uehara Osamu nodded and said. My teacher once said to me that the ninja sword is alive, just like a human being. Therefore, when I forge it, I will treat the ninja sword as alive. And when I performed the surgery on you, Senior Ching, I did find that there are similarities. I made my own decision, please forgive me, Senior Ching. After hearing Uehara Shu's words, Lo Kuat Zhang subconsciously looked at the blue rose sword on his waist. No. Ching shook his head quickly. If it weren't for Xiu to perform the surgery on me, I would have died a long time ago. Besides, Xiu has good intentions and the result is good. I'm not happy enough. I heard that a new ninja sword appeared in the village. The name is Kiryu-Kimonji, also known as the Incurable Blade. What does the blacksmith who made that ninja sword have to do with you, Xiu? Osamu Uehara smiled. Tongi Imonji was created by me. With Ching's current situation, Osamu Uehara has nothing to hide at this point. You. Green pupil shrank. Senior Ching, don't believe it. It's not that I don't believe it, it's just that you are too young, Xiu. Ching said, I thought that the blacksmiths who could create such a ninja sword were already old. I didn't expect that you, Xiu, already have such good forging skills at such a young age. I should have thought of it earlier. My injuries are so severe that even the medical ninjas from the medical department can't perform surgery. I need you to take action. As a blacksmith, if you practice your forging skills, you will definitely be the best on the forging island. Saying that, Ching looked at Lo Kuat Zhang again. Zhou, are you on the forging island? Ching's age is not much different from that of Lo Kuat Zhang, so the two are considered equal. I am now the guard of Forging Island, responsible for Xiu's safety. Ching nodded. Given Xiu's situation, the village does need to be well protected. By the way, Zhou, where is your decapitating sword? Did Lord Mizukage take it back because of that incident? The thing Ao was talking about was the disastrous defeat suffered by the 7 Kirigakure people against Mat Dai. No, I took the initiative to return it to Mizukichi-sama. Loquat Zhang said calmly, because I already have a ninja sword that is more suitable for me, and it was also made by Shiu. This sword of blue rose, the decapitation sword, is of no use to me. Qing, who has white eyes, has long seen how good the blue rose sword is. However, I didn't expect that this ninja sword was also made by Shu Uehara. A handful, maybe luck. But 2 hands are really a sign of ability. As a member of Kirigakure village, Qing looked at Xiang Yuanxiu and couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. Another great blacksmith has appeared in Kirigakure village. This is really, really great. For Kirigakure village, the more ninja swords there are, the stronger the village will naturally be. Moreover, in Qing's heart, he also vaguely hoped that he could get a ninja sword suitable for him. Ao didn't care so much about the Kirigakure 7 ninja swords before, because Qing felt that it was not so compatible with him. But now, the situation is different. Maybe one of the ninja swords built by Kamihara Shumi is suitable for me? Is there anything that perfectly matches my abilities? Qing hesitated for a while. Shiu, you helped me perform the surgery, which is equivalent to saving my life and doing me a big favor. Is there anything I can do to help you? Just ask. I'm really busy and need your help, Senior Qing. What's the deal? I heard that the Byakugan can see through all illusions. Senior Qing, please help me take a closer look at this forging island and see if there are any traces of illusions on my body. Osamu Uehara said, I heard that Uchiha's illusions are invisible to gods and ghosts. Konoha has already learned about Kiryu-Kimonji's news, and maybe they will take action. It's unlikely that Uchiha people can sneak into Forging Island. This is the area at the back and center of our village. Qing said this, but still nodded. Let me try. The main purpose of Uehara's cultivation is naturally not this. It's just that the 3rd Mizu cage happens to be on the Forging Island right now. Let Qing, who has Byakugan, do a big scan. Naturally, the 3rd Mizu cage would also be included. Roll your eyes. Ao focused his chakra towards his right eye. The next moment, Qing's right eye changed. The blood vessels around the eye socket bulged, looking very ferocious. Look far away. Perspective. Qing let his gaze focus on himself and scan around. Osamu Uehara. 10 possessions of loquats. Arafune 2. The 3rd Mizu cage. Anbu ninja. The bamboo takes the cat. And the animals that live on the Forge Island. Hiss. A sharp pain surged up, and Qing quickly cancelled the eye-rolling state. With the current physical condition, using Byakugan will put a lot of pressure on Ao. Senior Qing, are you okay? Fine. Qing shook his head. It's just that it's not in good condition. It's still a bit expensive to use this Byakugan, especially since I don't have a good grasp of it now. I've checked the situation around here and there's nothing wrong with it. There are no traces of genjutsu on you, Jozu, the man outside, or Mr. Mizukage who is further away. Osamu Uehara smiled. It's fine if you don't, then I'll be relieved. Thank you, Senior Qing. However, Osamu Uehara still had doubts about whether the 3rd Mizukage had been possessed by an illusion. Because judging from the time point, he should have won. However, Ao didn't see any traces of genjutsu on the 3rd Mizukage's body. Osamu Uehara's eyes flickered. Ao didn't see traces of genjutsu on the 3rd Mizukage's body. In fact, it doesn't completely mean that the 3rd Mizukage didn't fall under genjutsu. There is another possibility, that is, the 3rd generation Mizukage was under a genjutsu, but Ao couldn't see it. This is very possible. After all, King K had just received the Byakugan and was not originally from the Hyuga clan. Moreover, if the 3rd Mizukage was under a genjutsu, it was Madara Uchiha's genjutsu. Can an ordinary, Unskilled Byakugan see through Uchiha Madara's illusion? If you can't see it, then it won't work to decipher Uchiha Madara's conspiracy against the Kirigakure village by seeing through the illusion of the third Mizukage. Lord Mizukage, Senior Shinsui was caught by them and imprisoned. Take Torai Nico said. What why? The third Mizukage's pupil shrank. The Hyuga clan sent people over to ask the Take Torai clan to help investigate the situation of the missing Byakugan. The Hyuga clan of Konoha actually asked our Take Torai clan of Kirigakure village to investigate. The third Mizukage frowned deeply. Do you, the Take Torai clan, agree? Bamboo Cat nodded, then shook his head. Some people agreed, some people disagreed, and then the clan leader made the final decision. On the surface, he agreed to the Hyuga clan, but in fact he did not take any relevant actions. After waiting, I will reply to the Hyuga clan. We, the Take Torai clan, have done our best. Chapter 55 Uchiha Itaki, Me Too. The third Mizukage's expression softened slightly. If the Take Torai clan really agreed to the Hyuga clan, no matter how important the Byakugan is to the Hyuga clan, no matter how good the relationship between the Take Torai clan and the Hyuga clan is, no matter how many favors he owed to the Take Torai clan before. However, as long as the Take Torai clan makes such a decision, then, the Take Torai clan is the betrayer of Kirigakure village. However, this does not mean that the third Mizukage is completely at ease with the Take Torai clan. According to what Take Torai Nico said, the Take Torai clan and the Hyuga clan are very close, and they are too embarrassed to directly refuse such a rude request from the Hyuga clan. How high is the degree of closeness? So in the future, when facing Hinata and the village, which side will the Take Torai family choose? In addition, the decision made by the Take Torai clan leader was to pretend to agree to the Hyuga clan but not actually take action. But, is this true? What if this is just a cover used by the Take Torai clan? If the Take Torai clan really values the village, why don't they report such news to themselves, the Mizukage? Moreover, the Take Torai clan leader made such a decision amid controversy. This means that at least some people from the Take Torai clan want to help the Hyuga clan. This is an act of rebellion against the village. After the leader of the Take Torai clan makes a decision, there may not be any members of the Take Torai clan who act alone secretly. Take Torai Nico continued. At this time, people in the family learned about the news that Senior Zhen Shui went to the Mizukage building. They thought that Senior Zhen Shui had leaked the news, so when Senior Zhen Shui returned to the family, they immediately imprisoned him. Hearing this, the third Mizukage understood why Take Torai Mizui suddenly found him and asked such questions. Is Zhen Shui in danger now? Take Torai Nico shook his head. Not yet. Those people in the family just imprisoned Senior Zhen Shui. But, Mizukage-sama, as this incident happens, the relationship between the Take Torai clan and the village will inevitably become worse and worse. I really can't think of how to solve this problem. Now, the Take Torai clan and the village are quite separated. The Take Torai clan feels targeted by other people in the village. And other people in the village feel that the Take Torai clan is difficult to get along with. Some people from the Take Torai clan even want to leave the village. Or, take the clan members and leave the village. Or, start a civil war and seize control of the village. Take Torai Nico showed a painful expression. Some people in the family are really too radical and extreme. They only have eyes for themselves and no village at all. They are too narrow-minded, like crazy people. The third Mizukage's pupil shrank. The third Mizukage had no expectations for the Take Torai clan. After many years of interaction, the three generations of Mizukage have been disappointed with the Take Torai clan. However, the third Mizukage did not expect that the situation would be worse than he expected. This member of the Take Torai clan actually wants to defect and leave the village? Or start a civil war? No matter which one it is an extremely excessive thing, even in peacetime, not to mention now is a wartime. If it happens, it will be a fatal blow to Kirigakure village. The third Mizukage would never allow such a thing to happen. Cat. The third Mizukage's expression became serious. Mizukage-sama. Can I trust you? Mizukage-sama, in my heart, the village is more important than anything else. Now, Senior Zhen Shui is imprisoned and cannot escape, so I want to help Senior Zhen Shui complete his idea. Take Torai Niko said, Mizukage-sama, I swear on my life that I am absolutely trustworthy. Good. The third Mizukage nodded. Cat, I need you to monitor the situation of the Take Torai clan and report to me at any time if there is any change. Can you do it? No problem. The third Mizukage patted Take Torai Niko on the shoulder. Cat, that's up to you. Don't worry, Mizukage-sama. Konoha. A figure of 4 or 5 years old was sitting on a branch in the backyard, playing with a kunao in his hand. His small eyes were looking into the distance, showing a strong look of thinking. Sudden. The little boy raised his head and looked up into the sky. Just now, the little boy felt that he had lost something inexplicably. Itaki, it's time for dinner. A figure appeared in the backyard, with a high bulge in the abdomen. Okay, mother. Uchiha Itaka jumped down. At the dinner table, Uchiha Fugako looked at Uchiha Itaki and suddenly had an idea. Itaki, get ready. In a few days, I am going to the battlefield to carry out a mission. You should go with me. You are not young anymore. It is time to go and see the real ninja world. Uchiha Mikoto's expression froze. Uchiha Itaka nodded. Yes, father. Uchiha Itaka was a little curious about the battlefield, and at the same time, he was also looking forward to it. Soon, dinner was finished. Uchiha Itaka returned to his room. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, it's a little too early to let Itaka go to the battlefield now. He's only so young. It's late, I'm just letting him have a look, I'm not really letting him fight. Uchiha Fugaku said and paused. That kid Shisui is so dazzling. Itaka's talent is actually not inferior to that of Shisui. However, if Shisui develops a reputation, even if Itaka is better than Shisui in the future, he will always fall behind him. At that time, the position of clan leader may not necessarily fall to Itaka. I'm doing this for Itaka's future. And it will be good for Itaka to see the battlefield early. Uchiha Fugaku convinced Uchiha Mikoto. The third Mizukage watched Take Torai Niko's figure leave. After that, A and BU ninjas were immediately recruited. Mizukage-sama. Arrange it to carry out first-level surveillance on the Take Torai clan. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The third Mizukage turned back to look in the direction of Kamehara Shiyu and others. In this case, Qing's traces are best hidden during this period of time. We can't take risks. Forging Island, relatively speaking, will be a good location. Let Qing stay on the Forging Island. I'll add some extra A and BU ninjas. At the same time, the existence of Qing and Bun is equivalent to increasing the defense capability of Forging Island. The third Mizukage's eyes flickered. The situation of the Take Torai clan is much worse than I expected. It seems that we have to prepare for the worst. I was still thinking about our old friendship before. But, for Kirigakure village, I can't do this. Nothing is as important as the village. I hope the Take Torai clan will not embark on a real dead end. Chapter 56 Namikaze Minato's naming ability. When the third Mizukage's order came down, Ao officially became a temporary member of the Forging Island. Loquat Jozo's plan for Uehara Shu has come out. Half physical training, half physical training. At the end of the day, Osamu Uehara had almost no extra energy. However, correspondingly, Osamu Uehara has made a lot of progress. Uehara Shu lacked training in this area before. Therefore, at the beginning, there will be a relatively good effect, but as time goes by, this effect will slowly decline and decrease. You need to find other methods, or rely on time to grind away. It's not too difficult for a poor student to reach 60 points by relying on sudden study. However, if you want to raise it to 90 points, the difficulty level must be much higher. Now Uehara Shu is in the 0 to 60 stage. After dinner, returned to the room. Osamu Uehara lay on the bed, adjusted his breathing, and looked at the translucent screen in front of him. Name, Osamu Uehara. Comprehensive Strength, Chuyunin. Swordsmanship, Familiar, 1300. Body Transformation, Familiarity, 2000. Forging Technology, Good, Proficiency, Forging Island Bonus, God's Hand Bonus. Task Item, Thug Recruitment Order X2. Blacksmith Reputation, 753. Evaluation, as a blacksmith, my foundation is not bad, because I have my own forging site, forging equipment and forging technology has been enhanced, and I have a chance to create high-quality ninja tools. As a ninja, his strength is worrying. In war, he can only be regarded as high-level cannon fodder. Because of Senior Ching and Senior Mayoko, our reputation has increased a bit. But there is still nearly 250 points short of 1000 reputation points. My reputation has skyrocketed twice before. One time it was because of the Take Torai clan. The other time was because of Kisame's performance on the battlefield. Kisame said before that he won't stay long when he returns to the village this time. In a few days, we will go to the battlefield again. Then I don't need to rush to use the system. When Kisame goes to the battlefield, he will definitely help me gain a lot of reputation. If you reach 10 consecutive draws, there should be no problem. Before using the preparation, I need to find time to do some basic forging. In addition to special ninja swords, I also need to forge some ninja swords that use ordinary materials, but are better than those made by other blacksmiths. In this way, it can reduce other people's doubts more. It doesn't mean that I can't even make an ordinary high-quality ninja sword, but I can make a special ninja sword. There is a problem. Forging Island Psychic Holy Land, even though it is just a reason I made up, it is not easy for too many people to know about it. This will also be a shock to future assistants. I won't question my forging skills. 2 days later, Inagaki Kisame visited the Forging Island. A few days later, Osamu Uehara saw that the numbers in the reputation bar were changing on the translucent screen in front of him. It's almost approaching 800. Fire Nation. Kisame Kisaki's figure flashed. Pfft. The throat of a Konoha ninja was wiped open. Kisame Kisaki didn't look back, but quickly rushed towards another Konoha ninja. With an ordinary blade, this Konoha ninja might still be able to stop the bleeding. However, this is Kiraikimanji. There was a burst of exclamation. It's the 8th sword of Kirigakuer. It's an inhalable blade. It's Kiraikimanji. It's dried persimmon Kisame. It's the bloodthirsty shark. The corners of Kisaki Kisame's eyes twitched. Bloody shark. You Konoha people really don't know how to take names. Could it be that I couldn't learn from that golden flash? Just when Inagaki Kisame was about to pursue, a figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed, with lightning flashing in his hands, and several shurikens flying towards him at the same time. Ding! There was a sound of metal collision. Kisame Kisaki took a few steps back and looked at the person coming. Hitaki Kakashi. Where's Asuma Sarutobi? Is it possible that you no longer dare to go to the battlefield? The son of the noble Hokage, when he comes to the battlefield, he actually arranges for protection secretly. It's simply ridiculous. Kakashi didn't answer, he just looked at Miki Kakisame seriously. Not talking. Still have nothing to say. Mikagaki Kisame tightened his grip on the hilt of the knife in his hand. This is my last day here. What's the meaning? Kisame Kisaki raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you going to die? Kakashi's expressionless face twitched for a moment. Tomorrow, I will go to another battlefield. Kakashi's presence on the battlefield here is temporary. He and Sarutobi Asuma are not teammates either. Kakashi's teammate is Uchiha Obito Yenohara Rin. Tomorrow, Kakashi will go to the area where Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin are, and meet them. Then you don't have to go. Kisame Kisaki grinned. Because I will kill you here. Come on, let's fight the battle we didn't finish last time. This time, there are no ninjas secretly protecting you behind you. No, I will kill you. Also, last time, the ninja was not behind me. The battle between the two is about to break out. It attracted the attention of many nearby ninjas who were fighting. Who will win this time? Strictly speaking, the winner last time was actually Inari Kisame Kisame. Last time I fought Kakashi Kisame, it was just because no one knew the information about the ninja sword. This time it is different. Kakashi must have dealt with it. Kakashi is our genius in Konoha. Not only is he proficient in thunder escape, but he also has a very good understanding of swordsmanship. After all, he is Konoha White Fang's son. This time, I won't lose. Konoha's ninja said. The Kirigakure ninja only had one chance to do this. If I can beat you Kakashi once, I can beat you Kakashi twice. Osamu Uehara gradually adapted to the physical training arranged by Loquat Jozo, and there was still some residual physical strength after the training. No, calling it a remnant is actually inappropriate. To be more precise, after Uehara Shu's physical strength is exhausted, after finishing training, he can feel a new physical strength coming out of his body after taking a short rest. Loquat Jozang said that this is a normal phenomenon and means that the training is effective. Enter the forge room. A pile of materials is placed next to it. Osamu Uehara closed his eyes first and gathered his thoughts. Let's start with the common ninja tools in the ninja world. Tachi, Tanto, Kunao, Shuriken, Senbon. I don't know what the difference will be between the ninja tools made by my proficient level of forging skills and ordinary ninja tools. But it's definitely not bad. Chapter 57. He must not be holding anything back. A figure hurriedly ran to Zuchuian. Lord Patriarch, Take Torai left quietly, not knowing what to do. What? Immediately, Zhu Koyan became vigilant. Most of the members of the Take Torai clan, including Take Torai Yan, are quite disappointed. If it is said that Take Torai Hikari and Take Torai Yan have given up communication, then for Take Torai Tian, Take Torai Yan has seen, no, even hearing this name gives him a headache. In Zuchuian's opinion, there is simply a big problem in the brain that cannot be cured. He has promoted the family's radical ideas within the family many times. They say that ninjas are nobles and commoners are despicable. Even on the battlefield, for merit, he attacked his fellow villagers. And now, it happens to be a time when the situation is complicated. Take Torai suddenly disappeared, and Take Torai Yan felt that Take Torai must have been holding back something good. It is very likely that he will do something shocking, bringing big trouble to the Take Torai clan. Go find it quickly. Yes, Mr. Patriarch. A young man looked back in the direction of Take Torai Island. The clan leader is too afraid of Mizukage. The limits of blood inheritance and secret techniques are the foundation for the ninja family to settle down and live, and they should not be robbed in the first place. Even if it's the Battle of Ninja Village, you shouldn't touch this. Otherwise, what's the difference between a ninja family and ordinary ninjas? The ninja family is the noble among ninjas. A noble must have noble principles. Today, we, the Take Torai clan, are indifferent to the matter of Byakugan being taken away. In the future, those ninja families that have good relations with us will also respond to the seizure of corpse veins in the same way. War is war. The ninja clan is the ninja clan. The ninja village is temporary. The ninja clan is permanent. As a ninja, how can we not uphold the rules of the ninja? The young man withdrew his gaze. According to the information provided by Hisashi, if AO suffers serious injuries, he will definitely receive treatment from medical ninjas. I can start with the medical department. The next moment, the young man's figure disappeared in a flash. Finished. Osamu Uehara looked at the work in front of him and smiled. This is the first time Shu Uehara has made an ordinary ninja tool after he reached the proficient level of forging technology. A kunao, a shuriken, a tachi, a short sword, and a senbon. And placed next to it are the same ninja tools produced by the Kingdom of Iron. Uehara took the two and compared them. No wonder the ninja tools from the Kingdom of Iron are so popular. Cheap and good quality. Regardless of price or quality, the ninja tools built before Forging Island are completely uncompetitive. Only the ninja tools made by a few blacksmiths are of better quality. This means that the Iron Kingdom should have adopted some new technology. However, there is a big difference between the ninja tools I made and the ninja tools from the Kingdom of Iron. Osamu Uehara glanced at the translucent panel in front of him. The reputation number above has exceeded 800. You can't rely solely on Kisame to increase my reputation. I have to work hard myself. An idea flashed through Uehara Osamu's mind. Gaining reputation must be accompanied by revealing information about oneself. But if you are facing someone who already knows your information, then this problem does not exist. And now, there happens to be such a person. Meihoko Ringo. I can make a set of scalpels for Meihoko-senpai. The quality of the ninja tools created by Osamu Uehara is higher than that of the Iron Kingdom. However, it does not mean much to ninjas, but the scalpel is different. The Iron Kingdom does not have any special advantages in this regard. Because it's not something that's in high demand. With the style of the Iron Country, it is natural that it will not invest too many resources in research. Arafune 2. Mr. Uehara. Get ready. I plan to build a set of scalpels tomorrow. You can follow along and take a look. Yes, Minister Uehara. The advantage of having an assistant is that Shu Uehara does not need to do many things personally. The next day, after training, Osamu Uehara rested for less than half an hour before entering the forging room. Mr. Uehara. Arafuneji was faintly excited. Previously, Uehara Shu asked Arafuneji to assist him, but this was only during simulated forging. When the actual forging of the ninja sword was carried out, Shu Uehara was alone. But this time, Shu Uehara's intention was obviously to allow Arafuneji to watch his forging process completely. This surprised Arafuneji. Arafuneji can also learn something from the previous situation. But that and watching a complete forging process are absolutely different concepts. A drawing, placed next to it, is exactly the pattern of the scalpel of Kirigakure Village Medical Department. 9 in total. A piece of metal ingot was taken out by Uehara Shu. Immediately, Osamu Uehara opened a cover next to the forging table. A wave of heat rushed out. What flows below is magma. Osamu Uehara placed the metal ingot on top of the magma and took out some charcoal to increase the intensity of the fire. While stepping on the blower, the fire became more intense. After a while, the metal ingot turned red under the influence of high temperature, with faint signs of melting. Arafuneji stared closely at the status of the metal ingot. Because metal ingots in different states, when taken out for forging, have completely different effects. A little difference may make a huge difference. It's like a young eagle breaking out of its shell. A few seconds earlier or a few seconds later could bring danger to the young eagle. All other conditions being equal, only the chick that is just right will be the strongest chick. Moreover, in the absence of sufficiently precise instruments, only the blacksmith's skills and experience can make a judgment. All right. The moment the metal ingot reached a perfect state, a feeling naturally arose in Uehara Shu's heart. Without hesitation, he took out the metal ingot. Wearing the gauntlet of God and holding a hammer. Forged with lava. One time. Ding! The metal ingot deformed under Uehara Osamu's forging. A layman looks at the excitement, an expert looks at the door. Most people will only notice the deformation of the metal ingot. However, Arafuneji could tell that Osamu Uehara's hammer fell, whether it was the striking point or the strength, it was just right. 1 point less would be less, and 1 point more would be more. Arafuneji couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this Mr. Uehara's forging technology? It's just what I dreamed of, what I hope I can achieve. Osamu Uehara was fully focused and immersed in it. One hammer after another fell. The metal ingots on the forging table are constantly changing shape under Uehara Osamu's hammering. The structure also became tighter under this forging. In addition, some properties of magma were also forged into the metal ingot by Uehara Osamu. This is the characteristic of the blacksmithing technique of the forging island. Relying on the magma, the forged ninja tools have higher toughness and hardness. Not a single mistake or omission. It's just not a level I can reach. Gradually, the temperature of the metal ingot began to drop. Osamu Uehara picked up the tool and placed the metal ingot on the magma. When the temperature is sufficient, forge again. In this way, the cycle repeats. It wasn't until 10 times that Uehara's practice was over. However, this is not the limit of Uehara Osamu. But it is the limit of the material of metal ingot. After 10 times, the metal ingot forging process is considered complete. According to the forging island, it is called 10 sections of steel. The best among the 10 sections of steel. Arafuneji looked at the metal ingot that was forged in Uehara Osamu's hands, his eyes shining with light. Chapter 58. Is this guy going to betray the village? After forging 10 times, it can be called 10 sections of steel. But it's not just about repeating it 10 times. It's about improving the material properties of the metal ingot after forging it once. Otherwise, it's just meaningless repetition. Arafuneji remembered that in the entire history of Forging Island, there were only a handful of blacksmiths who could forge 10 sections of steel. The next step is to get in shape. Still heating, still forging. But the process is different. This time, Osamu Uehara did not continue to use magma, but simply used charcoal. The forging method is also different from before. The metal ingot began to change shape under Uehara Osamu's hammering. From the shape of a round ingot, it became the shape of a knife. Unlike the ninja sword, the scalpel does not need to be very big, it is better to be small, delicate, sharp and flexible. Compared to before, the shaping process took a little more time. Senior Juzang, I need your help. Loquat Juzo walked in. What do you want me to do? Use the sword of blue rose to create frost. Good. Loquat Juzang put his hand on the handle of the knife and pulled it out. A burst of chakras surged in. Bloom, blue rose. Immediately, a burst of ice-cold energy overflowed from the blue rose sword. Osamu Uehara sent the red blade into the cold air. Laugh. Immediately, the frost power of the blue rose sword entered the blade embryo. It is intertwined with the power of magma in the blade embryo. A strange change broke out in the blade embryo. Arafuneji could feel that at this moment, the blade embryo in Osamu Uehara's hand seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. Shall we directly use the ice energy to quench the fire? Arafuneji looked at the blue rose sword in Loquat Juzang's hand. If you don't have enough confidence in the blade you forged, you wouldn't dare to adopt such a quenching method. As expected of Minister Uehara. 1 handful, 2 handfuls, 3 handfuls. After all 9 blade blanks were quenched, Osamu Uehara began polishing them. Polish the blade and sharpen it. Finished. 9 scalpels are arranged in order. Osamu Uehara looked back at Arafuneji. Arafune 2, is there any harvest? Achieve a lot. Arafuneji nodded. Mr. Uehara, thank you very much. Under normal circumstances, the art of blacksmithing is not taught and is only communicated between teachers and disciples, especially since the forging island has a custom of cherishing the broomstick. But for Uehara Shu, there is no need to worry about teaching disciples and starving the master to death. Because the blacksmith system is impossible for others to have. If you want to create powerful ninja swords and ninja tools, the blacksmith's forging skills are certainly a very important aspect. But materials are also essential. No one can cook without rice. Osamu Uehara smiled. I have seen your performance during this period. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the internship period. From now on, you will be the official blacksmith assistant of the forging island. You can receive the treatment of blacksmith assistant. This reward was not provided by Uehara Shu, but provided by the village. It is different from the blacksmith assistant on the previous forging island. This blacksmith assistant is not an identity, but a staffing position. Just like ANBU Ninja. Thank you, Minister Uehara, I will definitely work harder. Arafuneji pursues the art of forging, but he also knows how much benefit a formal establishment status will bring to him. At least his future life will be absolutely guaranteed. Shinori Uehara hoped that Arafuneji's forging skills could be improved. The blacksmith assistants recruited in the future will also try to improve their forging skills as much as possible. That way you can build something valuable. Instead of the entire forging island relying on the ninja swords built by Osamu Uehara. In that case, the forge island would not need any assistance. Osamu Uehara hopes that the entire forging island can become valuable in the future. Because that would be good for Uehara Shu to gain reputation. There is a difference in difficulty between a single blacksmith who wants to gain reputation and a blacksmith who leads many blacksmith assistants who wants to gain reputation. Come on! Immediately, Uehara Shu looked at Loquat Jozo again. Jozang Senpai, please send this set of scalpels to Mayoko Senpai. Good. Osamu Uehara put the scalpel in the prepared wooden box. Loquat Jozo picked it up. After that, he first came to Qing's ward and asked Qing to look around to make sure there was nothing wrong. Then he left the forging island and headed towards the direction of the medical department. Regarding the safety of forging island, Loquat Jozang is no longer so worried. On the one hand, there is an extra green on the forging island. The existence of Byakugan, not to mention how much the combat power can be improved, the vigilance ability is definitely not weak, and Loquat Jozo also knows about the secret ANBU ninja team. On the other hand, Osamu Uehara's strength is much stronger than before. Basic attributes are indeed not enough. But Uehara has learned a lot of water escape, especially high-level water escape. In a protracted battle, Osamu Uehara would only be at the Chiyunin level. But if it breaks out in an instant, Shiko Uehara will be far more than a Chiyunin. An ordinary Chiyunin wouldn't be able to withstand the water release water formation pillar. The current Shu Uehara is a bit like Ninjutsu Kakashi. Ninjutsu is strong, but chakra is insufficient. Osamu Uehara glanced at the translucent screen in front of him again. The reputation has increased a few points, not much, but yes. When Senior Jozang delivers that set of scalpels to Senior Mayoko, it should also bring me some prestige. Loquat Jozo came to the medical department. But Ringo Mayoko was not here at this time. Loquat Jozang learned about Ringo Mayoko's residence from a medical ninja and hurried over. One thing, Jozang Loquat didn't want to go twice. A separate small courtyard. Loquat Jozang stepped forward, ready to knock on the door. However, at this moment, Loquat Jozang suddenly smelled a smell of blood. Loquat Jozang frowned subconsciously. A sound of fighting came from inside. Loquat Jozang didn't hesitate and climbed over the wall directly. Soon, following the sound, we came to the backyard. Two figures came into Loquat Jozang's sight. One person is Ringo Mayoko. The other person is a member of the Take Torai clan. At this time, the ninjas of the Take Torai clan were suppressing Ringo Mayoko. Ringo Meihoko has been seriously injured and is in danger. Meihoko Ringo's medical ninjutsu is extremely high, but her combat prowess is lacking. Not all medical ninjas are called Tsunade. And even Tsunade's fighting strength is slightly lacking when facing ninjas of the same level. Ding! Loquat Zhozang flashed and stood in front of Ringo Meihoko. Senior Meihoko, what's going on? This lunatic from the Take Torai clan is asking me about the whereabouts of Ao and Byakugan. Loquat Zhozang's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Does this guy want to betray the village? Chapter 59. Is this the second ninja sword? Loquat Zhozo hates people who want to betray the village. Especially, the other party is still looking for the interests of Konoha. Loquat Zhozo will never forget the failure of the Kirigakure 7. Loquat Zhozo looked at Tekitorida opposite with cold eyes. Bloom, blue rose. A burst of powerful chakra poured into the blue rose sword. The ground freezes into ice. Icicles appeared all around. Rose vines appeared one after another and wrapped around Take Torai field. Take Torai dodges quickly, with a look of fear on his face. Loquat Zhozo. Is this, what Hikari said, the second ninja sword made by the forger on the forging island? It's really awesome. No wonder the Mizu Cage would rather give us the Take Torai clan thunder sword than this ninja sword. But at the same time, Tekitorida also showed a hint of greed in his eyes. But what qualifications do you, Loquat Zhozo, have to use such a ninja sword? Just a defeated dog who was defeated by the genin of Konoha. You have completely disgraced Kirigakure village. If you can't control this ninja sword, you should leave it to me. The appearance of Loquat Zhozo instantly reversed the situation on the scene. Take Torai Tian's strength is not as strong as Loquat Zhozo. What's more, Loquat Zhozang also has the blue rose sword in his hand. However, in the face of such a situation, Tekitorida was not afraid, nor did he calmly think about what was the best choice for him now. Instead, he became even crazier. This is the Take Torai clan. Water escape, the art of exploding water and rushing waves. Loquat Zhozo gritted his teeth. Unlike Take Torai, Loquat Zhozo still maintains a calm heart no matter how angry he is. Loquat Zhozo wanted to capture Tekitorida alive and bring him to the third Mizu Cage. However, with Take Torai Tian's crazy performance, it would be difficult for Loquat Zhozo to catch him alive. This person from the Take Torai clan is just like a mad dog. In this case, I won't be able to keep it. Otherwise, Senior Meihoko will definitely be in danger. A large amount of water rushed out and swept around, spreading all over the nearby area. Take Torai didn't care, concentrated his chakra on his feet, and rushed towards the direction of Loquat Zhozo. Loquat Zhozo, suffer death. Loquat Zhozang frowned as he looked at Tekitorida who was rushing towards him. You asked for this. Blue rose ice escape, 10 spears. The next moment, he saw 10 huge ice spears appearing around Take Torai field. Shooting at Tekitorida at a faster speed than Tekitorida. Tekitorida's eyes flickered for a moment, wanting to flash. However, at this moment, Tekitorida suddenly found that he could not move for a while. Tekitorida lowered his head and saw that the water under his feet had turned into ice without even realizing it. You can break free, but it takes time. But now, what he lacks is time. Unable to dodge, facing Loquat Zhozo's ice spear, Tekitorida could only resist forcefully. Boom! 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 1 stick, 2 sticks, 3 sticks. Pfft! But Tekitorida can't stop everything. An ice spear directly pierced Tekitorida's back from behind, and the spear head emerged from the abdomen, and blood flowed and dripped along the ice spear. Loquat Zhozo stepped forward, the tip of the blue rose sword pointed directly at Tekitorida's throat. Let's capture him without mercy. Tekitorida raised his head and glared at Loquat Zhozo. Sudden. Ah! I won't lose to a loser like you who relies on a ninja sword. Take Torai roared fiercely, his eyes turned red, and he forcefully pulled out his body from the ice spear, and fiercely rushed towards Loquat Zhuzhou. Loquat Zhuzhang's pupils shrank. Unexpectedly, Tekatorida was still so crazy after this. Pfft! Subconsciously, a sword was sent out and penetrated Tekatorida's throat. A large amount of blood spurted out from Tekatorida's throat. Tekatori lost his strength, his vitality was drained at a crazy speed, and he could no longer maintain the balance of his body. Boom! His entire body fell helplessly onto the ice. Loquat Zhuzhang frowned even more. Meihoko-senpai, are you okay? Fortunately, Zhuzhang, thank you. If you hadn't come in time, I would have been killed by him. Loquat Zhuzhou hesitated. Meihoko-senpai, I have to report this matter to Mizukage-sama. Why don't you go to the Mizukage building with me now? I don't know if there is anyone else. It's not safe here. Good. A group of 3 people headed towards the Mizukage building at extremely fast speeds. Loquat Zhuzhou holds Tekatorida's body in his hands. A little girl followed behind Meihoko Ringo, who was Meihoko Ringo's granddaughter. Water Shadow Building. What? The third Mizukage looked at Tekatorida's body on the ground with a very ugly expression. This person from the Tekatori clan actually attacked the people of our ninja village for the sake of the Hyuga clan and Konoha. Excessive. Unacceptable. Do they still have a village in their hearts? But there is still me, Mizukage. The third Mizukage was furious. Indeed, Tekatorida's behavior was unforgivable in the eyes of the third Mizukage. No one with a normal mind would do such a thing. But the other party is a lunatic from the Tekatori clan. Previously, the Tekatori Nico reported the Tekatori clan's movements to the third Mizukage. And, it was Loquat Zhuzhou and Ringo Meihoko who said this. Otherwise, even the third Mizukage would not believe it. Zhuzhang, you go back to the forging island first. Meihoko, you and Auri are staying in the Mizukage building now. Loquat Zhuzhou exited Mizukage's office. Yes, Mizukage-sama. It was only after I quit that I thought about the scalpel. Turned back again. Senior Meihoko, this is for you. This is. Loquat Zhuzhang said, this is a scalpel made by Xiu. Xiu said that under the impact of the ninja tools of the Iron Kingdom, it was meaningless to create ordinary ninja tools on the forging island, so he wanted to turn to other aspects. And the scalpel is an aspect that the Iron Kingdom has not yet touched upon. This is a scalpel made by Xiu himself. I asked him to give it to Senior Meihoko. I want Senior Meihoko to see whether this scalpel is easy to use and whether it needs modification. Ringo Meihoko took it and opened the box. The next moment, surprise appeared in his eyes. For a medical ninja, a good set of scalpels is of extraordinary significance and can make surgery much more convenient. As for this set of scalpels, Ringo Meihoko could feel its high quality as soon as she saw it. As soon as she got started, Meihoko Ringo could feel the smoothness of this set of scalpels, which was incomparable to any scalpels Meihoko Ringo had received before. This is the craft of the great blacksmith. Ringo Meihoko liked it very much. Zhuzhang, thank you for me. Forge Island. Osamu Uehara looked at the translucent screen in front of him. The numbers behind the reputation column changed continuously under Osamu Uehara's gaze. 812, 856, 901, 955, 1003. In a very short period of time, it changed 4 times in a row. It directly reached more than 1000. Finally it's 1,000. Osamu Uehara showed a smile. Chapter 60. The third 10 draws in a row, 2 drawings. The lottery begins. The roulette wheel started spinning rapidly. Physique +1. Congratulations to the host for winning the Dragon Bone Blueprint X1. Spirit +1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Smiling Qingjiang Drawing X1. 2 drawings. Uehara Osamu's face showed a hint of joy. Compared to the thug recruitment order, the blueprints are undoubtedly more valuable at present in Osamu Uehara's opinion. Because the thug recruitment order, once used, will be a thug for life. Osamu Uehara already had 2 thugs. There are still 2 thug recruitment orders remaining. As soon as Uehara Shu had an idea, a piece of blueprint fell into Uehara Shu's hands. Keel drawings. A burst of information flooded into Uehara Shu's mind. Spell tool, Dragon Bone. From the world of spell return. One of the magic tools used by Zanayuan Maki. The Curse Master, one of the masterpieces of HDB Tanning. Knife-shaped spell tool. It can absorb the impact of the collision and use it in the next attack. Osamu Uehara raised his eyebrows. Absorbing the impact of a collision and releasing it next time, this is simply an excellent weapon for close combatants. The stronger the force, the stronger the opponent, and the stronger the attack. It's equivalent to using the opponent's strength to beat the opponent. Simply the nemesis of taijutsu ninjas. If Jozang Senpai had this ninja sword, he wouldn't be so passive when facing Mat Dai. Of course, it also depends on the gap between the two. If you can't even withstand the impact of a collision, there's nothing you can do. But, this is indeed a way to restrain taijutsu ninjas. Those with the same strength, no, even those with weaker strength, holding the keel, will win. But the contractor. Uehara Shu thought about it. Previous experience with ninja tools taught Uehara Shu that the selection of contractors for ninja tools comes from 2 aspects, one is the attributes between the two, and the other is the approval of the task entruster. That is, the approval of the user of the ninja itself. Akahitami approved of Inikisaki Kisame, so Inikisaki Kisame obtained Kiriichi Monji's excellent level of matching. Yugyo recognized Loquat Jozang. Even though Loquat Jozang and the Blue Rose Sword did not have much similarity in attributes, they still achieved an excellent level of matching with the Blue Rose Sword. The approval of the user of the ninja tool itself seems to be more important than its attributes. Therefore, when Osamu Uehara saw the God's Hand, he felt that this ninja tool might be a good match for Orochimaru. And the keel. Zanayuan Maki, born in the Zanayuan family, a big family, but not taken seriously. Having a sister. I care about this sister very much. Then he fought with the Chanyuan family and killed many of his own clan members. Osamu Uehara's expression became strange. Because Osamu Uehara felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Many of these points are similar to Uchiha Itachi. But I can't give this ninja sword to Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru and Uehara Shu can still consider it. After all, Orochimaru will defect from Konoha in the future. As for Uchiha Itachi, although he also defected and fled Konoha, he always had Konoha in his heart. The reason why he defected was entirely for Konoha and to kill his own people. As Uehara Shu thought, the drawing of the dragon bone disappeared, and another drawing appeared. A burst of information flooded into Uehara Shu's mind. Smiling Qingjong. Coming from the world of sword-wielding Mikos. Yanja Ia's knife. Tadana. Has special wild soul ability. Osamu Uehara looked at the drawing in his hand. The main characteristics of Yanja Ia are that he is good at swordsmanship, a genius, and died young. There are actually quite a few that fit this characteristic in Kirigakure village. The genius of the Guideng clan, Guideng Full Moon. Senior Meihoko's clan member, Lin Jiayu Yuri. The little boy in Konoha who can control the weather, Yuta. Moreover, there is not even a blank 6-pointed star on the smiling green river drawing. This means that I can only go there alone to obtain the material copy of the smiling green river, and I cannot summon any thugs. Correspondingly, the difficulty of copying this material will also be smaller. However, after training all day today and building a lot of ninja tools, my condition is no longer good. Wait until tomorrow, have a good rest and recover before heading back. Osamu Uehara returned to his room. Senior Jozang hasn't come back after so long. Could it be that something happened? Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Shiu, it's me. Jozu-senpai." Osamu Uehara opened the door. Loquat Zhozang's face looked a little unsightly. "Shiu, thank you for asking me to deliver the scalpel to Mayoko-senpai today. Otherwise, Mayoko-senpai would have been killed by Tekitorita at this time." "Tekitorita? What's going on?" Loquat Zhozang said. "Tekitorita took action against Mayoko-senpai in order to help the Hyuga clan of Konoha get back the Byakugan. Originally I wanted to capture him alive, but that guy was a lunatic, so I had no choice but to kill him. After that, I took the body with me and went to the Mizukage building with Mayoko-senpai, so I delayed a little longer, and now I'm back to the Forging Island. Mayoko-senpai is very satisfied with that set of scalpels." Osamu Uehara showed a surprised expression. Tekitorita wants to kill Mayoko-senpai for the sake of the Hyuga clan in Konoha. This was beyond Uehara Osamu's knowledge. At the beginning, Shu Uehara sympathized with the Take-Torai clan because of the fact that the Take-Torai clan was almost wiped out in the original plot. But the appearance of Take-Torai Hikaru made Uehara Shu's impression of this ninja family suddenly drop. Shu Uehara learned a lot about the Take-Torai clan from Loquat Jozo. To say that Uchihas are inherently evil is not that true. Then, the inherent evil of the Take-Torai clan may still be true. Even in a ninja village as violent as Kirigakure, the Take-Torai clan can almost become the public enemy of everyone, which shows how much the Take-Torai clan has gone too far. However, Tekitorita's behavior still shocked Uehara Osamu. This is a bit outrageous and over the top. Crazy? This is not it. Loquat Zhozang paused. In the next period of time, Kirigakure village may undergo major changes. Shiu, you have to be more careful and never go out alone. From now on, I'll stay on the Forging Island and leave things like delivering things to Arafuneji. It's a little slow, but your safety is the main priority." Osamu Uehara nodded. "Good." Just as Take-Torai Nico left the Mizukage building, an ANBU ninja walked in. Listening to the ANBU ninja's report, the third Mizukage's expression softened slightly. It is indeed not the action of the entire Take-Torai clan, but just the temporary initiative of Take-Torai alone. But who can guarantee that there will only be one Take-Torai field?